The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., July 23, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable John W. Rose to act as Speaker Pro Tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, it's times like these when not only does your presence seem veiled from our eyes, but your promise of provision feels withheld from us. After moments like those we've experienced in these last couple weeks, when confusion reigned and anxiety has bred contempt, in whom can we trust? There is so much going on that the issues are dizzying. What can we hold on to? We lift up our eyes to the hills. Where does our help come from? Speak, O Lord, from the mountains, for our help comes only from you. Lord, maker of heaven and earth, when all around and beneath us is such shaky ground, do not let our feet stray from following you. But let us trust in the Lord with unshakable faith. May we see that just as the mountains surround your holy city, you surround your people with protection and purpose. Let us fear only you, O Lord, believing that in all that we need this day, in all the days ahead and forevermore, we will lack nothing in you. In your steadfast and sovereign name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Illinois, Mrs. Ramirez.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support Prime Minister Netanyahu in the just cause of eliminating Hamas. Soon the Prime Minister will address the People's House. As he speaks, we will be reminded of the mounting peril facing America and our allies around the world. In the struggle for freedom and democracy against anti-Semitism and terror, the Committee on Education and the Workforce is proud to do its part. We've held countless hearings exposing the roots of anti-Semitism on the home front and will continue to do so. The success of this vital mission will help decide whether America remains safe for the Jewish people. As Ronald Reagan once said, freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. His words ring especially true today. Not since World War II have the stakes felt so high. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, our federal summer nutrition programs make sure kids have access to nutritious food over the summer months when hunger is often at its worst. Last week, while I was home in Massachusetts, I visited summer meal sites in Worcester and Webster. I served nutritious sandwiches and taco salads to kids participating in a day camp and visiting a local library. The kids loved the food. I also had the opportunity to join Governor Healy and officials from USDA in Westboro to celebrate the launch of the new summer EBT program, Sunbucks, which is giving eligible families across the country $120 per eligible child to purchase food over the summer months. This new federal program, which I worked to establish coming out of the 2022 White House Conference on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health, is helping 21 million kids in 45 states, territories, and tribes access nutritious food this summer. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all of my colleagues to visit sites in their district to learn more about these programs and commit to ending hunger now. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Central Mountain High School's wins at the National Leadership and Skills Conference. Recently, Central Mountain High School students traveled to Atlanta, Georgia, to compete at the Skills USA National Leadership and Skills Conference, where they achieved remarkable success. Newly alumni Sophia Dressler took home the national title in related technical math. Sophia is a gifted mathematician, already taking math courses at Commonwealth University in Lock Haven, and has worked through Calculus 3 up to number theory. Additionally, 3 Central Mountain High School rising seniors, Ellen Banfield, Emily Everett, and Samantha Streeter, placed 8th nationally in the community service competition. Their community service project centered around the Stop the Bleed national awareness campaign, aimed to equip their community with supplies and knowledge to provide immediate emergency care for life-threatening bleeding after a traumatic injury. These 4 young women have already demonstrated academic excellence and a strong sense of community. Congratulations, Sophia, Ellen, Emily, and Samantha, on your achievements. Students like yourselves are the future of this great nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my outrage on the eve of Prime Minister Netanyahu's joint address. His address is a slap in the face to the thousands and thousands of Americans who have been demanding a ceasefire. The people of conscience opposed to U.S.-supplied bombs killing women and children, and the 12 U.S. government officials who have resigned protesting the national security and moral crisis our policies are creating. We cannot work towards peace while giving a war criminal the floor, or exert moral authority while supporting the killing of children and civilians, nor defend national interests while eroding our relationships across the world. We must listen to the American people and our officials and our diplomats, like Major Harrison Mann, who will be standing with me tomorrow, to demand the administration and our leadership change course. I hear them. What they say is not one more bomb, not one more dollar, not one more excuse for Netanyahu's atrocities. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate our top 10 speechwriters for this year's Missouri's 4th Congressional District Speech Competition. They were chosen to write speeches on what America means to them. Today, we are recognizing Cody Smith from Sturgeon High School in Boone County, Missouri. America represents many different things to different people, depending on their backgrounds, experiences, and perspectives. For me, it embodies a variety of values such as equality, opportunity, and above all, freedom. America is a land of opportunity where simple hard work and determination can lead to success. America represents a melting pot of cultures where anyone and everyone can come together and thrive in harmony. It is a beacon of hope and possibility where individuals can forge their own paths and make meaningful contributions to their country. There is no other country in the world that I would rather call home than America. Cody, I couldn't agree more. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Eastern North Carolina communities face the greatest healthcare disparities of any area in our state. And I'm super excited to share that the Rural Health Group welcomed the dynamic inaugural class of medical residents to Roanoke Rapids, including Onyechi, Onyawuna, Tenhuir Hussein, and Tochukwu Okafor. Such pioneers will pave the way for a future filled with improved health outcomes for our community. Their decision to join this incredible program is a testament to their dedication and passion to serving those most in need. Their class will forever hold a special place in Roanoke Rapids history. We are incredibly grateful for their commitment and looking forward to seeing their positive impact. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the American people continue to learn about the security failures leading up to the assassination attempt on President Donald Trump. They deserve to know what happened and that this will never happen again. Yesterday, Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle testified in the House Oversight Committee after being subpoenaed. Her testimony should have been voluntary, as times such as these require transparency. Nevertheless, House members on a bipartisan basis are committed to getting to the bottom of what happened that awful day in Pennsylvania. I want to commend the heroism exhibited by the agents working the president's security detail. Yet the agency and its leadership for which they serve must be held accountable. With more than $3 billion in annual funding, a would-be assassin should never have been able to fire multiple rounds at a presidential candidate from the top of a roof just 147 yards away. This is unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Across our nation, the cost of auto insurance has increased by an average of 26% in the last year alone. In my district, Mr. Speaker, Detroiters still pay the highest auto insurance rates in the nation, leaving many of our families struggling to make ends meet. And even through across the 12th Congressional District in Oakland and Wayne County, we can see some rates going up as high as 40%. While rent, utilities, gas, and other living expenses are deducted from a household's income to enable more families to qualify for federal assistance that they need. It's outrageous, and I'm taken aback and shocked, that auto insurance is currently not considered an expense. How is it that 49 out of 50 states require drivers to have auto insurance, yet the cost is not factored into the cost of living formula for applying for federal assistance in our country? This is why I introduced the Auto Insurance Expense Relief Act. This bill corrects that injustice by including the cost of auto insurance to qualify for critical programs like food assistance, health coverage, and housing support. I ask that my colleagues join me in passing this important legislation. I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to commend Captain Peter Matheson, a dedicated 13-year veteran firefighter serving the city of Roanoke. Captain Matheson's exceptional service has earned him the esteemed Veterans of Foreign Wars National Firefighter of the Year Award. Nominated by the local VFW Post 1264, Captain Matheson's leadership in organizing the annual Roanoke 9/11 Memorial Stair Climb has been instrumental, working alongside First Lieutenant Stephen Curry, Captain Robert Reed, and retired Battalion Chief Matt DeWurst. This team has brought a cherished tradition to the Roanoke Valley. For a decade now, the event has drawn around 300 participants and raises $25,000 for the National Fallen Firefighters Foundation annually. The 9/11 Memorial Stair Climb challenges participants to climb the equivalent of 110 stories of the World Trade Center, thus honoring the 343 firefighters who made the ultimate sacrifice on September 11, 2001. I congratulate Captain Matheson's humble dedication to this mission and his continued service to his community, as well as all those who participate year after year in the 9/11 Memorial Stair Climb. May we never forget. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1370 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 85, House Resolution 1370. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 8997, making appropriations for energy and water development and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. An amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-42 shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. Section 2A. No further amendment to H.R. 8997 as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution and pro forma amendments described in Section 4 of this resolution. B. Each further amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. C. All points of order against further amendments printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules or against amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution are waived. Section 3. It shall be in order at any time for the Chair of the Committee on Appropriations or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. Section 4. During consideration of H.R. 8997 for amendment, the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. Section 5. At the conclusion of consideration of H.R. 8997 for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 6. At any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 8998, making appropriations for the Department of the Interior, Environment, and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. An amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-41 shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. Section 7. A. No further amendment to H.R. 8998 as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Amendments en bloc described in Section 8 of this resolution and pro forma amendments described in Section 9 of this resolution. B. Each further amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, except as provided by Section 9 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. C. All points of order against further amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules or against amendments en bloc described in Section 8 of this resolution are waived. Section 8. It shall be in order at any time for the Chair of the Committee on Appropriations or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 9 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. Section 9. During consideration of H.R. 8998 for amendment, the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. Section 10. At the conclusion of consideration of H.R. 8998 for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, pending which I yield myself as much time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, we are here to debate the rule providing for consideration of H.R. 8997 and H.R. 8998. The rule provides for both bills to be considered under structured rules, each with 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit for each. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this rule and in support of the underlying legislation. I hear time and time again that Congress needs to get serious about addressing our debt. This rule provides for consideration of 2 members that cut wasteful and unnecessary spending. They responsibly fund the federal government and they support American production, pushing back on the ridiculous Green New Deal agenda under the Biden-Harris administration. H.R. 8997 refocuses spending on things that matter. It eliminates wasteful spending on unnecessary and redundant climate change programs. It reins in the out-of-control regulation being implemented by the executive branch, and it prohibits funding from being used to promote DEI and CRT initiatives. And I don't think I need to go into all of the ways misguided DEI efforts are failing. It removes the Department of Energy's role in the LNG export application review process, something that has bipartisan support. And this legislation counters the very real Chinese and Russian threat by investing in national security and American energy production. It should come as no shock to anyone that the Biden-Harris administration has been attacking American energy production at every opportunity, giving up power to adversaries like China and Russia in the process. H.R. 8997 counters these national threats, investing in the U.S. energy security and strengthening our economic competitiveness. It funds key nuclear programs to regain America's leadership in the global market, and it safeguards our energy and technology assets from foreign threats. H.R. 8998 right-sizes federal government, limiting burdensome and unnecessary regulations, respecting taxpayer dollars, and eliminating government waste. It strengthens our national security by encouraging domestic energy production, requiring the government to resume oil and gas leasing, and expanding critical mineral access on public lands like those in northern Minnesota. It respects the taxpayer by cutting government waste, including a 20% reduction in the EPA, reducing the Council of Environmental Equality to its authorized levels. And it removes the gray wolf from the endangered species list, an issue that hits home with so many people across this country dealing with the menace of wolves, including in my home state of Minnesota. Mr. Speaker, the Biden-Harris agenda does not achieve their stated goals. What it does do is it hurts our domestic producers and gives Russia and China a competitive edge. This legislation takes a serious step to address our debt, strengthen national security, and focuses funding where the American people need it. Thank you. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is now recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentlelady from Minnesota for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we heard last week that the Republican Party is newly focused on unity, toning down the rhetoric and bringing people closer together. Wow, that's rich. I mean, I guess they mean only to unite people under their extreme agenda, because the 4 funding bills we met on last night are part of the same unpopular, divisive, controversial, extreme MAGA agenda that they've been pushing since they came into the majority. None of this is serious. None of these bills are ever going to become law. All 4 of the bills are in line with the GOP's Project 2025, their dystopian plan to consolidate power in the presidency and take total control over our country and our lives. If Trump and Republicans win in November, they promise to gut the checks and balances that protect our freedoms. They promise to advance abortion bans in every state, and they promise to give big corporations billions of dollars while increasing taxes for middle-class families. That's their plan for America. It is not about unity, it is about division. It is scary, quite frankly. These policies are centered around driving people further apart, not bringing them together. They even had to pull the agriculture and financial services bills because they were too extreme. They didn't even know whether they had the votes within the Republican conference to vote for these crummy bills. Just to reiterate, this rule only brings half of the bills we heard testimony on last night to the House floor, because the other half were so controversial, so divisive, so partisan, again, that the Republican leadership wasn't even sure they had the votes within their own conference. I have to say, what is the point of wasting time at the Rules Committee if these bills aren't ready for the floor? I've never seen lawmakers work so hard and force institutional staff to spend so much time putting in such extensive effort to do absolutely nothing. Nothing. This majority's superpower is wasting people's time. For the 2 bills that are included in this rule, they are just as unserious, and again, they will never, ever become law. An energy and water bill that raises energy costs and is full of more giveaways for big polluters, and an interior and environment bill that's potentially even worse, gutting funding for national parks. National parks! I mean, our national parks are like the only thing this country the only thing in this country that has 100% approval rating, and they're attacking national parks. Give me a break. And what they're doing, Mr. Speaker, is they're going after national parks while padding the pockets of big polluters. Follow the money. Follow the money. And more culture war riders, more attacks on LGBTQ people. One of these bills has language to protect Confederate names on things. I mean, that is unifying? Commemorating the traitors of the Civil War? Enough is enough. This is just an awful, awful rule. And I urge my Republican colleagues to stop wasting people's time and vote no with us. And I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity. I'm listening to the ranking member. I think we got way, way off topic, and in some cases, people just tuning in may actually think it's a campaign rally. But here to refocus us on what is actually in this bill and what we are talking about is our colleague from Texas. Oh, excuse me, our colleague from Missouri.
Thank you. Born in Texas, but proudly represent the 4th Congressional District of Missouri. And I thank our friend from Minnesota for allowing me to speak. I tell you what, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support this important appropriation bills package before us as China continues to build up its military and reportedly has more ICBM launchers than we do. H.R. 8997, the Energy and Water Development Appropriations Act, will invest in America's nuclear deterrence to ensure that we can keep pace with the threat from communist China. This legislation will also strengthen our nation's energy security by rejecting the Biden-Harris administration's damaging pause on new LNG exports and supporting energy production right here at home. A key issue for our district, Mr. Speaker, this bill pushes back against the ridiculous Biden-Harris Waters of the United States rule. It will mandate transparency. It will help ensure the progressive Democrats in the White House comply with the Supreme Court's decision of Sackett versus EPA. H.R. 8998, the Interior and Environment Appropriations Act, will rein in the administration's job-killing climate and environmental regulations, the Green New Scam, and it will slash the EPA's funding by 20%. The EPA needs to be operating on real science, not a flawed political ideology. As the Biden-Harris administration continues to shove its EV pipe dream down the throats of America, this bill will promote critical mineral production right here at home and help ensure China does not continue to dominate the global market. Mr. Speaker, these bills are vital for maintaining America's national security, protecting our agriculture producers, and keeping pace with the growing threat from communist China. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, to support these rules, and Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is now recognized.
Yeah, well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentlelady said that I was off topic in my opening speech. I've never been more on topic. I actually talked about the crummy bills that my Republican friends are bringing to the floor today. And the gentlelady in her opening speech talked about ag producers. Well, they pulled the ag bill. It's so important that they pulled it because they don't have the votes to pass it. I mean, I will say to Mr. Speaker, my Republican friends are demonstrating to the country what the definition of incompetence is. I mean, they don't know how to run this place, and they can't pass appropriation bills. I mean, I'm looking at FY 2024. I mean, they had the agriculture appropriation bill fail on the floor. They pulled 3 appropriation bills before final passage because they didn't have the votes to pass it. There were failed rules on appropriation measures. The defense rule last year failed twice. And again, 2 of the bills we had testimony on the Rules Committee where members actually filed amendments were pulled because they can't even get support within their own conference. That's the definition of incompetence. I mean, you talk about a campaign rally. The campaign rally is going to be later today in the Rules Committee when Republicans are going to call an emergency meeting to pass a resolution bashing Vice President Kamala Harris. Don't give me any lectures about campaign rallies because I've never seen a more politically motivated majority in my life. So, I mean, this is not the way this place is supposed to be run. And none of these bills, including the 2 that my friends are bringing to the floor today, are serious. They're going nowhere. They will never become law. This is ridiculous, and it is a waste of time. It is pathetic. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor.
Are you recognized?
Thank you, and I thank the ranking member for yielding the time. Mr. Speaker, I rushed to the floor this morning to oppose the rule and the underlying legislation because these Republican bills will raise electric bills on the families I represent back home in Florida and likely raise costs on all American families. The bills will stunt the incredible growth in clean energy manufacturing, providing a gift to China especially. These bills will pad the profits of big oil companies at the expense of hardworking American families and small business owners. And I agree with the ranking member, Mr. Speaker. I am alarmed that already the Republicans are pressing their radical Project 2025 agenda. It is apparent in these appropriations bills. So let's talk about a few of the policies in here. First, it's very important that we help our neighbors weatherize their homes. It helps save them on their electric bills. It creates jobs. We estimate that this Republican bill will now slam the door shut for about 54,000 working-class Americans who need those weatherization dollars. The Republican bills propose to gut energy efficiency and renewable energy initiatives at the time when we are seeing a manufacturing renaissance across America. In less than 2 years since the Democrats in Congress passed the infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act, private sector companies in the United States have announced more than $360 billion in investment in 600 clean energy projects that have created about 300,000 new jobs in America. This is where the economy is going, in the clean, sustainable energies. And that is why it's so smart to invest in our people, not to cede these industries to China and our adversaries. This bill would have us look backwards, to say, China, you take the lead. Well, I'm not willing to do that. We're the United States of America, and we should lead. We should lead in building the batteries, the electric vehicles, the solar panels, and all of the new technologies we need to lower cost and to help solve the climate crisis that is also heaping cost on my neighbors back home in Florida. These Republican bills also make it easier to ship gas overseas, including to our adversaries. And what that does is it hikes prices on people and businesses in our country. This is a backward-looking bill. There is a better way, and that is investing in cleaner, cheaper energy, creating jobs in America, building the middle class, solving the climate crisis, putting people over politics, putting people over polluters, putting people over this radical 2025 agenda. Please vote no on these bills. Vote for the USA. Vote for our future, the future of our kids. I yield back my time. Thank you.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think what we are doing is we are doing what the American people sent us to do. You know, we are doing the work. We are introducing appropriations bills, hearing them in committee, sending them through the process in transparency, and we are doing that. We have actually passed 4 appropriations bills off the floor, and that represents the majority of spending. And so we are moving forward. We are doing the work. I think if we want to look at who's not doing their work, and that may be the Senate Democrats, because we have sent bills over, and they just refuse to do anything. What have they been doing with appropriations bills? As we have been passing these and sending them there, they have chosen to do nothing. You know, we just take a look at, the tax bill. A negotiated tax bill that had bipartisan support out of the Ways and Means Committee. We passed it off the floor, and they have done nothing, even though that was a negotiated. So they didn't even live up to the negotiations, the agreements. And so if we need to look at who is not doing their work, let's look at the Senate Democrats, because we absolutely are passing. We are doing our work in transparent ways through the committee process and on the floor. And with that, I would like to yield 2 minutes to my colleague from Texas.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you. Thank the gentleman from Minnesota. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to advocate for funding in this bill and the rule that underlies it. It's interesting to hear the ranking member from Massachusetts talk about it as if this is all about corporations. We're going to talk about energy. It's interesting to hear the lady from Florida talk about energy bills are going to go up. It's going to cost jobs. My district, the Texas Gulf Coast, has 7 ports in it, more than any other member of Congress. We produce 65% of the nation's jet fuel, 80% of the nation's military-grade fuel. This is about working families. This bill will bolster our economic strength. It will create jobs. It will ensure that our infrastructure can support growth and withstand challenges. The Texas Gulf Coast is the energy-producing capital. We've got 7 of America's largest petroleum refineries, 3 LNG plants, 60% of the nation's strategic petroleum reserve. We're not talking about shipping gas to our enemies. Was that the comment from the lady from Florida? We're talking about to our allies so that they don't have to buy from enemies. As the energy capital of the world in Texas, we understand the critical importance of this bill. Our hardworking families, again, it's about working families, depend on a robust energy sector. This legislation will help us continue to lead in producing the cleanest, most affordable oil and gas. Let's keep our nation strong. Help me keep Texas strong. Let's secure this for generations to come. I urge my colleagues to support the underlying bill. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, you hear lots of things on the House floor, but the gentlelady from Minnesota just said something that I'm having a tough time following. She's blaming Senate Democrats for the failure of House Republicans at bringing their appropriation bills to the floor. Was it Senate Democrats' fault that the House Agriculture Appropriation Bill was pulled? The Republicans pulled it. We had a hearing in the Rules Committee. People testified on amendments, and it's not here. Where is it? I don't know where it went. They pulled it. And I gave the gentlelady an opportunity yesterday to vote to bring the House Ag Appropriations Bill to the floor, as well as the Financial Services Bill. And the one they wrote. Lousy bills. But I figured, let's bring it to the floor. We'll amend it and have a debate. She voted no. All Republicans voted no. And then the gentlelady comes to the floor and says, oh, it's the Senate Democrats. I mean, what? I mean, people are paying attention. We got to be serious here. And getting our appropriations work done is one of the essential jobs that we have in the House of Representatives. And the Republicans can't get it done. These bills are so polarizing, are so awful, that they can't even get a majority of Republicans to vote for it. So blaming the Senate Democrats? Give me a break. I've heard everything. I've heard everything as an excuse why they can't get their work done. This is incompetence. This is pathetic. We need a majority in this House that puts the people first, that actually gets its work done. Not someone who comes up here and points fingers at everybody as an excuse to not bring bills to the floor. We had 2 appropriation bills that we heard testimony on the Rules Committee that were pulled, including the House Ag Appropriations Bill that they wrote. They're in charge. I can't believe this. In any event, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to urge that we defeat the previous question. And if we do, I'm going to offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 12, a bill that would ensure every American has full access to essential reproductive health care. Republicans continue to double down on ending access to abortion care, even going so far as to try to end access to IVF and assistive reproductive services. But because it's so deeply unpopular and plain wrong, now they're trying to hide it. They don't like to mention it anymore. But we still see their attacks every single day. We see the toxic riders that they attach to their bills banning abortion and contraception. We saw it last night in the Rules Committee with Mr. Rosendale putting forward his amendment to ban IVF. And we saw it in an Appropriations Committee markup when Ranking Member DeLauro offered an amendment to protect IVF coverage in our federal employee health benefits plan. And the Republicans on the committee voted no. They voted no. Thankfully, they pulled that bill from the floor because they don't even have the votes among their own conference for this extreme radical agenda. House Democrats are focused on protecting women, protecting patients, and protecting Americans' rights. H.R. 12 will keep fundamental health care services available across the country, and we must get this passed. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
And, Mr. Speaker, to discuss our proposal, I proudly yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from Washington State, Ms. Jayapal.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to the rule and in strong support of the Women's Health Protection Act. The Women's Health Protection Act would protect the right to abortion nationwide. It would restore the intensely personal freedom for pregnant people to make decisions about their own bodies. That is the complete opposite of Trump's Project 2025, extremist Republicans' agenda for their policies that they want to advance. Trump's Project 2025 outlines a whole-of-government approach to eliminate the right to abortion. It restricts access to contraception. It calls for the federal government to stop enforcing laws that require hospitals to provide emergency care to pregnant people in need of an abortion. And let me just be clear, Mr. Speaker, this fight is about our fundamental freedoms, the freedom to make choices about our own bodies, our own health, our own economic future. And I'm standing here as one of the 1 in 4 women in America who has had an abortion myself. I can tell you that these decisions are intensely personal. We do not need an extreme Republican Party trying to control our freedoms. In my case, I had already experienced a very difficult pregnancy, and my daughter was born prematurely at 26 and a half weeks. She was actually just 1 pound, 14 ounces. She was about the size of my hand. She weighed about the same as a small squash, and she literally almost did not survive. And my doctors told me that if I were to have another pregnancy, it would be extremely high risk, both for me and for the child. And so I took my daily contraceptive pill that Republicans are trying to get rid of for Americans across this country so that I could protect my health and the health of any future pregnancies. And in fact, what happened was I got pregnant anyway, and my doctor said, you really should have an abortion. I made that decision with my doctor, with my family. Why should anyone else be a part of that decision? And it was a hard one for me, but for every person, it should be their choice. Donald Trump has bragged that he did a, quote, great job getting rid of Roe v. Wade. Well, thanks, Donald Trump. Thanks to Donald Trump, 1 in 3 women in this country of childbearing age now live in a state with an abortion ban. Thanks to Republicans, a woman who was 20 weeks pregnant when her water broke was told by doctors that the pregnancy was not viable, but still she was not provided the fundamental freedom to do what she needed to do for her health. She was forced to go through the pain of delivering a stillborn child. Trump's Project 2025 and the Republican policy agenda tells millions of families across this country who want to plan their families that they can't even use contraception or IVF. This is not theoretical. This is very real. And just last week, J.D. Vance became Donald Trump's running mate. J.D. Vance, who thinks abortion is, quote, comparable to slavery. J.D. Vance, who has criticized exceptions for even rape and incest and wants to help Trump and Republicans enact a nationwide abortion ban. Democrats have a completely different vision, and it is in the Women's Health Protection Act. That is to defend and protect your fundamental freedoms. Vote no on this motion. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I want to request unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from the BBC entitled Project 2025, a wish list for a Trump presidency explained.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, this article describes Project 2025, a policy wish list for a second Trump term, cooked up by some of Trump's closest allies at the far-right Heritage Foundation. It is a chilling window into what may await us come January should Donald Trump be elected president. The items on Project 2025's agenda are straight-up dystopian. They want to take complete control of the Department of Justice. They want to end the independence of all federal agencies. They want to take mifepristone off the market, which would amount to a virtual nationwide abortion ban. They want to slash efforts to combat climate change, implement inhumane border policies, and fire thousands and thousands of government employees. And I'm just scratching the surface here. You can read it for yourself. I hope people will Google it and read the document for themselves. And if that wasn't horrifying enough, the architects of this atrocious Project 2025 are also threatening political violence to all those who oppose them. Just last week, Kevin Roberts, president of the Heritage Foundation, said that, and I quote, "The second American Revolution will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be," end quote. Let that sink in. Mr. Speaker, Donald Trump literally incited an insurrection to stay in power. He claimed he would be a dictator on day one of his second term, and the Supreme Court just granted him full immunity for acts committed while in office. If anyone here is stupid enough to believe that he won't act on these threats, I will tell you, it is hard to believe that anybody could be that gullible. With that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
I am prepared to close.
The gentlewoman continues to reserve. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I will close for our side. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, it's not just about the legislation here. It's about two competing visions for America. Democrats' record speaks for itself. We passed the largest infrastructure bill in a generation, and my Republican friends are falling over each other trying to take credit for infrastructure projects in their district that most of them voted against. We passed the largest climate change bill in world history. We brought jobs back from overseas. Inflation is coming down, job growth is solid, and we are working to guarantee that all Americans have an opportunity to succeed. We are fighting for workers. We want opportunity for kids, success for families, and dignity for our seniors. We support our veterans. We want democracy to be secure at home and around the world. We have a vision for a better future and an idea on how to get there. These Republican bills, once again, show that Republicans are more interested in division and taking us backwards. They have no ideas to make life better for Americans. They only have Donald Trump and Project 2025. That's it. That's it. And, here we are, debating appropriation bills. We're supposed to be having 4 on the floor today. 2 of them were pulled after we had a hearing in the Rules Committee, after members testified on amendments, after legislative staff spent hours and hours and hours drafting amendments for Democrats and Republicans, after the parliamentarians reviewed all these amendments to see whether they were germane or not. CBO did scores on all of them. All this work, they pulled it. What a waste of time. Colossal waste of time. And the general lady said, well, it's the Senate Democrats. I mean, I just have trouble following that logic. I have trouble following that logic. Makes no sense. Bottom line is that these bad bills, they can't even get over the finish line. None of them are going to become law. We're wasting our time. The way this is supposed to work is we're supposed to work together, especially since there's a democratically controlled Senate and a Democrat in the White House, and you have a very slim margin here in the House for Republicans. We should be working together to construct bills that can actually pass, that will actually help people. I mean, again, I brought an amendment to the I had an amendment in the Rules Committee last night to bring 2 bills, the Financial Services Appropriation Bill and the Ag Appropriations Bill, that we had testimony on, bring it to the floor. I think they're garbage bills the way they're written, but I had an amendment that made in order all the amendments that were offered, Democrats and Republicans, and we didn't protect any amendments from any points of order, and we could have had a debate and hopefully made these bills better. But they were so bad that Republicans didn't even believe they could twist enough Republican arms to pass them. So we wasted time, and they pulled them. And I will say the the bills that are being brought to the floor today, I want to give my friends who are watching a little insight onto the way they think about fairness. 123 Republican amendments are made in order. 23 Democratic amendments. That's it. I mean, perfectly good, germane amendments that should be in order were not made in order. That's their idea of fairness. And it's a coming attraction of what will happen if their candidate wins the presidency and they win the Senate. It is their way or the highway. And right now, their way can't even get enough votes within the majority party right now. I mean, they can't pass two of these bills, so they pull them. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, we have to do better. This is not a serious Congress. This is not serious legislating. These bills, these appropriation bills, are important because our farmers rely on it. That's why the Ag Appropriation Bill is important. Financial Services Bill is important. All these bills are important. We need to not just have ideological debates. We need to have bills come to the floor that can actually pass and work its way through the process and get signed into law. This is the failing of this majority. My friend from Minnesota can point the finger at the Senate, can point the finger at, Biden, can point the finger at Vice President Harris, and I mean, they point fingers all over the place. At the end of the day, unfortunately for America, they're in control of the House of Representatives, and they're doing a lousy job. They're doing a lousy job. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleagues on the left have accused Republicans of wasting time, and I take serious issue with that. Republicans are going through the proper and transparent process to pass these appropriations bills. We are doing serious work. I applaud my colleagues on the Appropriations Committee for the work they have done and for listening to the needs of the American people. The Biden-Harris administration is hell-bent on imposing the radical far-left Green New Deal agenda, and they do not care how much damage they do to the country or to the economy or to the American people in the process. The legislation under the rule today reins in reckless government spending, cuts harmful regulation, and restores energy independence, putting us back in competition on the world stage. One of the examples, the EPA spends too much of its time and resources creating new regulations to stifle the U.S. economy. When I go home to Minnesota, and I know many of the other members when they go home, I constantly hear about concerns with regulations, largely due to EPA rulemaking. This includes regulations on light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles, electric power plants, and the abuse of the Endangered Species Act. All of these burden businesses and consumers. H.R. 8998 will make significant cuts to these regulations and take meaningful strides towards right-sizing our government. I encourage my Democrat colleagues, particularly those in the Senate, to recognize that this legislation is the will of the people. They should take it seriously to responsibly fund our government, defend American producers, and address our nation's debt. My colleagues like to make it sound like Republicans are blindly hacking away at government programs. I, for one, applaud the Appropriations Committee for taking such a thoughtful look at where we can responsibly cut spending. The fact is, we are trillions of dollars in debt, and Americans are facing the highest inflation rates in over 40 years. Families across this country are being forced to tighten their belts. For their sake, it is time for the federal government to do the same. We must put a stop to reckless government spending. My Democrat colleagues are not willing to do it. We're not willing to do it when they were in control, but we are. I call upon the other side to help us get get the debt under control. I support the rule and the underlying legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time. I move the previous question on the resolution.
The question on ordering the previous question. The question is on the ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker,
Gentleman's recognized.
I ask for the yeas and nays, preferably the nays.
The yeas and nays are recognized. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1370, adoption of House Resolution 1370 if ordered, and motions to suspend the rules and pass Senate 3706 and Senate 227. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1370, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 85, House Resolution 1370, resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 8997, making appropriations for energy and water development and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes, and providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 8998, making appropriations for the Department of the Interior, Environment, and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. board's voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 188, the nays are 173. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts
I ask
seek
for a
recognition?
recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 211, the nays are 197. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Wyoming, or the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Mrs. Hageman, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 3106, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 3706, an act to amend Section 3663A of Title 18 United States Code to clarify that restitution includes necessary and reasonable expenses incurred by a person who has assumed the victim's rights.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Members, there are 2 minutes remaining. On this vote, the yeas are 408, the nays are 2. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 227, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 227, an act to amend Title 28 United States Code to provide an additional place for holding court in the Pecos Division of the Western District of Texas and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 404, the nays are 3. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 8997, and that I may include tabular material on the same.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 1370 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House of the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 4997. The Chair appoints the gentleman, 8997. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Winstrup, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 8997, which the clerk will report by title.
H.R. 8997, a bill making appropriations for energy and water development and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Fleischman, and the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Capter, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to bring the fiscal year 2025 Energy and Water Bill to the floor today. The bill provides a total of $59.2 billion to advance our commitment to national security, energy security, and economic competitiveness. The bill delivers strong support for our national defense and provides $25.5 billion for the National Nuclear Security Administration. The bill prioritizes nuclear weapons activities, fully funding all major stockpile modernization activities, and providing additional funds for plutonium pit production and the nuclear sea-launched cruise missile. At the Department of Energy, the bill supports programs that advance our nation's energy security and ensure America remains at the forefront of scientific discovery and innovation. This includes strong funding for nuclear energy, including additional funds specifically for nuclear demonstration projects, the Office of Science, including fusion energy sciences, and the full spectrum of mining production technologies to reduce our reliance on foreign sources of critical minerals. The bill also includes a number of provisions to protect American resources and intellectual property from falling into the hands of foreign adversaries. Funding for the Corps of Engineers totals $9.96 billion, including full funding of the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund activities and the highest priority, ongoing Inland Waterways Trust Fund construction projects to ensure the safe and efficient flow of commerce. Funding for the Bureau of Reclamation totals $1.93 billion, prioritized for projects that increase water supply and support drought resilience. This is a strong bill that builds on the work we started in fiscal year 2024. I urge members to support it. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized. You're recognized. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Please let me begin by thanking our diligent committee staff for all their hard work on this bill, including on both the majority and minority sides. You're a great group of Americans. Particularly, I'd like to thank Scott McKee and Adam Wilson, and on my personal staff, Maylie Boyce and Margaret McGinnis. I also wish to thank Representative Derek Kilmer for his diligent and honorable public service as we present what will be his last bill. Derek has been a stalwart, serious, and exemplary member of our Energy and Water Subcommittee for many years, and his sincere dedication and constant commitment has improved our nation for today and the tomorrows to come. We will miss him greatly. We all know he will find a way to keep fighting for a more perfect and greater union, and we thank him for his public service, his meritorious efforts to meet the needs of the American people. Energy and water undergird America's way of life. They are not optional. They are essential to sustaining life itself. Our nation is projected to grow to 400 million people by 2050, 3 times more people than following World War II. Our bill must catch up to the future, not backpedal. Sadly, this Republican energy and water bill does not meet our nation's imperative for the future. America must become energy independent in perpetuity. Their bill slow walks our nation's obligation to assure modern, dependable, affordable energy and clean water for millions of our citizens. Thus, it fails to embrace a modern and more secure future. We cannot behave as though it is 1950. This energy and water bill cuts $1.5 billion, or 43%, from the Department of Energy's energy efficiency and renewable energy programs. They are essential to meeting our nation's new challenges due to weather-related disasters, as we witness home and commercial business insurance rates rising all across our country. This bill revokes $8 billion from the Department of Energy's loan programs. A cut of this size would immediately constrict the Department of Energy's ability to spur American manufacturing and innovation in this new climate age. The bill also slashes the Weatherization Assistance Program, resulting in approximately 54,000 fewer low-income homes receiving weatherization services across our country. And let me be clear, the cuts in this bill will absolutely jeopardize innovation to achieve American energy independence and security. These cuts will hurt And these cuts will increase energy costs for millions of our fellow citizens, including families and seniors struggling to make ends meet. This bill pushes our nation backwards. While our nation has made great strides toward energy independence after half a century of effort, we have not reached home plate and scored on U.S. energy independence in perpetuity. For example, the United States is fulfilling more of its crude oil needs with domestic supplies than ever before. Thankfully, U.S. net crude oil imports are at the lowest they've been since 1972. Let Russia keep its own oil. While decreased reliance on imports should give the U.S. more control over prices, consumers are not seeing the full benefits in the price they pay at the pump. With an adversarial Russia weaponizing energy to destabilize global markets, it is clear that America needs more energy innovation and diversification to reduce our dependence on any form of imported foreign energy supplies. Further, we must not cede our solar and chip future to China. We know China is more than willing to dump product and components to wipe out our domestic industries, and we've witnessed this. We know this because it's happened in steel, pharmaceuticals, electronics, and automotive. It simply cannot happen in anything related to energy. In this new century, marked by extreme weather events and increasing natural disasters, this bill endangers efforts to address the climate crisis. During 2023, there were 28 separate billion-dollar weather and climate disasters in this country. In 2024, we're already witnessing an escalation of events. Heat waves across America. It's 115 degrees in Phoenix today as I talk. Major flooding throughout the Midwest. Wildfires burning in the West earlier than ever. And the most intense hurricane to form in the Atlantic so early in the year. We have states hitting rainfall records. June was the 13th month in a row to set a monthly temperature record. The Wall Street Journal reported property insurance premiums are rising significantly or being completely cut off across our nation. Hello? The total cost from the billion-dollar disasters in 2023 was a record-setting $92.9 billion, almost $100 billion. We can either continue to pay more for disaster response, or we can invest now in climate mitigation and adaptation that will also lower costs for consumers, create jobs, and increase our global competitiveness. The pathway seems crystal clear to me. Thus, I oppose the Republicans' cuts to vital energy and climate programs. Shortchanging these advances pushes our nation backwards, slow-walking energy innovation, failing to modernize our nation's electric grids, failing to advance innovation relative to our global competitors in materials and manufacturing, and failing to build domestic end-to-end supply chains for jobs in the new energy economy, American jobs. In other areas of this bill, while I support many of the bill's efforts to maintain a safe, secure, and credible nuclear deterrent and robust naval nuclear propulsion program, God bless them, I am concerned how this bill cuts nuclear nonproliferation programs that reduce nuclear risks and counter the global challenge of nuclear proliferation. Finally, the bill includes numerous controversial poison pill policy riders that sadly show extremist Republicans are not interested in bills that can gain bipartisan support and become law. I truly do appreciate working with Chairman Fleischman, a very, very hard-working member, and our colleagues to develop and pass bipartisan bills, as has long been this committee's practice, including last year. I am saddened that this vital subcommittee is being steered to return to a partisan process for this fiscal year 2025 House bill. Americans all witnessed how chaos and extremism played out last year. And we all fully should know a bipartisan compromise is the only avenue to finalize these bills. Americans expect us to negotiate our differences, work together across the aisle, and do our jobs to find the big middle. America's future relies on the new age frontiers of energy and water. America can and must do better, and I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill. I reserve the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to the distinguished chairman of the full committee, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my good friend, the distinguished subcommittee chairman from Tennessee, for yielding. Today's measure provides funding for energy and water development initiatives for fiscal year 2025, which are crucial to the prosperity and security of our great nation. Rising geopolitical threats show that readiness can never be taken for granted. It's exactly why this legislation bolsters our nation's nuclear capabilities, particularly our nuclear deterrence posture. This bill includes significant funding to continue modernizing America's nuclear weapons stockpile and supports the operational nuclear naval fleet. It also directs resources to programs that prevent hostile nations and terrorist groups from acquiring nuclear devices, materials, and expertise. Today's bill also supports cutting-edge research and development functions, including an increase for the Office of Science and the Department of Energy, and an increase in funding for nuclear energy innovation. I've long said that America must maintain an all-of-the-above energy policy in order to ensure our continued energy independence, and research and development efforts will help us uncover and utilize the energy sources of tomorrow. The Army Corps of Engineers, which conducts projects to maintain and improve American waterways, is robustly funded. From port improvements and harbor maintenance to flood control and hurricane protection, the Corps' work is critical to our nation's economic vitality. I thank Chairman Fleischman for his strategic approach in putting this bill together. I urge all members to support it. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields.
I yield. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today as one of only 6% of the members of Congress who are mothers of young children under 18, and one of the only 3% of mothers of color of young children under the age of 18. I rise out of a concern for the future my children will inherit, a future with extreme weather, continuous rising sea level, and the detrimental impacts that climate change will have on the habitation of this planet. And for that reason, I rise today to oppose the significant funding cuts and harmful provisions that House Republicans seek in this bill. At a time when we must double down on our efforts to address climate change, this bill slashes funding for the Department of Energy's efficiency and renewable energy programs by $1.5 billion, hampering our ability to decarbonize the energy, transportation, industrial, and agricultural sectors, undermining programs that not only improve and modernize our electricity infrastructure, but lower costs, because energy efficiency programs are the easiest, quickest way not only to reduce our carbon footprint, but to lower energy costs. Agriculture, which is Virginia's largest private industry, would be harmed by the cuts in this bill. And this bill jeopardizes low-income communities by proposing extreme funding cuts to the Weatherization Assistance Program, a program that lowers energy costs for low-income households by increasing the energy efficiency of their homes, also improving their health and safety. The cuts here also include the Weather Assistance Program that also provides weatherization services. These cuts will be detrimental not only to the health of our planet and the health of our constituents, but will be detrimental to their energy costs as they continue to go up, and this bill will help increase those costs. For that reason, I ask that we vote no. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. Does the gentlewoman from Ohio reserve?
We reserve. Thank you.
All right. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to the gentleman from California, a member of the Energy and Water Subcommittee, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to support this very solid Energy and Water Development and Related Agencies Appropriations Act of 2025. It's a good bill. It's going to secure our nuclear triad. It's going to protect our domestic energy supplies, and it's going to pressure this Biden administration to refill our strategic petroleum reserves. And I want to thank Chairman Cole and especially Chairman Fleischman, as well as the committee staff for their hard work on this bill and pulling this forward to the floor. I'm particularly satisfied that this legislation includes my provision to block a rule that was established by the Department of Energy to actually weaken environmental oversight for battery electric storage systems, or BESS facilities, or BESS facilities. These BESS sites are essentially giant lithium batteries lined up side by side and stacked on top of each other in many cases and connected to the larger power grid. And they're not necessarily, Mr. Speaker, bad things. But while energy storage systems are essential for a modern power grid, especially in areas like in my district in Southern California where we have high winds and high fire risks and high loads, they also, these BESS facilities, could potentially pose dangers for communities if not properly planned, if not properly engineered and constructed, and if put in locations that pose significant harm to our communities and our environment. In a recent hearing, the San Bernardino County Fire Chief testified that if these BESS sites are not perfectly constructed, they can actually create fires that are extremely and almost impossible to extinguish. My provision simply says that the Department of Energy needs to stop trying to cut corners and to do the homework before installing these energy storage systems in our communities. Let me be clear, this isn't an anti-storage provision. It's a provision to ensure that the communities have a voice and that the government isn't running with scissors during the development of these facilities. And I can tell you in LA County, they've made some very bad choices recently when it comes to these BESS facilities. You don't have to look any further than the community of Acton, right in the middle of my district, to understand the risks associated with rushing these energy storage projects. Acton is a small community, Mr. Speaker, right in the middle of the Los Angeles forest, where LA County is forcing effectively this BESS facility to be constructed. And let me paint the picture of where this location is at. In their infinite wisdom, LA County decided to put this BESS facility smack dab on top of the most active part of the San Andreas Fault. It's right in the middle of some of the most combustible wildlands and poses a significant wildfire risk. Within a par 5 of this location, there's a large electrical substation that would be basically knocked out, which supplies all of the power to LA County, or most of the power to LA County if this were to have any issues. Within a par 5, it's got a freeway that is the main corridor going to the high desert. It's got a railroad. It's got a reservoir, which is the drinking water for the high desert in about a third of my district. It's got high voltage power transmission lines going overhead, so if the facility catches on fire, those will be knocked out. And it's got a Bright Line West plan nearby, a new rail line, as well as California's high-speed rail right by this BESS facility in LA County. And in the end, the community had no input. They had no voice. The government was running with scissors, and the LA County officials were able to put this BESS facility in a location that, frankly, is probably the absolute worst location that they could have chosen. So again, I want to thank the chairman for this good bill overall. It does a lot of amazing things, and I especially want to make sure that I want to reiterate that these battery storage facilities are good, they're necessary, but they need to be done right, and we can't be cutting corners on these very unique technologies. And I urge my colleagues to support the overlying bill. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does the gentleman from Tennessee reserve?
I reserve, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 6 minutes to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, the distinguished and extremely hardworking ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. DeLaurel.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my thanks go to Chairman Fleischman and to Ranking Member Kaptur and to the Energy and Water Subcommittee staff for your hard work on this bill, especially Scott McKee and Adam Wilson. With this bill, we have a rare opportunity to make strategic investments that lower energy costs for American families, promote America's energy independence, and support a robust and modern manufacturing sector. This is a real chance to ensure America's resiliency in the face of a changing climate and a shifting global economy. But that is not what the majority has chosen. Instead, the majority has cut domestic investments in this bill by over 5%. and with it, they will increase energy costs, jeopardize our energy independence and national security, hurt our global competitiveness, fail to confront the climate crisis, and put tens of thousands of good-paying manufacturing jobs at risk. Even if some members of this body may choose to refuse the overwhelming evidence and deny the scientific consensus and ignore the worsening natural disasters that have become more severe and more common in each of our districts, we must aggressively transform our energy sector to adapt to our climate reality. The best path, and the only path that addresses climate change, reduces our dependence on fossil fuels, and ends reliance on foreign energy, is to diversify how we produce and store energy at home. But instead of ensuring America leads the world in the development and transition to a global clean energy economy, the majority's bill strips $1.5 billion from the Department of Energy for energy efficiency and renewable energy. When it comes to green and renewable energy, Project 25, just so that you know what Project 25 is, it is a Trump, MAGA Republican agenda to take over the government and our rights and freedoms. And I might add that when it comes to that green and renewable energy, Project 2025 spells out how Republicans would end any investments altogether, e.e., energy efficiency and renewable energy included. So it's in a document, but it is in reality in the appropriations bill. And what it says, further, Project 2025, that we must end the focus on climate change and green subsidies. We must eliminate appliance energy efficiency standards, and that energy efficiency and renewable energy should be entirely eliminated. They are going down the road of eliminating it. This goes beyond climate denial. This is climate capitulation. This is climate arson. This is damning our children to an extreme and dangerous future. We recently received a letter from the Natural Resources Defense Council and dozens of other organizations highlighting how a cut to this program is fiscally irresponsible and threatens our energy future. They said, and this is a quote, "The House proposal for energy efficiency and renewable energy significantly threatens energy innovation in the United States. Not only would its proposed cuts hamper innovation within the United States, but they would also hinder a program that has provided significant return on investment for taxpayers. Several independent impact evaluation studies have assessed 1/3 of the energy efficiency and renewable energies research and development portfolio to date have found that $12 billion in total investment has generated more than $388 billion in net economic benefits to the United States," end quote. At the appropriate time, I will submit this letter into the congressional record. This funding supports research, development, manufacturing, energy management, weatherization technologies, critical to our nation's growth and resilience. These cuts are robbing from our children, our grandchildren's economic, energy, and environmental future. The bill directly targets disadvantaged communities by slashing funding for the Weatherization Assistance Program, which will drive up the cost of home energy bills for roughly 54,000 low-income homes. The attack on our country's energy future does not stop there. The majority's bill hurts our global competitiveness and eliminates good-paying manufacturing jobs by revoking $8 billion from the Department of Energy's loan program. These programs promote innovation and manufacturing in America. They creating and reshoring jobs that will help America become truly energy independent and a leader in green energy. But without this funding, thousands of manufacturing jobs are at risk, and we will fall further behind our global competitors. This bill fails to create a sustainable future. It fails to ensure Americans have equitable access to resilient, secure, and clean energy sources. Democrats are ready to pass legislation that lowers energy costs for the American people and ensures America leads the global transition to a clean energy economy. And I implore the majority to join us. It is time to govern. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. Does the gentlewoman from Ohio reserve?
I do. I reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the gentleman from Tennessee for yielding. This legislation funds the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. It funds efforts like resiliency in my home state of Louisiana. It funds hurricane protection. It funds flood control. It funds coastal restoration projects. One project in particular I want to thank and the chairman and highlight included in this legislation is the Morganza to the Gulf project. This hurricane protection project in Terrebonne and Lafourche parishes is for a community that has imposed a property tax on themselves. It has imposed a sales tax on themselves to help fund this project. They pulled together over $1 billion in funds, and this bill finally starts bringing more dollars to the table, partnering with the locals to ensure that the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers can fund this community, can fund this important project. Because here's the reality, Mr. Chairman. We can either spend millions now building this project, or we can spend billions later picking up the pieces in the aftermath of a disaster, in the aftermath of a hurricane. This bill also importantly funds projects like the Upper Barataria Project, St. Charles and Lafourche parishes, on up to Ascension. It funds the Home and Navigation Channel and other critical projects for our community. But it also funds the nuclear triad. As President Reagan said, peace through strength, ensuring that we have the strength here in America. This legislation ensures that the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, our oil reserve, now at some of the lowest levels in history, are actually returned to appropriate levels. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, in regard to the previous speaker's comments, I want to remind the American public, our nation, under the last 17 years, has reduced emissions more than the next 6 or 7 emissions-reducing countries combined. We have led the world in reducing emissions. And you know what? This wasn't done because of government. It was done because of entrepreneurs, because of innovators. That's how we have led the world. And during this time, as we've reduced emissions, for every 1 ton we've reduced, China's increased by 5 tons. I want to thank the staff of the subcommittee, including Angelina, Giancarlo, and the rest of the team for their help in this legislation. I thank Chairman Fleischman. Yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does the gentleman from Tennessee reserve?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am prepared to close. As I said before, America's future relies on our new age frontiers of energy and water. This bill does not meet the mark. America can and must excel. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman from Ohio yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
All time for general debate has now expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. An amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-42 shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as an original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in this bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part A of House Report 118-602. Amendments in block described in Section 3 of the House Resolution 1370 and pro forma amendments described in each Section 4 of that resolution. Each further amendment printed in Part A of the report shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, and shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of House Resolution 1370 and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in Part A of House Report 118-602, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of House Resolution 1370, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. During consideration of the bill for amendment, the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments, each at any point for the purpose of debate. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to House Resolution 1370, I offer amendments in bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc amendments consisting of amendments numbered 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12, 13, 14, 15, 21, 24, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 39, 52, 57, 58, 59, and 65, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Fleischman of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Fleischman, and the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Capter, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this bipartisan en bloc amendment was developed in coordination with the minority. It contains non-controversial amendments addressing important issues at the agencies funded in this bill that have been agreed to by both sides. I support the adoption and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise in support of this amendment. This en bloc contains non-controversial amendments from members of both parties, and I have no objection, and I urge support of the amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back as the gentleman from from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to the gentleman from Washington State, a member of the Energy and Water Subcommittee, Mr. Newhouse, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank Chairman Fleischman for recognizing me today. I rise in support of my amendment as part of this en bloc, which addresses an important issue in my district as well as the state of Washington. The Bonneville Power Administration is required to carry out a fish and wildlife program to protect, mitigate, and enhance species affected by the development of and operations of the federal Columbia River Power System. There has not been an Inspector General report in over a decade regarding the effectiveness of the program, which has received significant resources and is supported by rate-paying customers in my district. I want to ensure transparency in that ratepayer dollars are being used effectively in carrying out the mandates explicitly established by Congress for this program. My amendment is simple. It highlights the need for a report from the Department of Energy Inspector General on the Bonneville Power Administration's Fish and Wildlife Program to ensure it has fulfilled these mandates. In light of covert efforts to breach the lower Snake River dams, which are a crucial source of power, irrigation, and transportation in the Pacific Northwest, it is essential that Congress continue to apply oversight and ensure that all entities involved in the operation of these dams meet their statutory requirements and provide clean, renewable power to the region. With that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Duarte, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Fleischman, for yielding to me. The last 2 years in California have been very, very wet, and flooding has devastated our valley. I saw firsthand the devastation in Planada, California, when brush and sediment in Miles Creek forced floodwater into neighborhoods that were flooded just 5 years before from similar events. My office and I helped to displace families in Planada after their homes were destroyed or damaged by floodwater. The work is still not done. I'm never going to object to Mother Nature blessing our state with rain and snow, but we must better prepare to capture and manage our water coming off the Sierra Nevadas to protect our communities and farms. My amendment, which I'm grateful is included in this package, is very simple, Mr. Chairman. It prioritizes funds for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to, 1, study the scope and scale of sediment buildup in the rivers and streams in the San Joaquin River watershed, and 2, to report to Congress on how to reduce that buildup to protect families and farms from flooding. My amendment has the bipartisan support of Congressman Costa, Fong, and Harder. And as I close, I want to make one additional important point. Water abundance is affordable energy, food, and housing. Farms create good-paying jobs, stabilize soil, improve air quality, and deliver affordable dinner to American working families. Hydroelectric energy is clean energy when we need it, and houses can only be built where water abundance is available. I want to thank Chairman Fleischman for supporting my amendment and urge my colleagues to support this en bloc package of amendments. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The question is on the amendment en bloc offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. It's now in order to consider Amendment Number 4, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Burkeen of Oklahoma.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Breachin, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment prohibits the Department of Energy from issuing licenses to export nuclear materials to China, closing a loophole that currently allows for the export of some of those products. Last year, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission rightly suspended the general license for export of nuclear material to China. However, this action left open the possibility that nuclear exporters could be granted a specific license to continue sending nuclear materials to China. This common sense amendment is something that should be put forward, as no one wants the United States to give one of our greatest adversaries access to nuclear materials. For years, the People's Republic of China has engaged in a campaign of aggressive economic and political competition with the United States. China steals our intellectual property, engages in dishonest trade practices, spies on U.S. citizens, to include balloons, constantly attempts to spread its influence across the United States. China is openly aggressive in the Asia-Pacific region, making clear its desire for regional dominance. We should never reward this behavior by giving them dangerous nuclear materials. We cannot allow these materials with the potential for dual use to be sent to our most powerful global adversary. We are engaged in competition with them and with a People's Republic of China that is not friendly. We cannot allow our trade policies to work to the detriment of our national security. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Does any member claim time in opposition? Seeing none, the gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
I yield.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. and the amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise as the designee of the gentlewoman from Connecticut, and I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I yield to the gentleman from the very capable gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Sarbanes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much for yielding. I appreciate it. Just to get a few words on the record with respect to an amendment that I introduced with Congressman Bilirakis. It's already been made part of the on block, which has been agreed to. Very appreciative of that, but I just wanted to put a very few words on the record. That amendment would provide funding to the Department of Energy's Office of International Affairs to establish the Eastern Mediterranean Energy Center, a research center for energy innovation and collaboration with our Eastern Mediterranean allies, Greece, Cyprus, and Israel. Building off the success of the U.S.-Israel Energy Center, the East Med Energy Center was authorized by the bipartisan Eastern Mediterranean Security and Energy Partnership Act of 2019, which was enacted in appropriations legislation for fiscal year 2020. In DOE's own words, this center will strengthen the region's energy security, bring economic growth for countries across the region, deepen geopolitical ties among participating governments, and open commercial opportunities for U.S. Companies. The legislation explicitly notes the earlier legislation that authorized this partnership, that the U.S. government should establish the United States Eastern Mediterranean Energy Center as authorized by Section 204 of the East Med Energy and Security Partnership Act of 2019. This center would serve as a critical venue to further this collaboration. I'm thankful for the support for the amendment. I want to thank, in particular, the chair of the subcommittee, the Appropriations Subcommittee on Energy and Water, and the ranking member. Appreciate the opportunity to put these important words on the record, and I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlewoman from Ohio yields back. It's now in order to consider Amendment Number 9, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 9, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Flood of Nebraska.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment is simple. It would bar the Department of Energy from spending taxpayer dollars on lab-grown meat. Under President Biden's radical climate agenda and regulatory regime, his Department of Energy has chosen to target our nation's food and beverage industry. Hard-working producers across the nation wake up every day and raise the highest quality livestock in the world, and they are already making significant investments in long-term sustainability. My home state of Nebraska leads the nation in beef and veal exports and is among the top producing states for hogs. Raising our nation's food is a way of life for many in my home state and across the nation. Instead of subverting the efforts of farmers and ranchers, the Department of Energy could invest in lowering energy costs, working to regain energy independence, unlocking energy exports, or any number of issues facing everyday Americans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Does any member seek time in opposition?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I would like to claim time in opposition, please.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Yes, regretfully, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. The amendment purports to prohibit funding for what is termed lab-grown meat at the Department of Energy. Well, normally one would think of the Department of Agriculture as the place for that to occur. However, the actual amendment text prohibits funds, and I'm going to quote, to be used for or to advance the research, development, demonstration, processing, or promotion of alternative proteins. The term alternative proteins, without getting too deep into the scientific weeds, is very broad. And this would likely have an impact largely beyond the purported intent related to lab-grown meat. You probably have seen some of the scientific work and the medical work being done across our country, for example, in kidney transplantation. There is great crossover between some of the pure sciences and some of the applied sciences in trying to heal and trying to help people live longer and to replace damaged organs and so forth. So we need this science to progress. This amendment would restrict the work of the Department of Energy, which is a basic science department, and their Office of Science, which is the nation's largest supporter of basic research in the physical sciences. This amendment would impact work both for the Basic Energy Sciences Division and the Biological and Environmental Sciences Division. And sometimes these sciences cross over as we become smarter and more able to heal. And with supercomputing now, we're going to be moving into an age beyond, way beyond where the 20th century was. And we don't want to harm that research. The Basic Energy Sciences Division supports fundamental research to understand, predict, and ultimately control matter and energy at the electronic, atomic, and molecular levels in order to provide the foundations of new energy technologies, which of course we are all balls of energy in one way or another. And with supercomputing now, we are going so far beyond where science in the last century went in terms of understanding how we function and how our world functions. For example, within the basic energy sciences, they conduct biosciences and photosynthetic system studies to modify a protein to better understand its function. So you are deep into high science. This is not producing cattle for market. This is something very different. The mission of the Biological and Environmental Sciences Research Division is to support transformative science to achieve a predictive understanding of complex biological, earth, and environmental systems, even trying to understand the reaction inside the human body of the biochemical reactions of a nerve sheath, which requires the help of supercomputers. Understanding proteins, which is a subdivision of understanding how all matter functions, is fundamental to understanding biology. So the unintended consequences of this amendment are widespread and could cripple our nation's ability to make breakthroughs in biology, bioenergy, decarbonization of the food industry, and human health. And I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment. We would love to work with the gentleman on trying to meet the challenge you are trying to solve, but this is not the way to do it. Thank you, and I yield back. I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves the balance of her time. The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
I appreciate the gentlewoman from Ohio sharing her concerns about my amendment. Every time a Nebraska farmer wakes up and faces the day, folks on that side of the aisle are looking to shut down confined animal feeding operations. They're looking to different ways to produce meat so that we can't produce what we do in Nebraska, which is the #1 beef state in the nation. There is no trust. There is no trust with the Biden administration and this Department of Energy that our way of life is going to be protected. This amendment should send a clear signal to everybody on the other side of the aisle that the producers that feed the world are ready to fight, to stand up for our industry, and to fight for livestock across this country. With that, ultimately, this amendment sends a clear message that it is inappropriate for the Department of Energy to spend taxpayer dollars on lab-grown meat. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would just say I would be more than happy to come to those farmers' farms, sir. I serve on the Agricultural Appropriations Committee. I have farmers in my district that raise cattle. I want to find ways to reuse manure for soil complements and for energy. We have other farmers here in this chamber who care about this very much. Know that you have an ally on this side of the aisle. I just don't want to diminish the high science in the study of proteins that is so valuable to us as a country. But please know, at least this member doesn't want to do anything to hurt your industry. We only want to help you. We don't want imported meat. I'm very unhappy China owns Smithfields at this point. I want American producers to succeed. So just know you found a friend, not with this amendment, but with your desire to promote American agriculture in the animal industry. And I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Nebraska. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It's now in order to consider amendment number 10, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Does the gentleman rise as a designee for the gentleman from California?
Yes, I do, Mr. Speaker.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 10, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Byer of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I rise today to bring forward this amendment pausing wasteful, unnecessary expenditures on the development of the W-87-1 warhead. We're spending billions, yes, billions with a B on this modernization program, making this the most expensive program of its type. We've increased funding for this one weapon program for reasons that remain murky and unclear, even as the program remains plagued by planning and operational shortcomings. For those unfamiliar, this warhead modification program will require building additional non-nuclear and nuclear assemblies to replace the W-78 warhead. And what might be as a warning as to the wisdom of this program, it was restarted in FY 2019 following a 4.5-year pause in its development. When the program was subjected to scrutiny, there were problems. In fact, both priority recommendations from the GAO, the Government Accountability Office, on this program remain open and unaddressed. In 2020, the GAO found that the NNSA does not require the program to follow best practices and that they lack an integrated master schedule sufficient to manage the program. Mr. Speaker, both failures remain true today. This integrated schedule is particularly important when we consider the challenge of building new facilities. The W-87-1 is the first weapon since the end of the Cold War that requires new or remanufactured nuclear and non-nuclear components, so understanding what facilities can be built at what time should be the most basic of requirements. As it stands, the first production unit for this program is not anticipated until 2029 at the earliest. For those who truly want this program to finish on time, taking a pause and reassessing must be our first step. Otherwise, we will continue to watch as the program experiences delays, bloats, and cost overruns. A pause in funding will allow us to be conscientious stewards of the taxpayers' money, to evaluate the program and ensure we aren't getting stuck in another sunk cost fallacy. I understand the threats to our country. However unfortunate it may be, I know nuclear weapons are and will remain a reality of the world. But I also know that we should be leaders for nonproliferation and for reducing the threat that nuclear weapons pose. That's why I, on behalf of Congressman John Garamendi, am proposing rational steps in our policy which will demonstrate that we prioritize reason and judgment over hyperbole and haste. We must demonstrate leadership by showing that we have the wisdom to reassess and readjust when we go astray. A pause would provide time for us to evaluate our nuclear policies and how best to support nuclear non-proliferation worldwide. Mr. Speaker, the bottom line is clear. To support our country's bottom line, we should support this amendment and pause funding on W-87-1 so that we can conduct necessary and needed assessments before moving forward on this money pit of a weapon. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in the strongest opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
While I appreciate my colleague's interest on these issues. My view is steadfast and the same as it was last year when a similar amendment was offered. Threats to the United States have changed and technology has advanced, but our ICBM capability has not kept up. The W-87-1 modification program will replace the W-78 warhead, which is one of the oldest in the stockpile. This program will improve warhead security, safety, and use control. This amendment puts at risk our ability as a nation to respond to increasing threats from our adversaries. I strongly oppose the amendment. I strongly urge my colleagues to do the same. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purposes? It's now in order to consider amendment number 11, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Congressman Garamendi from California, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 11, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Byer of Virginia.
The chair now, pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to offer a critical amendment pausing wasteful, unnecessary spending on the Savannah River Plutonium Processing Facility. I would like to offer 12 different brief reasons why I offer this amendment. The first is it's unnecessary for deterrence. While we recognize the need to preserve a safe, secure, and effective nuclear deterrent, the current modernization plans are not required to maintain a capable deterrent against a nuclear attack on the United States or its allies for the foreseeable future. The premise of modernizing the Savannah River Plutonium Processing Facility is to meet a requirement to produce 80 pits per year, a number not grounded in need. America already has more than 4,000 plutonium pits, and we lack scientific data to determine whether or when they need to be replaced without additional plutonium aging studies. The estimated cost of the Savannah River facility has skyrocketed from $3.6 billion to nearly $25 billion since the start of the project. It will likely continue to increase as the program is not scheduled to be completed until 2035, and according to an August GAO report, could be delayed even further until 2038. Continuing to fund this project without addressing its financial inefficiencies diverts critical resources from other vital defense and domestic programs. The project faces numerous technical and operational challenges, which have resulted in delays and increased costs. A July 24 GAO report, yet again, and the National Nuclear Security Administration said that NNSA lacks a comprehensive schedule or cost estimate that meets GAO best practices and has not identified all the activities or milestones to achieve an 80 pit per year production capability, recommendations that have remained open and unaddressed. Similar projects in the past faced similar issues, often resulting in cancellation after significant investments. Learning from these precedents, we should reconsider the current project's viability. The project's history of delays and technical issues suggests a pattern that is unlikely to be resolved without substantial additional costs and time. Robust oversight and accountability mechanisms are essential for managing such high-stake projects. Unfortunately, this project has demonstrated a lack of effective oversight. The Undersecretary for Nuclear Security testified that Congress will not be able to meet the 80 pit production by 2030, highlighting the program's mismanagement. The construction and operation of the Savannah River Plutonium Processing Facility poses significant environmental and safety risks, and these concerns necessitate a thorough reevaluation of the project's potential impact on the environment and public health. The project's strategic value should be critically assessed in the context of current and future defense needs. Given the evolving geopolitical landscape, Alternative approaches to managing the plutonium stockpile may be more effective and less costly. There are more cost-effective and technologically feasible alternatives to address also. Investing in these alternatives could achieve the same strategic objectives without the extensive costs and risks associated with the Savannah River project. Halting this project could bolster U.S. leadership in nuclear non-proliferation efforts, demonstrating a commitment to reducing the global nuclear threat. It provides an opportunity to redirect efforts towards international cooperation and non-proliferation initiatives. A pause in funding allows for a reevaluation of the project's necessity and fiscal prudence, ensuring taxpayer money is spent responsibly. Avoiding a sunk cost fallacy is essential. Continuing to pour money into a troubled project does not make strategic or economic sense. Ensuring national security does not necessitate continuing with flawed and costly projects. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, this amendment pauses nuclear projects to address cost overruns and mismanagement. If we want responsible development and smart spending, we must pause funding and reassess our approach. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina rise?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank our chairman, Chuck Fleischman of Tennessee, for his leadership. I yield myself.
The gentleman suspend. Do you stand to speak in opposition?
I rise in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
And I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Our nation's strategic nuclear deterrence is perhaps the best example of peace through strength. With the murderous invasion of Ukraine by war criminal Putin and Russia's recent decision to transport nuclear weapons to Belarus, with nuclear submarines 60 miles from the United States being in Cuba, a threat to our neighbors, obviously, of Florida. The United States must be ready to face any challenge if provoked. Plutonium pit production and modernization is one of the most critical and pressing national security needs of the United States, which has not had the ability to produce new pits since the 1990s. Employees of the Savannah River site in South Carolina, with employees from Georgia, are working around the clock, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to bring the Savannah River plutonium processing facility to life, which will produce the majority of our nation's supply of plutonium pits online as soon as possible. As the only member of Congress who has worked at the Savannah River site, I know firsthand the dedication and the competence of the Savannah River site employees, and I'm very grateful that Chairman Chuck Fleischman visited the site recently and saw the world-class facilities. The bipartisan program began under the Trump administration and has been rightfully continued under the Biden administration. Further, Congress correctly rejected the same amendment during consideration in last year's Energy and Water Appropriations bill by a wide margin of 116 to 303. I am grateful to represent the site with my Democrat colleague Jim Clyburn, with my next-door neighbor Rick Allen of Georgia, and another next-door neighbor, Jeff Duncan of South Carolina. Given the uncertainties regarding plutonium aging and the evolving geopolitical landscape, a current war of dictators invading democracies, the United States cannot postpone reestablishing this critical capability. Delaying the restoration of this capability could result in significant cost increases and risk to national security. Further, the Savannah River site will take advantage of its nearly 75 years of successful manufacturing components for the nuclear weapons stockpile as the right place to complete this mission. I urge a no on this amendment.
Does the gentleman reserve?
And I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
I yield to my neighbor from Georgia, Congressman Rick Allen. 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from South Carolina for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to Amendment Number 11 offered by Mr. Gerrymandy, which would prohibit funding for plutonium pit production at the Savannah River site. Because of the policies of the current administration, this world is more dangerous today than probably any time in recent history. The Savannah River site, also known as SRS, is a Department of Energy site conducting important work to defend our national security and employs thousands of constituents in Georgia's 12th District. Currently under construction at the Savannah River site is the Savannah River Plutonium Processing Facility. When construction is completed, this facility will produce at least 50 of the required 80 new pits per year required by the Department of Defense to sustain the United States nuclear weapons stockpile. It is called Strength through peace, or peace through strength. This short-sighted amendment would critically threaten this urgent national security mission by prohibiting funding for the Savannah River Plutonium Modernization Program, which, could I have 30 more seconds?
Yes, 30 seconds.
Gentleman is recognized.
This short-sighted amendment would critically threaten this urgent national security mission by prohibiting funding for the Savannah River Plutonium Modernization Program, which funds facility construction, workforce development, process design, and other critical functions to ensure SRS can begin producing pits as quickly as possible once the construction is complete. The Savannah River site is committed to nuclear modernization to ensure America's nuclear deterrent is safe and reliable. To say otherwise is simply false. This program is critical to our national defense, and I urge a no vote on amendment number 11, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
And I now yield to the gentleman from South Carolina, Chairman Jeff Duncan of Clemson, for as much time as we have left.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to let John Garamendi know we're thinking and praying for him. This amendment threatens to weaken our nation's defense capabilities by preventing the critical production of plutonium pits at the Savannah River site. Plutonium pits are a key component for nuclear weapons. Due to factors including plutonium aging, safety and security advancements, global risk, and weapons modernization, these pits need to be replaced from time to time. The United States has not had the ability to produce new pits in the quantities required for the nuclear weapons stockpile since the previous pit production facility at Rocky Flats, Colorado was shut down in the 1990s. When construction is complete, Savannah River Plutonium Processing Facility will produce at least 50 of the required 80 new pits per year required by the Department of Defense just to sustain the U.S. nuclear weapons stockpile. This amendment would prohibit funding for the Savannah River Plutonium Modernization Program, which funds facility construction as well as workforce development, process design, and other critical functions so that SRS can begin producing pits as quickly as possible once the construction is complete. This bipartisan program has been supported by both the current and former presidential administrations. Similarly, this amendment was soundly rejected during consideration of FY24 Energy and Water Development Bill. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The chair understands that amendment number 16 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 17, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I rise to speak on amendment number 17, Mr. Speaker.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 17, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602. Offered by Mr. Griffith of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffith, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment is just plain, simple, common sense. It addresses the importance of all types of research and development funding at the Department of Energy, specifically the energy research conducted at the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management. In my ideal world, I'd have virtual parity between renewable energy and fuels and research on ways to reduce the environment and climate impacts on fossil fuels. Any effective plan to counter climate change and handle increased energy demand must take into account our nation's vast supply of natural resources and our talent for technological innovation. China is projected to increase its emissions for the foreseeable future and reportedly began construction in 2023 on coal units equivalent to 70 gigabytes of power. This statistic doesn't even take into account the large number of coal-fired power plants China is financing in Africa and other countries with emerging economies. Rural folks in India do not have access to reliable baseload electricity in their homes. India has begun using renewables, but to lift the poorest citizens up, they will have to increase their use of fossil fuels, like the particularly low-grade coal mined in their country. In the developing world, more energy means more hope and less poverty. More hope and less poverty is a good thing. We really take it for granted in this country when we cut the lights on that we'll have lights that turn on. We take that comfort for granted. I don't blame folks in developing countries for using fossil fuels. Leaders in those countries would have a difficult case to make to choose to condemn their people to poverty because of a lack of energy. We know that much of the world will continue to use fossil fuels for decades to come, and that's why the United States needs to be a leader on finding new ways to control emissions with carbon capture and better ways to control pollutants. That's why DOE funding for fossil renewable research is so important. We need to produce and export better, cleaner, more efficient energy technology. DOE plays an important role in this R&D, but it can do more for fossil energy. Over the years, this research has borne some fruit, including projects, some at Virginia Tech, some at a company called MOVA in Pulaski County in my district, where researchers have been able to create more advanced filtration systems to be used on smokestacks of all varieties and take out the pollutants. In the past few fiscal years, the spread between renewable energy research and fossil energy office has really gotten off kilter. In the underlying bill, $1.966 billion is appropriated for energy and efficiency and renewable energy, while only $857 million is appropriated for fossil energy. I applaud Congressman Fleischman for really closing that spread from the last fiscal year and working towards increased focus on the fossil energy office. I'm advocating with this amendment that we shouldn't ignore our fossil fuel and carbon mitigation research. My amendment increases the fossil energy carbon mitigation account by $8.75 million, or 1%, with an offset from the departmental expenses account. I'm not against renewable energy. I just believe we shouldn't put most of our eggs into one basket. To meet expanding energy demand, a comprehensive all-above energy policy must include robust funding for R&D at the federal level. These funds will continue to shorten the timeline to really make clean energy and carbon mitigation technologies available for commercial use. I urge all of my colleagues to support an all-of-the-above energy policy and, more importantly, an all-of-the-above research policy at DOE, and ask them to vote in favor of this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does anyone rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment? Seeing none. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
It is now in order to consider amendment number 18, printed in Part A of House Report 118, Tax 602. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 18, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment number 18 to H.R. 8997, which prohibits funds for the Department of Energy's implementation of its proposed industrial decarbonization roadmap. The Industrial Decarbonization Roadmap radically reforms 4 different categories of CO2 emitters in the residential, commercial, industrial, and transportation sectors. We've seen this administration target residential carbon emissions by going after everything that works in your home, from gas stoves to washers and dryers to water heaters. Additionally, we've seen this administration go after the transportation sector through tailpipe emission requirements, fuel efficiency standards, and propping up the electric vehicle industry. The Industrial Decarbonization Roadmap specifically targets a few key industries that significantly contribute to the stability of our nation's economy and supply chain, namely the petroleum refining, chemicals, iron and steel, cement, and food and beverage industries. This so-called roadmap actually recommends the use of less efficient energy sources, including so-called clean energy, to ultimately replace the use of affordable and reliable energy resources. This roadmap is anti-energy independence and in favor of forced transition away from fossil fuels. According to the Department of Energy, this initiative is, quote, critical to equity goals, specifically the administration's Justice 40 initiative. However, there is nothing just about forcing millions of Americans into energy poverty. For those of my colleagues who may support this roadmap, remember that it is your fellow Americans who pay for it. One of the goals mentioned in the roadmap is, quote, to prepare the existing 11.4 million American manufacturing workers and future workforce for the clean energy transition, end quote. Mr. Chairman, I can tell you that this administration is not concerned about our workers. I recently met with coal miners in Wyoming whose livelihoods have been threatened by a recent BLM action. I asked OSMRE and the BLM in a recent hearing what their plans were to mitigate for the tens of thousands of job losses that will result from this regulation, and they couldn't answer. As the sole representative of a state whose legacy industries have been undermined by the federal government in the name of this so-called transition, I voiced my strong opposition to this roadmap. I urge passage of my amendment, and with that, I reserve.
For what reason does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
First, let me say that I rise in strong opposition to this amendment, but I understand the gentlelady's desire to protect the jobs of people in the state that she is sworn to represent. I respect that very much. Southern Ohio has had a lot of transition in the energy industry, and we understand what it means when you lose jobs. And we have a fossil fuel energy research lab in the state of Pennsylvania that actually is looking at products like coal and seeing if in fact there aren't rare earths in there that are worth more per ton than traditional mining. I just mentioned that. But I sadly have to rise in opposition to her amendment because it would essentially prohibit funds to implement the industrial decarbonization roadmap published by the Department of Energy in fiscal year 2022. And the purpose of the roadmap is to develop a strategic approach to decarbonizing the nation's industrial sector. I come from a major industrial area. I can't tell you how many funerals I have been to, including my own brother's, of people who worked in industry. His situation was as a mechanic on heavy-duty equipment, garbage trucks, fire trucks, police cars, working in garages where the people ingested the fumes. George Tucker, who was the head of our Local 7 unit in that garage, had a double cancer. He suffered for almost 2 decades. Believe me, these are horrendous illnesses that come from working in unsafe conditions. And so the purpose of the roadmap is to develop a strategic approach to decarbonizing the nation's industrial sector, which we need, while simultaneously creating good-paying jobs for American workers, spurring economic growth, developing U.S. leadership in new technologies, and creating a cleaner, more equitable future for all Americans. It is really tragic, the conditions that a number of our mechanics, whether they're working for repairing airplanes or whether they are working in extractive industries, the conditions that they work under. And one of the interesting things to look at is in the different states that we live in. If you look at the occupational safety and health bills that come in the form of health care, the money that it costs to take care of sick people who have had to work in these industries, that's not our job in this account, but I can guarantee you we hemorrhage money because of the illnesses of people across this country. This roadmap focused on proven steps for energy technology innovation, advancing early-stage research and development, investing in multiple industrial process strategies, scaling through demonstrations and integrating solutions from that. Particularly with what is happening to air quality because of the climate crisis, our efforts are even more needed to make the industrial sector more efficient. to position it to be a global leader in innovation as well as clean air and clean circumstances that people work in, and to be competitive in the future global clean energy economy. We really are transitioning to a different world. It will be a healthier one. And I really don't want to go back to the 20th century and what these individuals and their families have had to live through. It's really ugly. And while it is clear that we need an all-of-the-above energy strategy that taps domestic oil and gas and invests in clean energy, we must also continue to promote energy innovation in all sectors of our economy. It's just intelligent. It's just the wise thing to do for the country. And the transition will be difficult. And we know that because people lose jobs and technologies go out of date, but some that come on are just ingenious. And America is a country of invention, and I believe that we will work our way forward in this new challenge to decarbonize our nation's industrial sector, create good-paying jobs, spur economic growth, create a cleaner future for all of Americans, and lead the world in these new technologies. So I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
The Biden-Harris administration hasn't been shy about its distaste for American workers who provide affordable and reliable energy to the rest of the country. This administration cares more about filling the pockets of OPEC, Venezuela, and Iran than it does about energy independence, energy affordability, and energy reliability. The main component of the roadmap is a transition to what they refer to as no-carbon fuels. Not only is such a goal ludicrous and infeasible, but Americans see through these claims. The reality that this so-called no-carbon fuels receive 4 times more in subsidies and yet produce only 1/5 of the energy. They are simply unreliable and unaffordable, even with the ridiculous amount of taxpayer money being thrown at them. This so-called clean energy is completely propped up by the federal government. Figures from the U.S. Energy Information Administration show that renewables receive at least $15.6 billion in subsidies during the fiscal year 2022. Ironically, the second largest recipients of subsidies, according to the Energy Administration information, are low-income families who are struggling to pay their utility bills under this administration. And why are they struggling? They are struggling because of rising energy prices and rising utility rates that come as the result of forcing this so-called transition, forced energy poverty by an out-of-touch Biden-Harris administration. We cannot afford to pursue these failed energy policies imposed upon us by this radical administration. I ask my colleagues to join me in defunding the Department of Energy's implementation of its proposed industrial decarbonization roadmap. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
The gentlelady from Wyoming yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Wyoming. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 19, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 19, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today I rise to urge my colleagues to support my bipartisan amendment to the Energy and Water Appropriations Bill. My amendment seeks a common-sense approach to a pressing issue that impacts not only our energy and national security, but also the daily lives of millions of Americans, including my constituents who have struggled with power reliability issues in the wake of increased extreme weather events. Notably, my bipartisan amendment urges the Department of Energy to address domestic shortages of electrical transformers using the existing authorities of the Defense Production Act. Large power transformers and distribution transformers are the backbone of our nation's electrical grid. They ensure that power is delivered to homes and to businesses and to essential services across our country. But here's the problem. Right now, we are facing significant shortage of these critical pieces of infrastructure due to supply chain challenges. This leaves our grid vulnerable to disruptions, whether from natural disasters or cyber attacks or extreme weather. It also leaves us dependent on other countries, including our foreign adversaries like China, for these key components. And this means that both our energy and our national security are at risk. In southeastern Pennsylvania, where I'm very proud to represent, we have experienced significant electricity reliability issues following extreme weather events. Indeed, just this past week, severe storms caused very prolonged power outages in our community, impacting families and businesses and essential services like hospitals and emergency response units. In addition, more than 130,000 Pennsylvanians were without power during those heat advisories, some for days and days on end. These outages have highlighted the fragility of our current grid infrastructure, and they underscore the urgent need to bolster our critical energy supply chains. My district is not alone in these struggles. Indeed, across the nation, we have seen the impacts of power outages, grid failures as they've become more frequent, and they disrupt communities, hinder economic activity, and have even claimed lives. Swiftly addressing this shortage of transformers is about protecting our communities, our economy, and our national security, and our American way of life. But luckily, we have the tools to address this issue. There are existing authorities within the Defense Production Act that could be leveraged to bolster domestic manufacturing, to supply and repair transformers, and ensure that our grid remains resilient and reliable. In fact, in 2022, President Biden granted the authority to utilize the Defense Production Act to accelerate domestic production of transformers and electric grid components. In addition, I was proud to vote in favor of the Inflation Reduction Act, which also included $500 million in funding for the DPA, or Defense Production Act, much of which is still available to bolster these critical supply chains, should they be able to be rapidly deployed. So this amendment showcases the strong bipartisan support for the Department of Energy to utilize these existing authorities and existing funding for this purpose. As co-chair of the Bipartisan Climate Solutions Caucus, I've worked tirelessly with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to secure our energy infrastructure and to combat climate change. So this amendment is testament to that shared commitment to these goals, and I thank our co-chair, Representative Andrew Garbarino, and caucus members Jack Bergman and Don Bacon, and Congresswoman Kim Schreier for their support on this amendment. By addressing the shortage of transformers, we're not only enhancing our nation's energy security, but also advancing our efforts to build a more resilient energy system that serves all of the American people. In closing, I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan amendment to help bolster our grid, to protect families and communities, and to ensure a reliable power supply for all Americans. With that, I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. Members seek time to speak in opposition. None. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 20, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 20, printed in Part A of House Report Number 118-602, offered by Mr. Jackson of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Jackson, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amarillo, Texas is the home to Pantex plant, our nation's only nuclear weapons assembly and disassembly facility. The saying within the nuclear enterprise is, all roads lead to Pantex, because this facility in my district is a mandatory stop for every single nuclear weapon within our Navy and Air Force that provides continuous global strategic deterrence. Despite the critical importance of Pantex, the Biden-Harris administration tried to cancel a key modernization project at the site, the High Explosive Synthesis, Formulation, and Production Facility. However, Congress successfully rejected that proposed cut and restored funding for the project in March to help keep it on track. Well, here we go again. The FY25 budget request once again seeks to pause this important project and provide zero funding for the High Explosive Synthesis, Formulation, and Production Facility. While the underlying bill provides some funding for the project, I believe that we need to take steps to ensure the Department of Energy cannot stop this vital project. That's exactly what my amendment does. It prohibits the administration from halting construction of the much-needed high-explosive synthesis, formulation, and production facility at Pantex. This major construction project will enhance our nuclear deterrence capability by allowing the Nuclear Security Administration to modernize and scale its high-explosive production capabilities to meet the pressing and urgent stockpile requirements. Right now, Pantex relies on a single external vendor for large-scale synthesis, formulation, and blending for high-explosive products, and unfortunately, we have seen significant issues with that vendor, including lack of prioritization and late deliveries. As it stands right now, this reality presents a single point of failure in the nuclear enterprise that could bring our nuclear weapons production to a grinding halt if anything goes wrong. Once this project is complete, NNSA will be able to meet all long-term high-explosive material needs for the weapons stockpile while successfully mitigating nearly all risk associated with production. The new facility will improve the control systems for formulation and allow for higher confidence in repeatability between batches, something that is incredibly important when you're talking about high explosives combined with nuclear weapons. Most importantly, I want to repeat that this will eliminate a single point of failure in our nuclear weapons supply chain that currently exists. We can no longer afford to delay investments in the Pantex plant and the nuclear enterprise. The world is in a dangerous place with constant global threats from China, Iran, Russia, North Korea, non-state actors, and more. And our nuclear deterrent, quite possibly, is the most important tool in our arsenal. I urge all members to support my amendment to prohibit the administration from halting construction on this critical modernization initiative. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Yes, I rise in opposition to this amendment because it would prohibit the National Nuclear Security Administration from halting construction on the HE synthesis, formulation, and production facility at the Pantex plant in Texas. Now, the 25 bill does provide $20 million to proceed with activities, so there is funding in the bill. I would ask the gentleman to go back and look and see if that doesn't at least move the project forward, but I have long been a champion of ensuring that our country maintains a safe, secure, and threatable nuclear deterrent while also addressing the threat of nuclear proliferation and terrorism. We have to do both. However, as I have said, I continue to be troubled by the unsustainable spending in the Department of Energy's weapons program. The National Nuclear Security Administration needs to improve its program and project management, given that more than half of its projects are over cost or behind schedule. I'm going to repeat that. Over half of its projects are over cost or behind schedule. There's a problem there. You aren't a complete victim because there is money in the bill for the facility. However, they have a problem over there, and they need to figure out what can be done to move these programs forward more quickly. Importantly, we must also face the realities of defense funding caps. I'm on the Defense Committee as well, and we have to begin making important decisions to prioritize within these programs. As one step in the prioritization process, the National Nuclear Security Administration proposed pausing construction of this facility to focus resources on higher priority items, which we've asked them to do, necessary for nuclear weapons modernization efforts. So I would say to the gentleman, one of the things you might want to consider is to talk to some of the folks here who promote these weapons systems, but then the NNSA can't build them fast enough. So we have to be disciplined in the guidance that we give them. Only through strategic prioritization can the programs achieve success in meeting the needs of stockpile requirements and maintaining our nation's nuclear deterrent. We should not prohibit the NNSA from pausing certain activities, especially since those issues will be resolved through conferencing funding levels, and I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment. And I yield back.
The gentlelady from Ohio yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the gentlewoman from Ohio's comments, and I understand that the government does spend too much money, and I'm also interested in looking for ways that we can stop useless or wasteful spending. However, I will say that you are right. The money is in the bill for this particular project. My concern here is that and I also agree with you that I don't want to take the autonomy away from all these departments, and I think they should have some autonomy to do what they need to with their budget and with their money. However, I feel strongly about this because, as I mentioned, this is a single point of failure in our nuclear supply chain, and I think I've spent lots of time at Pantex talking to them about the consequences of this, some of the problems with the single source vendor that we currently have. I feel like this is important enough that we need an insurance policy in the form of this amendment to make sure that this money that's currently in the bill does not get taken out and used for any other process. And I would be interested in looking at other areas to save money, but I don't think this is the particular area that it's in our best interest from a national security standpoint to save that money. Once I appreciate your comments, so thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The chair understands that amendment number 22 will not be offered.
Thanks.
It is now in order to consider amendment number 23, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 23, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mrs. Luna of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Luna, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida.
I give myself as much time as I may consume. The Army Corps has halted beach renourishment projects in Florida due to their perpetual public access easement policy. This is now affecting more than 9 counties in Florida where the Corps has refused to renourish our beaches without stripping property rights from every homeowner, which is an unattainable requirement. The Corps has renourished Florida's beaches for the past 2 decades using temporary construction easements to proceed with beach renourishment. The Corps is now going back and enforcing this new policy purportedly from 1996, but not enforced for the past 2 decades. They refuse to address the threat of shore erosion while we continue to watch our beaches disappear before our eyes. And if I can just add in, we actually have endangered species on that beach area as well. Numerous members of the Florida delegation have reached out to the Assistant Secretary Connor at the Corps to resolve this issue. The unelected bureaucrats at the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers have a different agenda. They have been stonewalling us every step of the way and have neither followed up nor even gone through proceeding with scheduled beach renourishment projects where we are in dire need due to damages from recent hurricanes. If the Army Corps does not do this, our beaches will continue to dissipate and our homes will be susceptible to destruction. The truth is the Army Corps did not acquire perpetual easements before and they did not need them now. The responsibility for the inevitable degradation of our Florida beaches, marine life, and economy will rest entirely on the Army Corps of Engineers. I had another amendment that I had submitted in regard to this that would have required the Army Corps to provide the committees on appropriations in the House and Senate a report on the authorized hurricane and storm damage risk reduction projects impacted by hurricanes and other natural disasters over the last several years, but unfortunately this is not made in order. What I will say is I do not know who the Army Corps is working for, but it's clear that they do not work for the American people. The amendment puts the Army Corps on notice for their shameful neglect of Floridians and forces them to work on restoring our beaches. And I do ask again, we have some of the most endangered sea turtles that are nesting in our areas, and as a result of this habitat destruction, I am concerned that it's actually going to permanently impact our sea turtle population for the entire world.
Lady reserve.
I reserve.
The gentlelady from Florida reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Yes, I rise in opposition to this amendment and have some sense of what is happening in Florida. I live along the Great Lakes, and I see what's happening with our shorelines and the changing climate conditions that are impacting life. This amendment would prohibit funds for the Corps of Engineers to implement or enforce guidance from the 1996 called Approval of Perpetual Beach Storm Damage Reduction Easement, underline the word easement, as a standard estate. So what that means is if the government is going to be involved, a private owner has to give them permission to have this easement to go in and do work. And that has to be really hard in Florida because of what is happening along all of your coasts. So while this might sound like a lot of jargon, it is actually an attempt to have some areas of the country treated differently than other areas. Beach renourishment is an important function, and the Corps of Engineers plays a major role in that and includes the adding of sediment onto or directly adjacent to an eroding beach. The Corps of Engineers generally requires that real estate easements are granted when performing work, which makes sense because taxpayers are footing the bill for these improvements that the Corps installs. Further, it seems particularly of interest to taxpayers that if our taxpayer dollars are improving private property, then there should be an easement provided. In this case, that wasn't required in the past. But the Corps of Engineers realized it wasn't following standard procedures and decided to implement that going forward. I also realize that a sudden change in policy can have impacts on local communities, and I support efforts to ensure that there's adequate time to plan for and adjust to changes in policy. And I expect that the final Water Resource Development Act, which is not our job, will address this issue in a way that reduces the negative impacts on local communities while ensuring consistency in implementing the laws and regulations of this country, especially when it comes to projects funded with taxpayer dollars. However, this amendment is not that balanced approach, and this matter should be addressed by the appropriate authorizing committee, and for these reasons I cannot support this amendment and urge my colleagues to vote against it, though I can certainly share the gentlelady's concern about what is happening on all of Florida's coasts. The ecosystem is changing greatly, and we're going to have to, as a country, figure out how to handle our coasts. I yield back.
The gentlelady from Ohio yields back. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
I just want to put out there that we've been working on this for a number of years, not to mention my predecessors, both Democrat and Republican, have also attempted to work on this to really be stonewalled by the Army Corps and not have them even respond to members of Congress isn't going to fix the issue anytime soon. And also, I just want to point out there that while we are legislating here in Washington, people are actually losing their homes. To demand that a property owner give up their own property rights so that the Army Corps can go and restore I would say habitat for endangered species, and then point to a policy that they haven't enforced. And not to even mention when we asked for the actual documentation of internal communications, they sent us redacted information because they didn't want to know us to know about the internal communications that they were having. I do think that it's political. I had it was a bipartisan delegation come up from my home of mayors and local community leaders that met with the Biden White House. And they said, hey, this needs to be fixed, we'll help you. And you know what? Nothing happened. And so I hope that people consider supporting this because, I am also concerned about taxpayer dollars, but I see our taxpayer dollars going to supporting basket weaving projects in, parts of the world that we don't even have an invested interest in. And frankly, when it comes down to it, I think that this is a way better spend of our use, not to mention we also have a military purpose and focus here in the state of Florida, and I think that this will benefit everyone net positive. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yield back. She has the only remaining time.
Yes.
The gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 25, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 25, printed in Part A of House Report Number 118-602, offered by Mr. McCormick of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise and offer my amendment number 25 to H.R. 8997 to the Energy and Water Development Appropriations Act for fiscal year 2025. My amendment number 25 prevents the Army Corps of Engineers from closing parks and campgrounds around Lake Lanier. My amendment will ensure these campgrounds are open for my constituents and from people all across the country to enjoy the outdoors in Georgia's 6th District. Lake Lanier is the most visited lake of the 464 federally operated lakes in the United States, with well over 10 million visitors from all over the country annually. The Army Corps of Engineers operates the lake and campgrounds and parks surrounding it. Over the past year, the Corps suggests they may close some of the campgrounds and parks around the lake, citing a lack of appropriations needed for maintenance. Congress provided $58.2 billion for the Army Corps of Engineers for fiscal year 24. That amount was $11.1 billion more than fiscal year 23, an almost 20% increase in federal funding. The Corps has expressed that these appropriations are not enough. Still, Lake Lanier Army Corps of Engineers leadership took initiative and started a partnership with many localities in my district to share maintenance, upkeep, and operation activities, which should also ensure that these facilities remain open. I'm excited about this new partnership and hope that the Army Corps continues to rely on local partnerships while ensuring sufficient funds are allocated to the most visited lake in the United States. The more local control, the better. In today's day and age where people are hooked on their cell phones and electronics, it is more important than ever to ensure that the families of Georgia's 6th and Americans across the country have access to all the beauty Lake Lanier has to offer. These parks must remain open to the benefit of all. And with that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition, please.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in opposition, Mr. McCormick, to your amendment because it prohibits funds provided by this act from closing campgrounds or parks operated by the Army Corps of Engineers and are located at or around Lake Sidney, Lanier, Georgia. I can certainly understand the strong interest in preventing the Corps from closing campgrounds and parks in a particular area. I'm trying to think if we have any around me. I don't think so. The Corps, I probably should get them to do some in our area. But the Corps of Engineers is one of the nation's leading federal providers of outdoor recreation, so you indeed are fortunate. Its recreation sites receive 262 million visitors each year and include more than 400 lake and river projects in 43 states. Unfortunately, the Corps of Engineers recreation funding has been, guess what, declining in recent years. And so we know they have to make decisions. And I support the notion that we do not want the Corps to begin closing recreation sites due to lack of funding. However, this is an issue that affects hundreds of sites across dozens of states. And as I said, personally, I don't have a dog in the fight. I do not believe we should begin the practice of using funding prohibitions to carve out special designations, but instead should urge and will urge the Corps to develop a comprehensive and fair solution to address the challenge of funding the Corps recreation sites. For this reason, I oppose the amendment at this time, but I look forward to working with you and my colleagues to develop a solution to the larger problem, and hopefully through that, your site could be benefited. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady from Ohio yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentlelady's already yielded back. The gentleman is recognized.
Very good. So I just want to reiterate that you talk about diminishing funds. It's increased by almost 20%, the funding, $11.1 billion more. And we didn't close it last year, and we had the same amendment last year because they said the same threat. I think it's important that we do provide these facilities when we're talking about $58 billion to keep the parks open. When we talk about something that's good for everybody. It doesn't matter if you're Democrat or Republican. It's something that can be and should be done. We've actually partnered with local facilities to make sure this happens even through private funding. So why wouldn't we put in a specific thing for the most visited lake in the United States? 10 million visitors annually, benefits from all districts. It doesn't matter where you're from. I highly encourage my peers and humbly ask my colleagues to support my amendment number 25. And with that, I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Georgia yields back, and the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 35, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I rise as the designee for the gentleman from South Carolina, and I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 35, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment prohibits the use of funds to consider the social cost of greenhouse gases in the development and implementation of budgets, federal procurement processes, and environmental reviews. President Biden is directing agencies to consider the social cost of greenhouse gases in the development and implementation of budgets, the federal procurement process, and environmental reviews. Democrats, progressive Democrats, use this social cost of greenhouse gas metrics to justify sweeping climate policies and stringent regulations that drive up costs. However, the social cost of greenhouse gas is an extremely inefficient policymaking tool. Estimates are based on very questionable, flawed, and uncertain assumptions, and the Biden administration refuses to share any details on how they come up with these numbers. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio rise?
Madam Chair, I claim time in opposition.
The woman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment, which would prohibit the use of funds for the consideration of the social cost of greenhouse gases in the development and implementation of budgets, federal procurement processes, and environmental reviews. As I've said, it's undeniable that we are witnessing growing weather events stemming from climate change occurring in real time before our very eyes. During 2023, there were 28 separate billion-dollar weather events and climate disasters costing over $92 billion. And there have already been 15 confirmed billion-dollar weather and climate disasters so far this year. In fact, I'm sure the gentleman can check with his constituents, but people's home insurance is going up, and there are many places in the country where insurance is no longer offered. The cost of what is happening is rising. We do not have the luxury to pretend that climate change isn't impacting us or that our actions aren't causing it, and that we need to understand what is happening to people across this nation. We just heard from a member from Florida in terms of, requesting funding for beach replenishment in a place where the water's rising and sloshing over the edges of Florida on all coasts. So tell American citizens who have lost businesses, homes, and loved ones, or have lived in structures that have collapsed or disappeared from hurricanes, wildfires, and other recent natural disasters, that there are no costs from climate change. Wrong. It is already past time for aggressive action to address climate change and its impacts, and it's critical for us to analyze and account for the potential impacts of government actions on the climate, and it is just as important to use that information for positive actions to help heal. The truth is that climate change is having catastrophic social and economic impacts here, but across the globe, and they're real. Pretending that climate change doesn't exist won't make it go away. And I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this harmful amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back her time, and the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
I certainly appreciate my colleague's sentiment, but I think the key there is the analysis and the metrics or the lack thereof on some of these policies and regulations. And as we assign metrics that can't be quantified to policies and regulations driving up costs to industry that's passed to the consumer, as you have more people moving into zones that are prone to tornadoes or hurricanes, you're going to see more incidents, you're going to see more destruction, you're going to see more costs. But those folks move there knowing that that is the cost-benefit analysis of it. So what I would say is that the current metrics are insufficient. They drive up costs. It's at a time when we have ballooning budgets, at a time when our border is wide open. These are the things that we need to be discussing, not metrics for gases that can't be quantified. With that, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 36, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I rise as the designee for the gentleman from South Carolina. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 36, printed in Part A of House Report Number 118-602, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
This amendment, thank you, Madam Chair, this amendment would prohibit funding for the American Climate Corps that the Biden administration established through an executive order last year. And when you understand that we have the power of the purse and that we are the body that's supposed to authorize and appropriate, on that executive order alone, this should be dismantled. But the Biden administration describes the American Climate Corps as a workforce training and service initiative for careers in the clean energy and climate-reliant economy. As part of the administration's Justice 40 goal, the Corps will focus on equity and environmental justice. This cost is around $30 billion. And again, Madam Chair, I just want to emphasize that we have a border that's overrun. We have deficits that are out of control. Inflation is an all-time high. People in our country are struggling, and when I see a line item for equity and environmental justice, I'm appalled, just as my constituents are, and they should be. With that, I reserve.
In reserves, for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I claim time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I rise in opposition to this amendment, which prohibits funding for the American Climate Corps. I've long been a champion of engaging young people in the Climate Corps to teach practical skills, to get them out of their narrow worlds, and to provide a more open opportunity, as happened many years ago with the Works Progress Administration. And the whole intent of the Climate Corps is to create capable people and give them skills to move into ultimately middle-class jobs focused on weatherizing homes in this country, installing solar and other energy infrastructure, hopefully we'll get some mechanical engineers out of that and some water engineers, hydraulic engineers, mitigating coastal erosion. Maybe we'll get some Army Corps of Engineers enlistees, preventing fires and flooding. You can't go out west and not have an energy company tell you that they're short on people who can climb the poles and try to repair after the wildfires out there. Flooding, Coast Guard needs individuals to enlist. constructing and maintaining public trails and more, all these wonderful, wonderful metro parks that we have and national parks. This would be a great experience for America's young adults. And so from the west to the Great Plains, to the coast and the Great Lakes, we are witnessing the wreckage brought about by changing climate, whose ferocity knows no bounds. We just heard from a member from Florida about beach replenishment. Well, how about putting some of these folks that would be in the Climate Corps to participate in that effort if it can be funded. Our success in tackling climate change will require bold, innovative strategies commensurate with the scope of the threats we have and the younger generation coming up behind us to provide that opportunity to them to gain the skills. So last year, President Biden announced the American Climate Corps to train a band of young people in high-demand skills for jobs in the clean energy economy. The programs will give a new generation of Americans the skills necessary to access good-paying jobs that are aligned with high-quality employment opportunities after they complete their training or service program. So we must continue to invest in the American workforce of the future, and what a wonderful way to give the young people who would be moving forward in this an opportunity to help repair and build forward their nation. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back her time, and the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
You know, I look forward to working with my colleague on how do we get our young, the next generation to engage in the workforce. Because as we see, and as she mentioned, that we have a sort of shortage of workers in the oil fields. We need people to climb poles and to drill for oil and to be captains of ships for the Coast Guard. But teaching them environmental justice isn't what she's talking about. We need workers to roll up their sleeves and to buy into the American dream of building a life and a future for America. And it's not solar panels, it's the oil and gas beneath our feet. And we've got to stop pushing the progressive Democrat agenda, which is pulling us away from the very thing that is part of our national security, which is fossil fuels. And so with that, Madam Chair, I thank you for the time and I urge adoption of this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Madam Chair?
Gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
On that matter, I demand a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 37, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise as the designee for the gentleman from South Carolina, and I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 37, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would prohibit funds from being used by the Interagency Working Group on the social cost of greenhouse gases. The Interagency Working Group was originally convened by the Obama administration before being disbanded by the Trump administration and reimposed through the Biden's Radical Climate Executive Order 13990. Progressive Democrats use the social cost of greenhouse gases, the metrics, to justify sweeping climate policies, strict regulations, and like I've said before, which does nothing but drive up costs for the American consumer. As I've explained, President Biden began directing agencies to consider the social cost of greenhouse gases in the development and implementation of budgets, federal procurements, and environmental reviews. And again, at a time when we have to get down to the dollars and the cents, where we have to be cutting budgets, where we have to be saving dollars, metrics that can't be quantified are not acceptable. These costs are hard to explain, they're hard to measure, they're not reliable. I reserve.
From Tennessee reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask to speak in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
This amendment would prohibit funds for the Interagency Working Group on the Social Cost of Greenhouse Gases. I don't know where the gentleman lives, but I live in an area where we have very ozone-heavy industrial zones. We have major neighborhoods that are oxygen short. We have areas where methane belches out of old landfills and dumps. But we're not the only place in America that has these places. And this amendment would prohibit funds for the Interagency Working Group on the Social Cost of Greenhouse Gases. We're involved in a big tree planting project in our area right now, 10,000 trees to try to replace the old ones that are over 100 years old and try to bring oxygen into oxygen-short areas. It's very clear that in urban areas, from coast to coast, there are places that are not healthy to live. And I don't think the countryside should be a dumping ground for waste from industry or any other place. But that's happened in many places, many states in our union. So the work that is being done by the department is crucial to making sure that the government accounts for the potential impacts of government actions on climate. As we've discussed, and I got to say this, and it doesn't relate to gases, but back in the 80s, we ruined the freshwater Lake of Erie, and we've been cleaning it up ever since. What happened? A Clean Water Act was passed, and you couldn't dump DDT into the water anymore. We only had 2 eagles left, bald eagles left on Lake Erie. Today, we have given rebirth to the American bald eagle population, and they've even flown over to Cleveland and are multiplying now over there. So we see the results of stupidity and ignorance in the past, and we don't intend to be ignorant in the 21st century. It is critical to analyze and account for the potential impacts of private as well as governmental actions on climate, and important to use that information to better ourselves. I wish we had an answer in the Great Lakes right now for dissolved reactive phosphorus. We don't. But if we're not smart, the greatest freshwater legacy in the world will be ruined for humanity. And we simply can't. That is not acceptable. There's an old expression, don't try to fool Mother Nature, and I'd say don't ignore Mother Nature when she's telling you something's going wrong. And this is one such moment in American history. We can't pretend that the impact of human activity on planet Earth is negligible. There are billions of us now, and there is a draw on the Earth, on Mother Earth, and we have to understand her and hear her. We must robustly meet the needs of the future, not flounder in the past, and I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this harmful amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields her time, and the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As an Eagle Scout, I truly want to see our community become and be a better place. As someone who lives in a rural area, I am passionate about our rural communities and seeing a better and vibrant rural America. But the mistakes of the past don't justify passing regulations that destroy American energy, destroy American industry, that make it cost prohibitive for R&D to take place so that we do produce cleaner energy, so we do produce chemicals or precious metals in a cleaner, more efficient way for the American consumer. But this working group is designed to undermine American industry. With that, Madam Chair, I urge adoption, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back his time, and the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I rise as the designee of the gentlewoman from Connecticut, and I move to strike the last word.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I yield to the hardworking gentlewoman from California, Congresswoman Chu.
Madam Chair, as written, this partisan energy and water appropriations bill undermines the very programs and principles it purports to uphold. This bill will cut over 5% of non-defense spending compared to enacted levels, raising prices and making us less prepared to respond to the growing threat of the climate crisis and related natural disasters. By slashing the Department of Energy's energy efficiency and renewable energies programs, Republicans will increase families' energy costs. By reducing the Department of Energy's loans program by a whopping $8 billion, Republicans will be killing good-paying jobs, and our capacity to confront the climate crisis will be further hindered. By cutting the Weatherization Assistance Program and prohibiting funding for the Department of Energy's Justice 40 initiative, low-income households will see higher home energy bills. But this bill goes beyond just harmful energy policies. House Republicans have made it their mission to insert divisive, harmful riders in every single appropriations bill this year, and this one is no different. To name just a few, this bill contains provisions that would prevent the Army Corps of Engineers from renaming items commemorating the Confederacy and its glorification of enslavement. It would prohibit funding of executive orders aimed at advancing racial equity, and it would allow for firearms on public lands. The Democratic motion to recommit will strike another provision in this bill that would allow discrimination against same-sex couples. At every turn, House Republicans are finding creative ways to entrench homophobia and other forms of discrimination in what should be bipartisan, good-faith funding bills. Rather than equip our country and our constituents with the tools needed to fight existential battles like climate change, House Republicans are committing to sending an anti-equality message that hate should win. House Democrats and I will not stand for this. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit to put this bill back to committee. If this House rules permit it, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would strike the provisions in this bill that would allow for discrimination to same-sex couples and that would ban the use of pride flags at facilities. At the end of the debate, I will insert into the record the text of this amendment. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back her time. Does the gentlewoman from Ohio yield back her time?
I yield back our time.
Thank you. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 38, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I rise as the designee for the gentleman from South Carolina. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 38, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would prohibit funding for policies that advance the Biden administration's radical DEI agenda. Specifically, this amendment would prohibit the use of funds for the Department of Energy's Office of Scientific Workforce Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. This office's mission is to promote diverse, equitable, and inclusive workplaces. Even science must bow to equity and inclusion. Science should be rooted in facts and research, not wokeism. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves his time. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I claim time in opposition.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, this amendment prohibits the use of funds for the Department of Energy's Office of Science, Scientific Workforce, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. This bill already includes harmful riders that show Republicans are not interested in bills that can gain bipartisan support and become law. The underlying bill includes a provision that prohibits funds related to advancing racial equity and supporting underserved communities. I represent some of those. And related to diversity, equity, and inclusion and accessibility in the federal workforce. In addition, the bill includes a provision that prohibits any activities related to critical race theory that, as we heard during markups last year, none of my Republican colleagues could even define. How many times do my Republican colleagues need to emphasize that they do not like diversity, equity, and inclusion? I would encourage you to go to a website and look up Admiral William McRaven's wonderful, wonderful speech to a graduating class of the Naval Academy called Make Your Bed. And what was interesting about it as a former SEAL, he talked about who actually in his SEAL training, who were the guys that actually won. And they were the guys that weren't the tallest and they weren't the biggest, but they were a squad of sort of people that weren't as tall, they weren't as big, but their fierce spirit drove them to victory. I would urge you to look at that film and then come back and consider whether you should ever offer an amendment like this again. I really do not understand why these provisions are necessary on an energy and water bill, and I would hope that my colleagues can stop targeting those who may be different from themselves and embrace acceptance or at least tolerance of others. That is the greatness of America. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back her time, and the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Chair, we've seen what happens when the Department of Energy prioritizes diversity and inclusion over all else. It results in hiring non-binary nuclear officials like Sam Brinton, who uses they-them pronouns and steals women's clothes. From the military to corporations to federal agencies, we have seen time and time again that the DEI mission fosters tribalism in the workplace. We've seen where corporations, Tractor Supply and John Deere, for an example, have pulled away from DEI policies because they are a failure. And one has to ask, when you look at the attempted assassination of President Trump, when the director put diversity above all else, was that complicit in the fact that a shooter almost killed the former president? Diversity and inclusion as a priority when it should be based off of metrics, skill set, and who actually deserves the job. That should be the priority. Madam Chair, I urge adoption of this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back his time. And the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 40, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 40, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The administration's war on appliances continues. First, it was gas stoves, then water heaters. Now the Biden-Harris administration apparently wants to go after ice makers because, as everyone knows, ice makers are obviously a major source of greenhouse gases. The Department of Energy has proposed a rule to impose stringent regulations on commercial automatic ice makers in the name of energy efficiency. For my fellow Americans watching this amendment debate, if someone knocks on the door of your local business and tells you they're from the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy, don't answer it. Close the door. What this does is drive up costs to hardworking citizens, people who own restaurants. It makes the products more expensive. And for what? Where are the metrics? This is baloney. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves his time. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition, Madam Chair.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise in opposition to this amendment. The Department of Energy is charged with implementing congressionally directed energy efficiency standards. And I'll tell you, in our home, efficiency standards have made hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars of difference in savings, certainly in the area of the water heater and the refrigerator. And in accordance with the statute, the Department of Energy has published regulations in the Code of Federal Regulations for more than 60 categories of appliance and equipment types. The Department of Energy drafts the efficiency regulations with the full participation of equipment manufacturers and the public at large. And the process includes thorough consideration of all comments and concerns. These actions result in direct energy savings for American consumers. Look at all the little postcards you get in the mail unsolicited, offering you all these different. I got one yesterday for windows. I know we're not talking about windows here, but the difference between different window types and how much energy you can save. Consumers look at that. And we have to work toward improving the reliability and performance across household appliances and commercial and industrial equipment. Efficiency standards are not bans, and they do not impact existing appliances that Americans have purchased. But I think it's safe to assume that virtually all Americans, let alone all the people in this room, have benefited from these types of efficiency standards over the course of their lifetimes, and I bet the gentleman's household has as well. Again, these actions are required by congressional direction. Collectively, the Biden administration's past and planned energy efficiency actions will save Americans $1 trillion. That's at the household level. At the household level. That will save the average family at least $100 a year through lower utility bills. $100 may not be a lot to some people, but to a lot of people, it is a great deal of money. The Department of Energy estimates that this specific rule would save Americans $44 million in annual operating costs, and it will make us smarter and better as a country. If Congress does not like these standards, that should be addressed by new laws through the Energy and Commerce Committee, not funding prohibitions. With respect to the proposed energy efficiency standards for automatic commercial ice makers, I urge my colleagues with concerns to participate fully in the rulemaking process. That is the appropriate response to a proposed rule that you oppose. Congress has vested the Department of Energy with the authority to promulgate these rules. They listen to the American people, and let us fully participate in that process. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment and yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back, and the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to my colleague's point, we're getting new windows in a couple of weeks. But that's a metric it's a cost that I decided as a household, my wife and I, to expend. And it's a metric that I, over time, can quantify for myself. And we've seen this play before. In 2014, the Obama administration pushed a rule to force different sectors of the American economy to comply with more restrictive energy conservation standards. They targeted hotels and hospitals, schools, office buildings, and supermarkets. And the projected cost at that time was to represent manufacturers 25% of their profits. There's no savings for the American consumer. This is a Marxist-style wealth distribution scheme that forces increased cost on the manufacturer, which ultimately costs the consumer more money. And so if someone wants to buy windows for their home and wants to improve the energy standards of their home, that's one thing. But for the government to come in and meddle in an industry that is not truly contributing to carbon emissions or gas emissions is ridiculous. This is absurd. That's why this amendment is offered. I urge adoption, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back his time, and the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 41, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Hello, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 41, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The administration's war on everyday appliances continues with no end in sight. And it has to be pointed out that the ultimate price of these regulations will be the American consumer. At a time when inflation is higher, when going to the grocery store costs more, when rents have increased, buying an American home is slipping away, that dream slipped away from many Americans. The cost of purchasing a car and operating a car have increased. The last thing we need is more government policies that are going to force something that I would consider necessary in every home, which is a water heater. So if we're going to increase costs on a necessity for the American people at a time when they're already struggling, this doesn't make sense. It's time for government to get out of the way of the industry, out of industry. Let's get back to free market principles and stop forcing radical Marxist agenda items on industry. It didn't work. It doesn't work. This isn't going to work. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves his time. And for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Okay, as I've mentioned on other amendments, the Department of Energy is charged with implementing congressionally directed energy efficiency standards. And in accordance with the statute, the department has published regulations in the Code of Federal Regulations for more than 60 categories of appliance and equipment types. The Department of Energy drafts the energy efficiency regulations with the full participation of equipment manufacturers and the public at large. And the results are energy savings for the buyer of the equipment. I've experienced that in my own house, and now the gentleman's buying an appliance for his house, and you're going to experience those savings too. You ought to add them up. It makes a difference. So efficiency standards are not bans, and they do not impact existing appliances in Americans' homes. I think it's safe to assume that virtually all Americans have benefited from these types of efficiency standards over the course of their lifetime, and also our environment has benefited. These actions are required by congressional direction, laws passed asking the Department of Energy to do this, and we know that these efficiency standards will save our people over $1 trillion. That isn't chicken feed. And it will save the average family well over $100 a year through lower utility bills. The Department of Energy estimates that this specific rule would slash household utility costs by over $7 billion annually and could save consumers $1,800 on their energy bills over the life of the appliance. That helps pay for the appliance. It helps you save money for something else that you can buy. So if Congress does not like these standards, they should address it with new laws through the Energy and Commerce Committee, not by funding prohibitions, as the gentleman suggests. Stopping the Department of Energy from finalizing, implementing, or enforcing energy efficiency standards will only create uncertainty for manufacturers and consumers, and I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back her time, and the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank my colleague for her words. This kind of climate alarmist rulemaking isn't about reducing greenhouse gas emissions. It is about control. It's absolutely ridiculous that some bureaucrats at the Department of Energy can impose energy efficiency standards that radically alter the marketplace. The Biden-Harris climate crusade has gone too far. They have weaponized the federal rulemaking process to place non-electric technology off the market officially. My amendment sends a message that the climate cartel running the White House has no claim on our appliances. Enough is enough. I urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back his time, and the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 42, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Afternoon, Madam Chair. I've got an amendment at the desk number 42.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 42, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This amendment prohibits the use of funds to implement or enforce the DRBC's rule to ban hydraulic fracturing within the Delaware River Basin. The best way to combat high natural gas prices that all of us are paying is to produce more natural gas in America, not less. In places like my home Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the second largest natural gas producer in the nation. Unfortunately, unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats at the Delaware River Basin Commission have instituted a hydraulic fracturing ban for a portion of our state, our Commonwealth, stripping away at the stroke of a pen property and mineral rights from Pennsylvanians in contravention of the will of their own legislature. These aren't elected officials. These are folks that just have a different idea and have the authority to take. The result of this prohibition on the development of critical shale plays in eastern Pennsylvania that can bring desperately needed natural gas to market and the unconstitutional taking of the mineral rights of Pennsylvania. That's the result. To be clear, this amendment simply prohibits the DRBC from implementing or enforcing this hydraulic fracturing ban, but it does not impact the ability of the states in the river basin to regulate hydraulic fracturing as they see fit. And with that, Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Opposition?
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, I rise in opposition to this amendment. This amendment creates a funding prohibition related to the Delaware River Basin Commission. The Delaware River Basin Commission is a federal interstate compact agency charged with managing the water resources of the Delaware River Basin on a regional basis without regard to political boundaries. As established by law through the Delaware River Basin Compact that went into effect in 1961, the Commission consists of the Army Corps of Engineers and 4 basin state governors. Those states are Delaware, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and New York. The gentleman is from Pennsylvania, one of the 4 states. The Corps of Engineers and these states work as equal partners for planning, development, and regulatory actions for the river basin. And given the Commission's statutory mission, it analyzed the risks to water resources posed by high-volume hydraulic fracturing and horizontal drilling techniques. Through a public rulemaking process, the Commission developed regulations to high-volume hydraulic fracturing and rock formations within the Delaware River Basin. I do not pretend to be an expert on the Delaware River Basin. I would trust what these 4 states have worked together on. As a reminder, the Commission consists of the governors of the 4 basin states, Delaware, New Jersey, New York, and Pennsylvania, and the North Atlantic Division Commander of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. It does not strike me as proper role for Congress, particularly through an appropriations rider, to overrule regional and local governments on this matter, on this complex matter. While the Commission's work could be further discussed, I am also concerned that this implicates funding provided to the Delaware River Basin Commission as community project funding on behalf of one member of this body. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back her time, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. During previous debates on this issue, mistruths were spread about the impact of this policy change on the water reservoirs that serve New York City. These claims are false and easily disproven by the facts, which I'm going to lay out right now. The safety of hydraulic fracturing has been demonstrated through its extensive use across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and across the country, not only over the past 2 decades, but for multiple decades. The Obama-era EPA, not the current one, not the last one, the Obama-era EPA determined that the practice did not pose a threat to drinking water. Simple geography and hydrology make this outcome an impossibility. All of New York City reservoirs are upriver from Pennsylvania or on the Hudson River, which does not connect to Pennsylvania, precluding any impact from Pennsylvania from reaching these reservoirs. The intention of this amendment and its primary impact will be unleashing Pennsylvania's full energy potential by allowing Pennsylvanians in the river basin that they live in to use their property that they bought with their money and their mineral rights that they bought with their money as they see fit, subject to the laws passed by their elected officials, not by some bureaucrat from some other state. It's time to stop this underhanded attack on property rights, representative government, and state sovereignty, and restore American energy security at the same time. Opposition to this amendment essentially is saying you support a ban on hydraulic fracturing and for higher natural gas prices for your constituents. And with that, I urge adoption and yield the balance.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman ask for a recorded vote? Does the gentleman ask for a recorded vote?
Yes.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 43, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I've got an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 43, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment would eliminate funding for administrative expenses necessary for the Advanced Technology Vehicles Manufacturing Loan Program, which provides loans to companies that make Green New Deal cars and to manufacture advanced technology vehicles, so-called, and qualifying components. Like car manufacturing in this country, car manufacturers need an infusion of cash from taxpayers that are buying their cars. This law recklessly spends over $1 trillion, ignoring the fact that the national debt is now $35 trillion and will likely be $36 by the end of this year. The package also includes almost $8 billion in subsidies for electric vehicle chargers, even though profit incentives have driven private actors in the auto industry, independent startups, and utilities across the country to rush to build charging stations on their own. We don't have to subsidize this. Car dealerships are having trouble moving electric vehicles. You know how I know, Madam Speaker? Because they come in and tell me, and they beg me to do something about it. They can't get these vehicles off their lots. There's no need to continue throwing good money after bad, coercing private companies to manufacture Green New Deal vehicles that our citizens do not want, without a reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Does any member wish to speak in opposition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition.
Okay, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I rise to oppose the gentleman's amendment. In my view, the elimination of this funding would hurt federal oversight of the billions in loans the Advanced Technology Vehicles Manufacturing Program has already given. These funds are primarily used for portfolio management and financial oversight. No new loan authority is provided in this bill. ATVM loans will be repaid for many years in the future. Eliminating these fundings puts the ability of the government to receive these payments in jeopardy. We must ensure proper oversight of taxpayer funding. For these reasons, I most oppose the gentleman's amendment, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Many have supported this program, but in recent years, it's even more egregious. Recent legislation removed the $25 billion cap on loan authority. So while some folks say, well, the loans are all out and we just need to administer them, the cap on loan authority is now opened up. And it's opened up the program not to just light-duty vehicle manufacturers, but to medium and heavy-duty vehicle manufacturers, trains and maritime vessels. What do you think is going to happen when the government's handing out money without a cap on it? Well, you know what's going to happen, Madam Speaker. You go from 35 to 36, and the debt just keeps on climbing, $1 trillion every 100 days. I know there are people that want this money. Everybody wants government money, but the people that live in this country that pay the bill can no longer afford it. I urge adoption, and I yield the balance.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania yields back his time. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield to the gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capter, as much time as she may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the chairman of the committee for yielding, and I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. And I say to the gentleman who's offering it, I have a lot of respect for the state of Pennsylvania because, like Ohio, you manufacture things. You make things happen in America. And right now, in the vehicular sector, especially in the new electric drive trains, and the leading nation in the world for that is not the United States of America. The leading nation is China. And to a great degree, if you look at the figures, I don't have them here with me on the floor, but what China has done in other sectors is it manufactures over what the market needs. Take steel. Pennsylvania used to be a great steel-making state. It's got shreds of that left. But China manufactured 4 times what the world needs, and then it dumps. It does the same in pharmaceuticals. We understand what they do. You know what they're going to do next? Cars. And the cars they're manufacturing, millions of them, much more than this country, they're going to dump them here too. Because that's what's happening inside the world of global trade in the automotive sector. So I oppose your amendment because I want America to be able to compete and to have all the componentry here, including the batteries, in order to move our population. Hybrids are selling. I don't think the all-electric vehicle is as popular, and you're correct, there were subsidies provided to that, but we are building a supply chain in the automotive sector, and we could lose it. We could definitely lose it because our trade laws are weak. We're an open country. Other places are not, and the Chinese can manufacture. They have billions of hands, really, to work with, much greater population, and they will strategically target. So I would just ask the gentleman to take a look at that. The funding in this bill includes the people applying $19 billion in active applications for loans, and there's also administering another $19 billion in loans that are either active or have conditional commitments. And let me just go through a couple of them. There's a $2.5 billion loan that just closed in November to support 6,000 construction jobs and an estimated 5,100 permanent jobs at 3 newly constructed lithium-ion battery cell manufacturing facilities in Spring Hill, Tennessee, not that far from Pennsylvania and Ohio. Also Lansing, Michigan, and Lordstown in my home state of Ohio, near the Pennsylvania border. There's a $9.2 billion conditional commitment to finance the construction of 3 manufacturing plants to produce batteries. We're behind, even with all the money we put into research and everything in order to make batteries more efficient. For Ford Motor Company, and their future Ford and Lincoln electric vehicles, which is estimated to support 5,000 construction jobs and 7,500 operation jobs in Kentucky and Tennessee once the plants are open and running. And we just dedicated in my hometown, working with the Koreans, the South Koreans, a Mobis battery facility to serve the Jeep Gladiator, which is going to have a hybrid electric offering to the marketplace. This is all new. But from Automotive America, I cannot accept the gentleman's amendment because we want to beat the Chinese. We want to be the best. And we have to have the help of the government in that because we have to move these technologies faster. So there's an $850 million loan commitment announced in June of this year to help finance the construction of KORE Power, advanced battery cell manufacturing facility in Buckeye, Arizona, to support up to 700 construction jobs and 1,250 operation jobs once the facilities are open. And in all of our labs at the Department of Energy, we are trying to push battery technology to a level never seen before. This takes time, but it is happening, and believe me, there are other countries that are ahead of us. So we are in a catch-up mode, and we are in a pre-dumping mode. So I completely disagree with the gentleman's amendment and urge a vote against it, and I yield
Gentlewoman's
back.
time has expired, and the gentleman, gentleman has yielded back his time. So the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Right, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Madam Chair?
Gentlewoman from Ohio, why do you seek recognition?
Yes, Madam Chair, I demand a recorded vote on that amendment.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 44, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I've got an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 44, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The Federal Loan Guarantee Program is exactly what it says. It's loans that are guaranteed by the federal government. Of course, that just transfers the risk of those loans to the taxpayers. As with any government subsidy, they reduce the market discipline of loan recipients. Recipients get the loan. They know the federal government's going to pay the bill if it fails, and when it fails, that's exactly what happens. Now, there's a checkered past of the Department of Energy's loan guarantee program, and it demonstrates that it is not immune from these concerns. As it currently stands today, it hasn't been reformed, it hasn't been revamped. We're just going to keep on loaning money. Among the most egregious examples of Title 17 loan failures are Solyndra, Fisker Automotive, and A123 Systems. All three entities received hundreds of millions of dollars in loan guarantees before filing for bankruptcy and leaving the taxpayer holding the bag. Filing for bankruptcy, by the way, because they produced things that the American people didn't want, but were forced on them. To add insult to injury, A123 Systems and Fisker Automotive were purchased by, you guessed it, Chinese companies for pennies on the dollar. You pay the bill, they get the money, meaning the CCP, the Communist Party of China, was the ultimate beneficiary of our tax dollars and the good people that are working hard every day to pay them those loans. Both companies also received subsidies from the Michigan state government under then Governor Jennifer Granholm. Now, you might not care about that because it was in Michigan. Maybe you don't live in Michigan where Fisker Automotive and A123 Systems were located, went bankrupt, took your money, and then were sold to the Chinese. But the integrity of these programs is heightened by the fact that Secretary of Energy Granholm's leadership position is now at that department and will oversee these loans. I urge adoption. I reserve the balance.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Much like the gentleman's last amendment, I respectfully think the result of his amendment would be the opposite of his intent. There is no new loan authority provided in this bill. Existing Title 17 loans, however, will be repaid for many years in the future. Eliminating the funding in this bill puts the ability of the government to receive these repayments in jeopardy. In my view, we must ensure proper oversight of this taxpayer funding. For these reasons, I must respectfully oppose the amendment.
Does the gentleman reserve his time?
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I must disagree. The Inflation Reduction Act, so-called, I don't know if anybody's keeping score, but when I go to the grocery store since the Inflation Reduction Act, prices are higher. When I go to the gas station, prices are higher. It hasn't really reduced inflation, but that's another story. But since the Inflation Reduction Act provides approximately $11.7 billion for the Loan Program Office to issue new loans, we're going to keep going. We're just going to burden the taxpayer. We're going to burden the taxpayer with the potential for these loans to go bad, and they have gone bad. This additional funding raises significant concerns that the program will once again be used as a piggy bank for any administration and the Secretary to reward politically favored industries. Madam Speaker, my bosses, my constituents can't afford this continued grifting. We got to stop the gravy train for these failed green energy companies on the backs of taxpayers. If private industry wants to invest, God bless them. But the taxpayers shouldn't be forced to. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves his time, and the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield to the gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capter, as much time as she may consume.
The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for yielding the time. I obviously rise in opposition to this amendment. If you want to increase fraud and hinder the ability of the federal government to quickly and efficiently interact with private businesses, then by all means, vote for this gentleman's amendment. However, I will vote against it because we must continue to invest in the manufacturing prowess of this country. We have to catch up. So many of our jobs were outsourced to penny wage environments in very undemocratic countries, and we lost manufacturing in small towns and big cities across America. So we are in a catch-up mode right now to domestic onshoring and reshoring of vital economic activities, including the manufacture of vehicles that all of us use to get to work and to conduct the business of this country. I urge my colleagues to vote for America against this misguided amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I inquire as to the time remaining?
The gentleman has a minute and a half remaining.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. There you heard it. Continue to invest. Continue to invest. It's going to continue unless this amendment passes. We're going to keep on throwing good money after bad. We're going to continue to invest in Chinese slave labor. Understand the material that comes to make these batteries, even the material that comes to the United States of America, because, ladies and gentlemen, we don't produce any of our own material here. It's not allowed. It's going to come from slave labor in China. If that's not bad enough, the raw material is going to come from child slave labor in Africa promoted by the Chinese. You're going to continue to invest because you're going to be continued to force to invest in that. This is an easy one, Madam Speaker. The American people are sick of investing in these things that are immoral and unaffordable. I urge adoption, and I yield the balance.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized. Do you yield back your time?
I yield back.
Okay. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Madam Chair?
Gentlewoman from Ohio
Yes,
is recognized.
Madam Chair. On that, I demand a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 45, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602. And for what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 45, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment cuts $35 million from this bill for the Appalachian Regional Commission, lowering the funding level in this bill to $165 million. Now, the IIJA provided the Appalachian Regional Commission with an advanced appropriation of $200 million every single year. The entirety of its authorization level for FY 22 through 26, meaning every dollar provided under this bill is more than the authorized level. This Congress said this is the level you can spend at. We're spending way above that. In other words, under this amendment, the ARC would still receive $365 million for the fiscal year rather than $400 million provided by the underlying bill. Even with this minimal cut under this amendment, the program's funding is extremely and still extremely bloated, and its effectiveness remains unclear. It doesn't really remain unclear. It's unknown completely. I know I sat in and presided over the hearing regarding this commission and all the commissions, where they literally, the metric they used to determine success was, we get loan applications. People want to receive loans and grants. That's their measure of success. Now, where I live in Pennsylvania, the Appalachian Trail comes right through the district, and people in Appalachia certainly sorely need help. But they don't need a bunch of throwaway things from contractors outside of their area coming in to make a bunch of money off the government and leave them with whatever's left over. This commission's programs are duplicative of other federal economic development programs and are better addressed at the state and local levels where those states know exactly what is needed. In fact, the FY18 budget justification identified the Appalachian Regional Commission failed to show a strong link between grants and a positive impact on the community they serve. They're giving out money, but they can't justify any of it through metrics, through any performance evaluation whatsoever. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment would cut funding for the Appalachian Regional Commission, which supports hundreds of cost-shared projects, partnering with private industry to bring needed jobs to this depressed region. The underlying energy and water bill maintains funding for the ARC at the fiscal year 2024 level of $200 million, which was the same as the fiscal 2023 enacted level. These communities cannot afford to lose the millions of dollars in private investment this commission leverages. I respectfully urge a no vote on the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That all might be well and good, but last year the Commission's Inspector General, not Perry, not this Congress, the Inspector General identified the massive increase in the Commission's funding over recent years as a threat to its ability to evaluate grant proposals, measure program performance, and conduct appropriate oversight, meaning this spike in funding threatens to worsen an already tenuous link between funding and success. Mr. Speaker, these commissions are populated by the politically connected to hand out money to those who are connected to them. That's what they're for. That's what they do. They don't do much else than that, and there's certainly no measure of success. Again, I presided over the hearing where we asked them for their metric, their measure of success. And again, Mr. Speaker, it was that they received a lot of applications for grants and loans. That's your measure. People want money. That's your measure of success. That's pathetic. We certainly must bring the funding level for the ARC down to ensure that it has the capacity to ensure, if you are going to spend the money, look, I'm not getting rid of the commission. I'm just saying if you're going to spend the money, let's do it wisely and actually prove that it does something to help the people that you allegedly are helping, as opposed to the people that sit on the commission and dole out the tax dollars. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to the gentleman from Kentucky, the distinguished Chair Emeritus of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Rogers, for as much time as he may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding time. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. The Appalachian Regional Commission has been an invaluable partner for Appalachia since its inception, 1965. ARC investments have propelled our region forward, especially after the decline of the coal industry. Thanks to the ARC, the regional poverty rate has been cut by more than half. Additionally, the number of high poverty counties has been cut by more than 60%. In fact, in just the past year, the ARC has supported the creation or retention of over 50,000 jobs and served over 50,000 households with improved critical infrastructure. That's real, impactful economic development. Last year in Kentucky, the ARC supported 74 projects supporting nearly 900 jobs. Madam Chair, cutting off ARC funding back to the fiscal 19 levels will slow progress in our region when we need it most. We can't turn our back on Appalachia, not now, not ever. I urge opposition to this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, can I inquire as to the time remaining?
Gentleman has 1 minute remaining.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. So since 1965, which is a long time ago now, Mr. Chairman, say the poverty rate has been cut in half, but the general poverty rate across the country has been cut in half since 1965. The general rate. None of that can be attributed to the ARC. And by the way, the map that we had provided by the ARC at the hearing showed one county in all of the region, in all the states, had improved. One. This money is well above the, even, it's not a cut. It's because of the IIJA, it's well above what they were supposed to be appropriated. And everyone in here knows it. Everyone knows it. But they'll take the money anyhow. I urge adoption. I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 46, printed in Part A of the House Report 118-602 for what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 46, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment reduces the funding to the Delta Regional Commission by $6,100,000 to the FY19 level. In FY17, the Obama administration sought to cut funding for the Delta Regional Commission by $3 million. The FY18, 19, 20, and 21 budgets all sought to eliminate funding for the Delta Regional Commission, identifying it as a duplicative of other federal economic development programs. Where have we heard that before? The FY21 budget pointed out that the Delta Regional Commission, like others, is set aside for special geographic designations rather than applied across the country based on objective criteria indicating local areas' levels of distress. Well, that's what states are for. That's not the federal government. If you don't live there, this isn't going to help you at all, but you're going to pay for it. $35 trillion in debt, Mr. Speaker, simply can't continue to allow for the rapid growth of parochial commissions. They do probably wonderful things for the people that are there, probably, but they duplicate other federal programs and they continue undeterred. Federal programs that are likely doing the work that states and local governments should be doing. And we wonder why. How do we get the $35 trillion in debt? Well, I don't know. Everybody got a commission, hand out money. At a minimum, we should return the funding of this program to pre-pandemic FY19 levels and try and do something. Find somewhere in this budget to find some sanity so that our taxpayers aren't footing the bill for things they can't afford to pay for. I reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I claim time in opposition to the gentleman's amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, while I appreciate my colleagues' interest in keeping the federal spending in check, I would note that the 12 bills reported by the Appropriations Committee collectively adhere to the Fiscal Responsibility Act. How funds are allocated within that top line may be different than it was in previous years, but cutting these regional commissions won't actually reduce overall spending. It will just result in spending somewhere else, maybe even somewhere more objectionable to my colleague. As with the previous amendment, I respectfully urge a no vote. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This actually does reduce the spending. This is actually an amendment that does reduce spending. And as far as the FRA is concerned, my goodness, just saying, well, it meets FRA. Well, FRA spends more than last year. Every year we spend more than the year before. We never see a year where we actually cut any spending. Now, maybe this is a small account, $6 million. That's pretty small in the face of trillions of dollars and billions of dollars. I agree. Got to start somewhere. Again, FY 18, 19, 20, 21 budgets all sought to eliminate funding for the Delta Regional Commission. Eliminate it. Not me. That's what the budget wanted to do then. I'm saying in 24, let's just reduce it to FY 19 and try and live within our means, just like my bosses and your bosses and our bosses have to do at home. They don't get more money every single year, regardless of what happens. Has the gentleman, you have yielded your time, sir?
That is correct. I've reserved.
You've reserved or yielded?
Still does have time remaining.
Then I reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
I yield the balance.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania also yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Vote.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania requests a recorded vote pursuant to the Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 47, printed in Part A of House Report 118602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 47, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment reduces funding for the Denali Commission by $2 million to the FY19 pre-pandemic level. The Denali Commission's mission of providing job training and other economic development services in rural Alaska can better be served by the 29 other federal programs with which it duplicates. There's 29 other programs doing this. The Obama administration sought to eliminate funding for the commission in FY12 because it was duplicative. It did not select projects based on competition or merit. Again, we're just handing out money, ladies and gentlemen, but we have a fancy name. In 2013, the Inspector General for the Denali Commission called for the elimination of the program. The elimination of the program. I'm just saying, let's take it to FY19, $2 million. The Inspector General stated that he recommended that Congress put its money elsewhere. Well, it's not our money. It's their money. It's our boss's money. You might go to Alaska. I don't know if you need a job training program if you go there. Maybe if you plan to go, you should, well, that's another story. But the Trump administration likewise sought to eliminate the commission in FY 18, 19, 20, and 21. Again, it seems imprudent to continually fund yet another parochial commission in the face of two administrations. It seems like that to me. It might not to you, but these are both parties. People say, well, you folks up there can't get along, can't agree on anything. Well, here are two parties on other sides of the aisle who said the same thing. And the Inspector General's recommendations were that we cease funding. I reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
Likewise, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This regional commission helps distressed communities across Alaska with basic infrastructure like water and sewer systems and power generation. For similar reasons as the previous amendments, I respectfully urge a no vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, at a bare minimum, we should pass this amendment just to keep the Denali Commission where it is at its pre-COVID-19 level and not allow for its continued growth in the face of trillions of dollars of debt while our people can't afford gas, groceries, daycare, their electricity bills. I urge adoption, and I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purposes the gentleman? Pardon me?
I request a recorded vote.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania requests a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 48, printed in Part A of the House Report of 118602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 48, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and the member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to offer my amendment to reduce funding for the Southeast Crescent Regional Commission, the SCRC, to pre-pandemic fiscal year 2019 levels. Yet again, this commission serves as a duplicative slush fund for parochial interests, this time for projects in Alabama, Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia, for which I have many friends in those locations. From FY 2010 to 2020, the SCRC received $250,000 annually, all without having an appointed federal co-chair. So there's nobody in charge, ladies and gentlemen. There's nobody running the thing, but they still got $250,000. I know in the face of trillions, $250,000 isn't much, but where I come from, my bosses, they would love to have $250,000 every single year and not have to account for it because nobody's in charge. Now, after a co-chair was appointed in December 2021, again, with close ties to political leadership, is conveniently, as I said, related to political leadership. The number is now a whopping $20 million in this bill. So from $250,000 with nobody in charge to somebody politically connected to $20 million. There's absolutely no reason for that dramatic increase in funding. Well, there's one. You're probably not going to like it, but especially when these projects fund both projects with no national nexus, like electric vehicle charging stations. We have to have a regional commission do that. We just had an amendment where you're telling me the Department of Energy's got to pay for that, but now the regional commission pays for that also. How about the charging to stormwater management? A problem, I'm sure, in every state. But here again, is that the federal government's role? And green infrastructure, according to the SCRC's 2023 to 2027 strategic plan. That's what they're going to spend the money on. Our constituents, our bosses, do not have money for these projects that have no impact on their lives and in many cases drive up the cost of living for them. I urge support of this amendment and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek a recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, my objections to this amendment mirror my objections to the previous amendments to cut funding for regional commissions. I respectfully urge a no vote on the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Again, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the time. We're just spending dollars, ladies and gentlemen. This government agency, this program does it. Here's another one. The Denali Commission, 29 separate programs. This is not much different. I didn't count them up, but I assure you there are other federal programs that do the same thing. And that's even a question that hasn't been answered here is it the role of the federal government? I ask my bosses, my constituents, the people on this floor, how many gas stations did you pay for through federal appropriations? There's a bunch of gas stations around the country. You stop at them, you know their names. You bought them because you bought gasoline. Somebody invested in that and you bought gasoline and that paid for it. But in this case, you're going to pay for electric vehicle charging stations through your taxes, whether or not you have an electric vehicle, whether or not that vehicle pays any highway taxes. You're going to pay for it. I urge adoption and I'll yield the balance.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor shall say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request the yeas and nays.
The gentleman, the yeas and nays. You request a recorded vote?
I do.
The gentleman requests a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 49, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment desk.
The clerk shall designate the amendment.
Amendment number 49, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to offer this amendment to reduce funding for the Northern Border Regional Commission, or the NBRC, to pre-pandemic fiscal year 2019 levels. Like other regional commissions, the NBRC provides economic development assistance to projects in various states, in this case, Maine, New Hampshire, New York, and Vermont. Now, I don't know if you're seeing a theme here. You want extra money from the federal government and you're not getting enough? Well, just create a commission. Get your other buddies in your other states to create a commission, and in comes the money. These commissions simply serve as a slush fund for parochial and regional projects with little or actually no national nexus. They don't belong in the purview of the federal government. They belong at state and local governments. Let's take a look at some of the funded programs taken from the 2022 annual report, which is the latest report available. 2022, $304,000 to purchase a sound system for an auditorium in New Hampshire. I'm sure it's wonderful. If I get to New Hampshire, maybe I'll get to hear it. But in the meantime, I'm going to pay for it, and so are you. Over $350,000 to expand rail yard capacity in upstate New York. I don't know. I'm paying for freight costs. We have all kinds of incentives for railroads in this country. I know I'm on the Transportation Committee, but we got $350,000 coming from this commission to pay for that as well. And then another $350,000 for a sailing center on Lake Champlain. I'm sure it's wonderful. I'm sure it's lovely. I live in Pennsylvania. I'm not getting up to the lake too often. Look, these projects are all well and good. Some of them ought to be funded by private investment, and others should be funded by states or localities. But our taxpayers, Mr. Speaker, are broke, and our country is broke. And somebody's got to do something about it. Somebody has to make the hard decisions. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the same reasons as the previous amendments, I respectfully urge a no vote. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Instead of pandering to special interest groups, we got to pare back these wasteful programs that oftentimes serve as a boondoggle for a limited number of folks in a limited location. This amendment does not zero out the commission's funding. It doesn't say we got to get rid of the commission. Other administrations have done that. That doesn't say that. It simply reduces the funding to pre-COVID, pre-Biden spending levels where, quite honestly, most of our bosses, our constituents are living. That's where their paychecks are. They're back there, and we're up here taking their money and spending it on things that are already being spent on that should be spent by somebody else. And they should be attached to accountability at state and local elected officials, but they are not. They are attached to regional commissions that most people don't know exist, have no idea who runs them or what they do. With that, I yield the balance.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor shall say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Request a recorded vote.
The gentleman requests a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. For the proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 50, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment to desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 50, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to sound like a broken record here, so I'll keep it short. Not picking winners and losers or favorites here. First, the Great Lakes Authority has only been authorized since 2022. It's 2024 now. It still does not have a federal co-chair. It has no website. It has no programs funded. There's nobody there. Yet, strangely, it is still receiving federal dollars to the tune of $5 million for projects supposedly in the watershed regions of Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Ohio, New York, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. I don't know, because there's no one to ask. Folks, we've seen how other commissions have gone. President Trump urged the elimination of 3 of them, and President Obama recommended cuts and elimination for the Denali Commission, making it bipartisan. With that level of bipartisan criticism of existing commissions, I don't see why we need to dig ourselves even deeper with yet another commission. My goodness, Pennsylvania's covered by 2 of them. That's my home state. I mean, you got to call the balls and strikes. I know people in this building will scoff at the difference between $2.5 million and $5 million. So we're saying $2.5 million. I mean, that's pretty bad for me, right? I'm saying spend $2.5 million on a commission that doesn't have a co-chair, has no website, and has no programs funded. Not $5 million, $2.5 million. But it's still $2.5 million being sent to who knows where for who knows what. But it is, if it's $2.5 million less, that isn't going towards a commission that cannot even begin operations without any Senate-confirmed federal co-chair. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Does any member seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition briefly.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, in terms of the Great Lakes, I would just say for all of the states that it covers and with the enormous interests of the Great Lakes region, one that we share with Canada, you move into some really complex developmental questions in a region that has lost so many jobs. So I see what the gentleman's point is, but I don't agree with him. I stand up in support of all of the commissions. And I would invite the gentleman to travel to these regions and see and meet with the co-chairs of these panels around our country. And I know, and I have to, this is off the subject, but in a way, but the gentleman was, region was heavily impacted by what happened in East Palestine. I haven't seen the gentleman say anything on the floor in support of the mayor of that town or the people of that town. If that had happened in my town, I would have been doing everything under my, in my power to try to move the people out of that region that didn't want to stay there anymore and build them a better community in which to live and find the funds to do that working with the railroads. I don't see the gentleman addressing issues of concern in his own region. And by the way, Pennsylvania's, the part that drains into Lake Erie is covered by the Great Lakes Authority. So you're actually speaking against the interests of your own state on this amendment and a prior one. That's really shocking to me. So I don't support the gentleman's amendment, and I rise in opposition and yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
With all due respect, Pennsylvania can handle itself. We don't need some commission to do our work. We understand where the water from Lake Erie goes to the Great Lakes. We understand it's complex. And I looked at the list. I've been to all these states. And I'd be happy to meet with a federal co-chair, but there isn't one. There isn't any. I'd be happy to meet with them to see what they're doing, but that person doesn't exist. You know what exists? Millions of dollars going to this organization where there isn't anybody there. That's what exists. That's what we're trying to rectify. And we're not even saying take all of it. Just take some of it so we don't spend as much on an organization with no website, no co-chair, no plan. All of us know it's not going to stop at $5 million for this commission, just like the rest. It will all balloon up to tens of millions of dollars if Congress, using the power of the purse, doesn't put its foot down. I love Pennsylvania. I love my home state. We want to handle our business. We don't need unelected bureaucrats not from Pennsylvania telling us how to do things in Pennsylvania. But that's what they're going to do with this. I urge adoption. I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor shall say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? The gentleman requests a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 51, printed in Part A of the House Report of 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 51, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know you can't believe it, but there is one left. There's, like I said, we're equal opportunity here. We're going to take a look at all of them. This amendment would have the funding of the Southwest Border Regional Commission. This commission, which only had its first chairman confirmed in 2022 and only was funded starting in fiscal year 2021, funds projects in the southern border regions of Arizona, California, New Mexico, and Texas. Incidentally, the first chairman was previously the Director of Economic Development and Special Initiatives, initiatives for Senator Heinrich, which continues this theme of political connection to the chairman of these regional commissions. I don't know if you're getting that, but I bet if you're not appointed to the regional commission and you live in those states, you get it. Look, I know folks on the other side of the aisle care about the border. Well, I hope they do. I know on our side we sure do. However, the answer to solving border problems is to actually enforce our nation's immigration laws, not to give $5 million to a commission that has not published a strategic plan and does not even appear to have a website. So we're going to give $5 million to them to fix the border. We can't even fix it at the federal level. Well, we can, but we refuse to. The commission received $250,000 in FY21, but is now being funded at $5 million in this bill for FY24. For what results? If they're there to fix the border, well, I would argue they've done a pretty poor job, but we're going from $250,000 to $5 million. This amendment doesn't get rid of the commission. That argument could be made. But this amendment just says we're going to take it from $5 million to a still exorbitant $2.5 million. And I suspect we're going to hear from some of my colleagues from Texas about how they want to use this opportunity to fix the border, but this regional commission isn't the answer. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Is there any member that seeks opposition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
The chair recognizes the gentleman for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the same reasons in the previous amendments, I respectfully urge a no vote, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for all the reasons so stated after amendment with all these commissions duplicating federal programs, duplicating them, programs that are specious to begin with, again, irrelevant to region of the country or commission, not picking on one as opposed to another, not trying to pick the winners and losers, just saying our citizens can't afford their bills. The government, this federal government, can't afford its bills. Every dollar that we're talking about in this appropriations bill, every single dollar is borrowed money. I'm just saying, let's not borrow as much. Let's not borrow $2.5 million as much. That's all this is saying. Still borrow a whole bunch. All of it, as a matter of fact, but just not $2.5 million more. With that, I yield the balance.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor shall say aye. Those opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chairs, the noes has it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I request,
For what purposes,
I request a recorded vote.
The gentleman requests a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of the Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania shall be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 53, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602. For what purposes does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 53, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Rosendale of Montana.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Montana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my amendment number 53 to the Energy and Water Development and Related Agencies Act would prohibit funds from being used to transfer or delegate control or maintenance responsibility of the Lower Yellowstone Fish Bypass Channel to any non-federal entity. The Lower Yellowstone Irrigation Project was established in 1902 and was designed solely to provide irrigation water to the farmers in eastern Montana and western North Dakota. The project specializes in water distribution, not managing fish bypass channels for endangered species like the pallid sturgeon. The Fish Bypass Channel, introduced in 2007, over 100 years after this project was built, was meant to address species conservation, and the Yellowstone River location was selected over the lower Missouri River because of the huge cost savings. But now the Army Corps of Engineers and the Bureau of Reclamation are trying to shift its costs and responsibilities to the irrigators even after its shoddy construction, which has required additional work immediately following its completion and will continue to require expensive maintenance going forward. This is despite there being no formal agreement and the bypass channel having no operational connection to the project's irrigation duties. Our farmers are already struggling with economic pressures and cannot afford this additional burden. This amendment ensures that federal agencies cannot offload their responsibilities onto the local communities. It's time for the federal government to be accountable for its decisions and not unjustly and unilaterally transfer those costs to those who are unprepared and financially stretched. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Is there any member that claims opposition? For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
This amendment prevents funds from being used to transfer or delegate control or maintenance responsibility of the Lower Yellowstone Fish Bypass Channel to any non-federal entity. Essentially, the gentleman wants the Corps to continue and the Bureau of Reclamation to continue paying for this after over 100 years. If folks don't agree with the authorities, laws, and policies of the Bureau of Reclamation, then this is the type of matter that should be properly vetted through the regular order of committees in this House of jurisdiction, not through a funding prohibition. For these reasons, I cannot support this amendment and urge my colleagues to vote against it. Yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Montana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the fish bypass channel is a complete separate structure that is not connected to the irrigation facilities that had been in place for over 100 years. This new facility was just constructed within the last 10 years. And the Corps of Engineers constructed it. They funded that construction, and they took care of the construction. The irrigation project is a Bureau of Reclamation project. The only reason that the Corps of Engineers stepped in to do this work on the Yellowstone River was because they wanted to mitigate the pallid sturgeon because of the Endangered Species Act. And they found it much, much more reasonably cost to do that on the Yellowstone River, where the population is so much lower, and they could accomplish it easier than to go on the lower Missouri, where they truly had the problem. So they were mitigating this off-site. And now they are trying to transfer those costs onto the local farmers and ranchers, with 350 families being available, and it's just not right, it's just not fair to unilaterally make that decision. I reserve.
Gentleman has the only time remaining.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the support from my colleagues to support this amendment. It's critically important for the folks in eastern Montana and set a good precedent going across the nation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Montana. Those in favor shall say aye. Those opposed say no. And in the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
I would request the yeas and nays, please.
Does the gentleman ask for a recorded vote of the yeas and nays? Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Montana will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment number 54, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Number 54, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed shall each control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
The amendment that I have at the desk is designed to prohibit funds for FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, which subsidizes transmission to renewables. And there's a certain order number 1920. Now, the thing is that a lot of Americans don't really know what the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission is or does, but it plays a massive role in their lives. It's an agency that regulates the interstate transmission of natural gas, oil, and electricity, but President Biden has appointed a lot of commissioners to advance his climate agenda. In May, FERC approved order number 1920, which will force everyday Americans to subsidize the cost of transmission lines so renewable energy developers can reap the benefits of billions of dollars in federal subsidies. Now, just so everybody can understand what's going on, Congress, in its infinite wisdom, while we are $35 trillion in debt, while our economy was reeling in the wake of a massive economic shutdown of our economy in response to the pandemic, in Congress's infinite wisdom, it passed the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, in which we massively subsidize and fund predominantly Chinese companies and billion-dollar companies here in the United States to advance openly what our colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to advance with respect to pushing their climate agenda. So we are going to subsidize our enemies, undermine our natural resources and strengths to produce American natural gas, American oil, American cars, the internal combustion engine, And in doing so, we're going to drive up the costs of all American families' goods and services and ability to carry out their lives. Now here, in order to carry out the fantasy that our radical progressive Democratic colleagues want to push on the American people, much like they tried to jam the metric system on me when I was in elementary school. They want to jam onto the American people this absurdity, and they're going to say now, not only do you have to eat a more expensive electric vehicle, not only do you have to have an unreliable grid, not only do you have to subsidize China and your enemies, oh no, you get to go even further. This is going to force electricity ratepayers, that means you, Americans, to pay for the cost of transition lines to renewable projects which will make unreliable energy allegedly more available. But guess what? On a cloudy, windless day, you still need that wonderful natural gas, coal, and nuclear power to power your homes or power all of your magic unicorn electric vehicles that power you around the country. Meanwhile, those electric vehicles are piling up on the lots of dealerships. Now you're reading articles where 50% of the people who own electric vehicles today are saying, oh gosh, I don't think I'll do that anymore. I'm going to sell them. And yet, we also have this administration about to jam the American people with a rule saying that you're going to have 2/3 of the fleet in our country be electric by 2032. This is an administration, and these are radical progressive Democratic colleagues who are at war with the American family. I believe we should defund this. That's what my amendment does. And with that, I will reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Is there any member that claims time in opposition? For what purposes, the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
First thing I would like to say to the gentleman from Texas is that our country is going to probably have 400 million people by 2050, and we are going to have to make some changes to accommodate them. We may not agree on what those are, but we can't live in 1950. It just simply isn't that nation anymore. So this amendment prohibits funds for the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission Order Number 1920. And that is a transmission and cost allocation rule that requires the nation's transmission providers, the providers, to plan for the transmission we know we will need in the future. I live in a region that was wiped out back about, the early 2000s. And what happened was one energy company goofed, and they turned off a switch, and it blacked out the entire Midwest, Northeast, and Canada, costing us $9 billion in economic activity and 9 lives that were lost. Now, it was upsetting that the grid was so integrated that we couldn't save the Ohioans that were damaged in that situation. But I felt the transmission was old back then, and I know it's old now. So the FERC Order 1920 is a transmission and cost allocation rule that requires the nation's providers, the transmission providers, to plan for the transmission we know we will use in the future. And frankly, we need it right now. This rule adopts specific requirements addressing how transmission providers must conduct long-term planning for regional transmission facilities and determine how to pay for them so that the needed transmission is built. This rule was the first time in more than a decade that FERC has addressed regional transmission policy, and boy, can we be a witness to that in the Midwest. We know when it wasn't there. We could see the lines just sag when the outage occurred. To maintain a reliable electric grid and ensure that we meet our growing clean energy demands, studies show we may need to expand transmission by 60% by 2030. A resilient and reliable energy grid is also critical in confronting extreme weather and climate events that will only increase in severity. We see them every month. It is clear that we need to improve how our country plans, pays for, and builds the electric grid of the future. Finally, this rule was developed and voted on by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, which is an independent agency that regulates the interstate transmission of electricity, natural gas, and so on. The final rule reflected more than 15,000 pages of comments from nearly 200 stakeholders, the ones that could understand how to submit comments. This rule is one step in the much larger complex puzzle to ensure that we have a reliable and efficient electric grid as our nation's energy needs change in the coming decades. A lot of people around this country, they're producing on property now. They don't need to go up to the grid. Maybe if things happen on their property, they have to bring down power from the grid. That ability has to be there too. But I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this harmful amendment and help us prepare for the future, for heaven's sake. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I would note that FERC Commissioner Mark Christie exposed this rule for what it is. Quote, the final rule inflicts staggering costs on consumers by promoting the construction of trillions of dollars of transmission projects, not to serve consumers in accordance with the Federal Power Act, but to serve a major policy agenda never passed by Congress to serve the profit-making interests of developers of politically preferred generation, primarily wind and solar, and to serve corporate, quote, green energy, end quote, preferential purchasing policies. Chuck Schumer basically admitted this, saying the order is, quote, what we need to see the clean energy revolution we catalyzed with the Inflation Reduction Act come to fruition, end quote. This is an agenda. This is not about 1950. This is about 2050. You need clean burning natural gas to actually power our houses, our homes, our hospitals, our lives. You need to have reliable power. We ought to have more nuclear power. We can do that, and we're working on that. But you shouldn't be having these fanciful energy policies that are being put out there, mandated on the American people, that are crippling families. That's the truth. In the quest for this radical agenda, you're empowering our enemies, and you're absolutely destroying the American family who can't afford an electric vehicle that costs $17,000 more than the internal combustion engine. And with that, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor shall say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Ask for a recorded vote, please.
The gentleman requests a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 55, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 55, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
I thank the chair. The amendment that I've put forward here would prohibit any of the funding in the Energy and Water Appropriations Bill from being used to carry out President Biden's executive orders on climate change. Now, we have successfully gotten this amendment adopted in numerous appropriations bills last year and this year, and I hope we will again. The executive orders serve as the catalyst to quote, as I was referring to a minute ago, Chuck Schumer, some of the Department of Energy's most radical actions. The Justice 40 Initiative, a radical environmental justice initiative that directs 40% of the federal clean energy and energy efficiency spending based on race, migrant status, and other characteristics. DOE's transition to, quote, carbon pollution-free energy sources, a zero emissions fleet, and a net zero building portfolio, making our federal agencies wholly dependent on China for energy and wasting taxpayer dollars in the process. DOE's overhaul of efficiency standards for almost every household appliance, from washing machines to dishwashers to refrigerators to gas stoves. All of this is designed with a purpose. It is all designed to advance this radical agenda by our radical progressive Democratic colleagues who are more interested in worshiping at the altar of this so-called climate agenda than they are at advancing human flourishing as God gave us the resources to do and develop wisely and appropriately for the betterment of civilization and to make our world a better place. We manage climate change. We don't run from it. We actually protect our people. We allow people to advance, to be able to live in heat and cool, to be able to move around the planet, engage in commerce, and lift people up, create economic opportunity. We do that not by hiding. We don't do that by empowering our enemies. We don't do that by undermining prosperity and undermining all that made this country great with the available and the abundance of the resources God gave us in this great continent in North America. We don't do that. But that's what our radical progressive Democratic colleagues want to do. That's what they're doing. And they're sending us back to the Stone Age, and they're making people suffer. They're making the American people suffer. They're driving up the price of goods and services. They're making it harder to afford a car. They're making it harder for a plumber or a small businessman or woman to do their job or take care of their families. The goal here is to say these orders have no place. Congress has a role here in telling the administration, you have yet again overstepped your bounds. You're ignoring the court on student loans. You're making up policies on a daily basis, endangering Americans with wide open borders. You're allowing Americans to get killed, fentanyl to pour into our communities. And here, with this radical agenda, you are bankrupting the hardworking American family that made this country great. That is the purpose of the amendment, and with that, I will reserve.
Gentleman reserved. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio rise?
Mr. Chairman, I ask to speak in opposition.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. America can't live in the past. We have to adapt to the new reality. During 2023, just last year, there were 28 separate billion-dollar weather and climate disasters, costing over $92 billion. I would say to my colleague from Texas, you know, you've had some rough weather down there, too, and not just rough weather, but coming off the Gulf, those fierce incidents that occurred in Texas, I don't know how much it cost, but you're part of that $92 billion. And you've had some real energy problems down there with shutoffs and all. I don't know what it's like to live in Texas. I visited there a couple times, but you can't deny reality. I don't know what's happened to property insurance rates in Texas, but I can tell you what, every single bill that I get has gone up for our house insurance, the property insurance, and so forth. In some places, some in Florida, they're not even selling insurance anymore. They can't get insurance on their property. So these incidents are severe, and there have already been 15 confirmed billion-dollar weather and climate disasters this year. So let's look at reality. Tell the American citizens who lost businesses, homes, loved ones from hurricanes, wildfires, and other natural disasters that there are no costs from climate change. Are you kidding? We have to adapt to a new reality and help our people, not turn our backs on them. We must maintain American leadership also in the clean energy field, because otherwise we cede it to China and to other places, and we are weakened by that as a country. So we have to embrace the future reality, and I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this harmful amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Texas.
I thank the chair. This is not about looking backwards. It is about looking forwards. That's the whole point. And we're going to talk about we're going to have 400 million people or 450 million people. Great. Fine. We should grow as a country. By the way, we should have more kids. Different conversation, different debate. But let's grow as a country. Fantastic. But you know what you need? Power. Do you know what building we're sitting in right now? One powered by natural gas. Do you know what most of the hospitals and the places in Texas that are functioning right now in the great state of Texas are powered by? Natural gas. Do you know what we could be powered more by? Nuclear. You know why we're not? Crazy ideas, mostly from radical progressive Democrats who don't want to deal with the fact that we could actually safely have nuclear power. But the fact is, instead, we want to litter our continent with wind farms and solar farms, which are inefficient and unreliable, demonstrably and provenly so. That's the truth. The fact here is we just want to have reliable power. And even if you accept this trope that somehow we're having significantly more storms, how much time? I got about a minute. I'll yield quickly.
I just want to know, I've read that Texas has a lot of wind farms and so forth.
We do.
You're saying none of them are any good?
Reclaiming my time, yes, Texas has significantly more wind and solar than a lot of other places in the world because we embrace the all of the above approach. And no, I don't believe that's a good thing. No, I don't believe that a third of our grid in Texas should be wind and solar. You want to know why Texas is now more wind and solar? Yes, we started it, but guess what? Feds are subsidizing the hell out of it. They're making it to where it is not cost effective to be able to go build more natural gas and coal, and that's destroying our country. The federal government is making it to where Texas and other states cannot have reliable power. That's the truth. You're causing taxes on the American people, making our grid unreliable, and this trope about storms is garbage. The fact is, over the last century, many, many more lives have been saved because of the availability of reliable power than there were a century ago when, for example, a hurricane demolished Galveston long before there was any kind of fossil fuel issue. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 56, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 56, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Well, I thank the chairman. My amendment that I have at the desk fully defunds the Department of Energy's Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy, the EERE. Now, I offer this amendment because we cannot continue, in my view, to fund the destruction of United States energy to satisfy the climate agenda that I've been describing over the last 15 minutes. Now, I do want to say, with all due respect, I believe that the Appropriations Committee, they did a good job in trying to pare this back. They limited the funding of this particular office, knowing that it deserves to be reduced. I just want to take it a step further. I think when our country is $35 trillion in debt, I think when our country is bleeding $2 trillion a year, I think that our country needs to pinch every penny we can, and I think you should pinch those pennies in offices that are designed, frankly, to undermine the very productivity and economic growth we need to drive ourselves out of the debt that this incompetent Congress and incompetent government created for the American people. The FY 2024 minibus gave this, that's last year's spending bill, gave this office $3.5 billion. So again, I want to applaud the Appropriations Committee for reducing that down to, I think, about $2 billion, 1.96. I would like to strike it to zero. That's what this amendment would do. The office's mission is to, quote, equitably, that's already a big strike, okay? Let's just start with equitably. This office's mission is to equitably transition America to net zero greenhouse gas emissions economy-wide by no later than 2050. Wind and solar, it funds wind and solar, which are actively destroying the power grid, as I described a minute ago, undermining the ability to have reliable energy, despite the Department of Energy claiming they lead to, quote, enhanced reliability. They don't. EVs, it funds zero emissions vehicles, which I already described, are significantly beneficial to the wealthy. Today, only the wealthy can afford. 50% of them are saying they don't even want them. They are piling up on dealerships' lots. We have government now saying that you got to have 2/3 of the fleet being available by 2032. We shouldn't be funding an office to advance the thing that is already being advanced by a Congress that is messing up the ability of the American people to live. Third, it's woke. It actively promotes divisive concepts like, quote, energy equity and environmental justice, whatever the hell that means, which allocates taxpayer dollars based on immutable characteristics. This is, again, your glorious government at work, picking winners and losers, dividing us up by race, making up all kinds of policies in the name of wokeism while destroying our economy in the name of pursuing their climate activist agenda. With that, I will reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purposes, gentleman from Tennessee?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I share some of my colleagues' concerned about excess spending at EERE. EERE received over $16 billion from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, of which there are billions in unobligated balances remaining. These reasons are exactly why, and my colleague from Texas alluded to this in his amendment, reduced EERE spending by $1.5 $5 billion below fiscal year 2024. In fact, the House bill has reduced funding for EERE below the fiscal 2016 level. However, respectfully, my colleague amendment goes too far, in my view, by eliminating funding for EERE. I'm actually a supporter of EERE, and the work that they do advances research and development on renewable technologies, advanced manufacturing, and battery improvement. That includes essential work on critical minerals that will help lay the groundwork for technologies that will reduce our reliance on foreign supplies. I think that's an issue we all can support. I support strategic reductions to EERE, but I'm not in favor of eliminating the account and walking away from its ongoing work. For those reasons, I must oppose my colleague's amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same, and I reserve.
From Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Well, I respect the gentleman from Tennessee, and I appreciate the cuts as I already stipulated. I'm glad to see it reduced to $1.5 billion. I still say that's $2 billion too many. I don't even know where we're getting the $2 billion. I won't engage the gentleman on that, but no one on this floor, nobody, can tell me where we're getting the $2 billion. You know what we're really doing? We're borrowing money from China to turn around, and we actually, believe it or not, in the appropriations bill this last go-around, we actually subsidize China. So we borrow from China, we pay interest, and then we turn around and we subsidize China. That's what the geniuses of the congressional body do for the American people while we rack up $35 trillion of debt. So let's move off of the fanciful, radical climate agenda that's destroying American entrepreneurial capability and abilities and driving down prosperity, and let's move straight on to debt. What in the hell are we going to cut if you can't cut this? Who on this floor is going to stand up and talk about Social Security and Medicare and ages and everything else? No, everyone's going to preen and posture about it. But meanwhile, we're destroying the greatest country in the history of the world by putting a tax on the American people in the form of what? Inflation. We're killing our own country while we spend money, $2 billion. $2 billion more dollars is going to go to have this office advancing more of the very radical agenda, destroying our ability to produce wealth and drive ourselves out of the debt. We're going to borrow $2 billion more so that we can advance energy equity and environmental justice and try to drive towards, quote, zero emissions vehicles that I've already described, only the wealthy are driving, that cost $17,000 more than the internal combustion engine. And we're going to drive up the price of used internal combustion engines so that a plumber in 2030 is going to collapse. That's what's going to happen. I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to the gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capter, as much time as she may consume.
Gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding and rise in strong opposition to this amendment. The bill already cuts 43% in this account for energy efficiency and renewable energy. And I don't really understand with the gentleman from Texas, a lot of the things that he throws out there. But if you look at where agriculture is going in my part of the country, where it's going is John Deere's on track to make a 100% ethanol-powered tractor. Now, if I had said that to you 25 years ago, you'd go, well, I can't think about that. You know, that can't happen. Guess what? It's happening. And for the 8 counties I represent, the rural parts of those counties, half of beans, soybeans, and corn go into making that fuel. We're very proud of it. We're very proud of it, and it's renewable energy. In terms of solar, so why do you need this? Well, when solar first got started in my area by individual entrepreneurs, okay, inventors, the federal government, Department of Energy, didn't even know about what they were doing. They took their technology to the Department of Energy. Now they laud what the people were doing. But guess what their problem was? Getting financing, getting help to bring their technology forward because they weren't a big company and they didn't have any of those angel investors like Texas has. So out where I live, the people have made it forward by their own creativity and hard work. And we flew the first biofueled F-16 out of our National Guard base in Ohio. Didn't come out of Texas, didn't come out of Tucson. It came out of our area because of the creativity of our people. So where this department comes in and where this program comes in is for the Americans that are out there today who are inventing something new and need a little bit of help in order to get it across the finish line. And I want to help them. And I'm looking toward advances in biofuels, in hydrogen fuel cells, yes, in solar. I'm not against solar. Wind energy, you have more of that. We have quite a bit in Ohio, too, now. Geothermal, thermal heat recovery, advanced manufacturing efficiencies that we're seeing every day. I can't get into all that in the brief time I have. Weatherization and building materials. It is a revolution, and it's exciting to be a part of America's future. Our dominance in the solar industry, if we can get there, could result in up to a $1.3 trillion market and 500,000 jobs. We're up to about 200,000 jobs right now in that field, and we need more people to specialize in the electricity of solar. So we can choose to give up American leadership in these technologies by cutting further innovations, or we can embrace the future of the global energy economy, and that's what I want to do. And therefore, I urge my colleagues to vote no against this harmful amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chair. I'll just add this. Every time I get my gas can out and I have to use the stupid spout that spills all over the place because it's been regulated by the federal government, we messed up an actual gas can, and then I have to stick the gas in with ethanol into it that goes into the engine that then clogs up the freaking fuel pump that I then have to replace because of all that garbage. I would just tell you that none of this stuff is there if it's not subsidized. That's the truth. The American people are tired of the federal government subsidizing less than optimal energy, and that's what we're doing. If without those subsidies, they die. I yield.
Gentleman from Texas yields. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
I yield back.
Gentleman from Tennessee yields back. Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to pursuant to Clause 6 of...
Mr. Chair.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Recorded vote.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 60, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 60, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Ms. Tenney of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer my amendment number 60 to reduce the salary of Secretary of Energy Jennifer Granholm to $1. Since taking office in January of 2021, Secretary Granholm has violated the Hatch Act multiple times. She owned Proterra stock while her boss, President Biden, repeatedly promoted the company. Her husband owned Ford stock while she personally promoted the company's work with official resources, and she cashed in on millions of dollars after these illegal transactions and failure to disclose obvious conflicts were revealed. And most critically, she lied under oath to Congress, claiming that she did not own any individual stocks when in fact she did. Anyone disputing these charges should consult the following articles. Reuters, quote, U.S. Energy Secretary Granholm violated ethics law, watchdog says, close quote. CNN, quote, Biden touts electric car company potentially worth millions for his energy secretary, close quote. Washington Free Beacon, quote, Energy Secretary's husband held stock in Ford as administration approved billions in electric vehicle subsidies, close. Fox News, open quote, Biden Energy Secretary Granholm admits false testimony about owning stocks, close quote. Secretary Granholm has also promoted the Biden administration's disastrous energy policies that are crippling our country and preventing us from maximizing our energy independence and the all of the above strategy. Energy security is national security, and Secretary Granholm is directly jeopardizing our national security and violating our laws under the Hatch Act. I urge all my colleagues to join me in defunding Secretary Granholm's salary by voting for this amendment. I reserve.
Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Does any member claim time in opposition? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Yes, this amendment raises serious constitutional issues and may amount to an unconstitutional bill of attainder. This is not the way to handle policy disputes with Secretary Granholm, who is a qualified, very highly qualified, dedicated public servant. I have never heard this actually. These are serious charges, and this amendment prioritizes legislative theater over the American people and has no chance of becoming law. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this harmful amendment. And I reserve my time.
The gentlewoman from Ohio reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chair, the assertions made by my colleague are, as I indicated, and I cited actual sources, news sources, and the Secretary actually testified before Congress and was determined that she lied under oath. Violating the Hatch Act is a crime under the Federal Elections Act. Under the federal statutes. It's time that Ms. Granholm either resign or should we reduce her salary. We have the right under Congress with our power of the purse to reduce her salary, and that's exactly what we're doing here under the Holman Rule. With that, I yield.
The gentlewoman from New York yields. Gentlewoman from Ohio.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I yield to the chair of the subcommittee, Mr. Fleischman, for as much time as he may consume.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I respectfully rise to oppose the amendment. While I can completely understand some of the frustrations my colleagues may experience with some dealings with the executive branch, I don't believe reducing salaries to $1 is likely to solve the problem. I think it may create a more challenging environment, and with that, I would respectfully ask for a no vote. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from Ohio.
I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from New York. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 61, printed in Part A of the House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 61, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602, offered by Ms. Tenney of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
Mr. Chairman, I rise today to offer my amendment number 61 to the Energy and Water Appropriations Bill to prohibit funding for President Biden's Executive Order 14019 entitled Executive Order on Promoting Access to Voting. This executive order requires federal agencies to use their power, influence, resources, and federal funding to enter into agreements with non-governmental agencies and organizations to conduct voter registration and other mobilization activities. Mr. Chair, this executive order is nothing more but a blatant attempt to transform the federal government into a partisan, get-out-the-vote machine for Democrats. The Department of Energy should be nonpartisan, and federal agencies should not be using taxpayer funds to actively engage in get-out-the-vote operations that have nothing to do with the agency's core missions, not to mention the obvious mission creep and Hatch Act violations this activity would trigger. Mr. Chair, President Biden should not be weaponizing the federal government using American taxpayer dollars to manipulate and steer our election in a partisan manner. As the co-founder and chair of the Election Integrity Caucus, it is my privilege to introduce this amendment to restore transparency and confidence in our democratic process while keeping partisan federal bureaucrats and the swamp from deliberately tipping the balance at the ballot box. I stand firmly behind the concept of one citizen, one vote, as enshrined in our Constitution. However, I do not support this blatantly partisan mobilization of the federal government for political purposes. No citizen should have their vote diluted by federal bureaucrats. While our that's it. Hang on a second. While our energy infrastructure independence is at risk, and so many communities in our districts do not have safe, clean drinking water. The funds in this bill should be spent for that purpose. They are appropriated for, not implementing a partisan get-out-the-vote initiative. With that, Mr. Chair, I urge all my colleagues to support this amendment, which will preserve election integrity and stop the Biden administration from transforming the people's government into get-out-the-vote machine for partisan Democrats. Let's make voting great again. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Yes, unfortunately, the gentlelady's amendment is another example of the majority proposing language that is not germane to an energy bill. Energy bill. It is yet an additional illustration of how Republicans are not interested in bills that can gain bipartisan support and become law. So I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this harmful amendment. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields.
Unfortunately, Mr. Chair, my colleague is not correct in this. The Biden administration put out Executive Order 14019 and tasked all federal agencies, including all the agencies that are included in this appropriations bill, to get involved with third parties in order to get out the vote, moving away from their mission of providing the core missions that we described, that each of these agencies under their appropriate designation are required to do under law. They are not allowed to get engaged in political processes, a direct violation of the Hatch Act. That's why this bill is germane, and that's why I urge all my colleagues to actually support this bill. I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from New York. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I request the
Gentlelady requests a recorded vote.
Oh, you already, oh, okay. All right. Did you say yes?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I apologize.
Okay. It is now in order to consider amendment number 62, printed in Part A of the House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 62, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Van Drew of New Jersey.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, today I raise in favor of my amendment, number 62. It would prohibit funds from being used for the Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations within the Department of Energy. And I know that sounds like a wonderful title, and you think that what could be wrong with that? But I'm going to explain to you, Mr. Speaker, what is wrong with it. This Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations is going to have an equitable energy transition. And let's talk about in real words what that means. It means that Americans who don't want this are going to be forced to have it, this transition, and they're going to be forced in spending their taxpayer dollars for it. And I'll tell you what Americans are tired of. They're tired of being told what to do by politicians and those in certain positions of power. But I think we forget sometimes that Americans don't work for us, the politicians, the Congress, the members of Congress, the members of the Senate, and the President of the United States works for them. But so often we forget that. And what does this all mean, what this department does, with this group of people that supposedly know so much? It means less reliable energy. It means continued higher energy prices. It means less energy independence. Many of the technologies that this office uses and advocate on rely on countries, particularly China. Our country, China, with a track record of human rights violations such as what goes on in the Congo. And I want everybody to listen to this, where modern-day slavery is in effect forcing hundreds of thousands of Africans to work in subhuman conditions in order to mine the cobalt needed for electric vehicles. How wrong is that? While we're driving around in our fancy electric vehicles, mostly wealthier folks, these people are scratching the dirt to try to just survive. And we think that's a good thing. That's not the American way. It's also important to note, even if you do believe in it, that America has these resources and it's quite blessed with earth minerals. But this administration continues to prevent our ability to actually mine them, so that we depend on China more than ever. You couldn't make this stuff up. You can't believe it, but it's true. And it forces us to purchase it from China. So it's unfair, it's unethical, and I would maintain it is un-American to continue forcing to pay this money, to continue forcing taxpayers to subsidize it, continue to force Americans to have this shoved down their throat when they don't want it. We need to end the subsidization of clean energy in this form. Let the marketplace take effect. Let's have the competition. Let's see if nuclear is the best. Let's see if we can really build and supply more solar panels in the United States of America, but not rely on other countries. Eliminating offices like these are a step in the right direction. It's the right thing to do for so many reasons. I've just outlined a few of them, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what reasons does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. The Office of Clean Energy Demonstration is responsible for managing more than $25 billion for large-scale pilot programs and demonstrations across numerous energy technologies. It's our responsibility to be good stewards of taxpayer funds, which is why the House bill includes no funding for the office to conduct new demonstrations. Instead, the only funds provided to the office in this bill are for staff to provide project management oversight. My colleague's amendment respectfully would prohibit funds for that oversight function, preventing the office from ensuring programs that are being properly administered. That would directly impact the success of important programs within the office's jurisdiction, like the Advanced Reactor Demonstration Program and Small Modular Reactor Program. These programs, which have strong bipartisan support, are essential to ensuring our nation's energy security and regaining U.S. leadership in nuclear energy. We can't abandon our oversight responsibilities and risk the success of programs like these. For these reasons, I must oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I respect my colleague, Mr. Fleischman, tremendously. It's one of those few times we'll have to agree to disagree. But I think it's so important that we make a statement here. There are some good things that office does, but they do so many things that we don't agree with. And this is the conundrum that we always find ourselves in Congress. In order to get a modicum of good things done, we have to vote for the whole package, and the whole thing moves forward, and so many of those initiatives are not good. And that's the problem here. Let's do this right. I believe in nuclear. I believe solar can have a role. I don't believe wind can do well, especially out in the ocean. But the point is, let the marketplace of ideas be the ones that dictate what we should do here. This office does so much that it shouldn't do, and yet we're told we have to vote for this because they do a few things we agree with. I respectfully disagree. I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to the gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capter, as much time as she may consume.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment and say that I can still recall in this country when the first Arab oil embargo occurred in the 1970s, in the late 70s, and this country was shut down, because we were not energy independent inside our borders. And when they chose to close the spigot, it harmed our unemployment in my area shot up to nearly 20%. During this war in Ukraine that we're experiencing now, so unfair, what does Russia do? It tries to divert its oil shipments here and many other places around the world in order to use that power in order to achieve its political ends. Energy is vital, and it can be used as a weapon. We have to be energy independent inside these borders. The Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations was established in order to scale up emerging technologies. We cannot just rely on the past. This is an agile country. We have to build the future. And this office focuses on advanced nuclear, for example. It focuses on carbon capture, energy improvements both in rural, remote areas, as well as the reclaiming of former mine lands. We're looking at smaller nuclear reactors in some of those places. Industrial demonstrations, working with the steel industry. They've made a revolution in energy savings. It's exciting to see. Energy storage demonstrations, regional clean hydrogen hubs, which I hope someday to get in my area because I so believe in hydrogen fuel cells. But we have to even push the technology further than it is. And others yet to be invented, certainly in the thermal energy recapture field. So I would just say to the gentleman, we must continue to invest in an all of the above strategy to make this country energy independent in perpetuity. We cannot lose our momentum. And unfortunately, I believe your amendment does exactly that, loses momentum, and it helps to throttle scientific innovation, which is what the Department of Energy has in all of our 17 labs, everything that's being done. The average business that's out there can't do some of what the Department of Energy can help them do with its supercomputing capacity and with its ability to deal with rare minerals and so forth. So I just think that you may be well-intentioned in offering of this amendment. I have to oppose you, however, because I really think it drives America backwards. And that is not where we need to be at this moment in history. I urge members to vote against this amendment, and I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back to the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Speaker, just quickly to wrap it up, we are less energy independent now than we were 4 years ago. I agree. I want to look at nuclear. Look at carbon capture. Look at all these things. But don't make us more dependent on other countries. The wind turbines that are going to be, that are hopefully won't be built, but they want to build in our beautiful oceans, are going to make us more dependent for energy on foreign countries. What we're forcing down the American public with the EVs and the electric vehicles will make us more dependent on China. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 63, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in favor of my amendment number 63, which would reduce the salary of directors.
Gentleman will suspend. Is the gentleman offering his amendment?
I do offer my amendment, yes, sir.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 63, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Van Drew of New Jersey.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now I rise today in favor of my amendment number 63, which would reduce the salary of Director Shah of the Department of Energy's Loan Program Office to $1. And I'll explain why. Director Shah oversees the allocation of grants and loans for clean energy initiatives funded through both the Inflation Reduction Act and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. And I point out I voted for the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, so it particularly disturbs me. As this administration continues to prioritize dubious green initiatives, American energy prices have gone up, not down. Our strategic reserves have been not increased but depleted, and reliable energy sources are being overlooked in favor of less reliable energy sources. Mr. Shah has played a critical role in that decline, and he's hurt America. Beyond his advocacy for the Green New Deal, Mr. Shah's conflict of interest, and this is what's particularly disturbing, and questionable business practices are deeply troubling. Let me explain. Mr. Shah was the president of Generate Capital. He provided a $100 million loan to Plug Power, a company that develops hydrogen fuel cells. Later, as director of the Loan Program Office, Mr. Shah proceeded to give Plug Power $1.66 billion loan guarantee, but this came from the Department of Energy, tax dollars. Mr. Speaker, your tax dollars, Americans' tax dollars. In 2023, surprise, surprise, Plug Power proceeded to report over $1.3 billion in losses. This raises serious concerns about Mr. Shah's ability to conduct proper risk assessment and the decision-making process that he has as director, as well as concerns over his potential undue influence and favoritism within the loan process for companies he has relationships with. And again, that's what Americans are tired of. They're tired of the good old boy system. They're tired of money going to people that are connected. Mr. Shah also approved a $3 billion partial loan guarantee to a company we've heard of, Sonova. It's a solar company with a history of questionable and aggressive sales tactics and some ethical issues, including pressuring vulnerable customers into expensive, long-term contracts that they didn't want or need. It highlights another example of Mr. Shah's questionable financial oversight ability, but it also breaches the public trust when such companies receive billions upon billions of dollars that are taxpayer dollars. Mr. Shah has also admitted under oath, and I want everybody to listen to this one, he said it under oath, he attended paid conferences where he got paid, where applicants to the loan program office were present, and they paid to be there to hear Mr. Shah speak. Got to wonder about that one. It raises serious pay-to-play concerns and is another example of his potential conflict of interest playing a role where he allocates loans as a director. In light of these serious concerns, it is imperative that we take decisive action to restore public trust in government. We work for the public. They don't work for us, again. And we got to punish bad behavior, and this administration does not. By passing my amendment, which reduces his salary to $1, Congress will send a clear message that ethical lapses are not tolerated and conflicts of interest are not tolerated and will not be accepted. I urge all of my colleagues to support it, and with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Who seeks time in opposition? What purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
I seek time in opposition.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Yes, this amendment raises serious constitutional issues and may amount to an unconstitutional bill of attainder. This is not the way to handle policy disputes with Jigar Shah, Director of the Department of Energy's Loan Program, and the amendment prioritizes legislative theater again over the American people, and it has no chance of becoming law. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this harmful amendment and yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. What purpose does the...
Mr. Speaker, I haven't seen any decision, anything that says that it's unconstitutional. I do not agree, and I urge people to vote for my amendment. I yield back.
Questions on Clause 6. Questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chair?
The amendment is gentlelady from Ohio.
I demand a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey will be postponed. It's now ordered to consider amendment number 64 printed in Part A of House Report 118 through 602. What purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 64, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Van Drew of New Jersey.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from New Jersey Mr. Van Drew and a member opposed. Each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in favor of my amendment number 64. This amendment would increase funding at the Department of Energy to enhance the security of existing electrical transformers from both physical and cyber threats. Few parts of our nation infrastructure is more critical to everyday life and national security than our electrical grid. And it is under an alarming increase in threats over the past several years, as we all know. In 2022 alone, a decade-high surge in attacks occurred with 101 incidents being reported in August alone. While some of these instances amounted to petty vandalism, some of the threats were serious. They were real. They were coordinated efforts to cause widespread power outages to all of our American citizens. One such effort in Moore County, North Carolina, left nearly 50,000 people without power after 2 Duke Energy substations were shot at. In 2023, extremists plotted to attack multiple energy substations in Maryland with the goal of literally, quote, destroying Baltimore, end quote. In Michigan, this year alone, 14 different incidents of gunshot damage to transformers, regulators, and other electrical equipment has occurred. These are clearly not isolated incidents, Mr. Speaker, but rather a concerning and growing trend across the United States of America. Perpetrators of these attacks have been part of extremist groups, including neo-Nazi groups, and have admitted to seeking to sow unrest and disrupt our infrastructure system to destroy and create anarchy in our country. While states have begun to act on this issue, it is far past our time our federal government got involved, ensuring that these critical pieces of infrastructure are secured from all types of threats. This amendment seeks to build off existing efforts by increasing funding to go towards advancing security measures, increasing our efforts to better detect, deter, and to respond to these attacks. This is not just a matter of infrastructure improvement. It is an investment in our nation's security and our well-being of our citizens. I don't even have to say this, but I will. Electricity is a modern necessity of life. Mr. Speaker, this is what the American people does want us to do. This is what our job is supposed to be, to make sure that we're safe and secure. This amendment is a vital step towards protecting it from threats, both domestic and abroad. And I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I reserve.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. For purposes of the gentlelady from Ohio, seek recognition.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in reluctant opposition to this amendment. It transfers $10 million to the grid deployment account from the Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy account for the purpose to enhance the security of existing electrical transformers from cyber threats and from physical attacks from individuals. And while I very much support the intent behind this amendment to enhance the security of existing electrical transformers from cyber threats and physical attacks, I cannot support the source of the funds for the amendment, the Energy and Efficiency and Renewable Energy accounts, which have already been cut by 43%. Further cutting these programs, even for noble purposes, is not in our nation's interests. We can choose to give up American leadership in these technologies by cutting further innovation, or we can embrace the future of the global energy economy on all levels. Further, I will point out that the Department of Energy's work to support and secure the transformer supply chain spans across the Office of Electricity, Grid Deployment and Cybersecurity, Energy Security, and Emergency Response, with other programs also contributing. So I hope the gentleman can continue to work toward his objective, but we will oppose this particular amendment. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the gentlelady's remarks. However, I respectfully disagree. We are moving from one account, which is basically forcing people to accept something that they do not want and have clearly said that does not help America. And I also respectfully will disagree with her. We're not showing American leadership. Maybe it's Chinese leadership, foreign countries' leadership. We are not energy dependent now. We were. We can be unbelievably energy dependent. We can export energy, and not only fossil fuels. America's lead. Americans are great. Americans have the ability to ensure that our country is number one. There's nothing wrong with American exceptionalism and being the best and doing the most, and this is part of it. We have to make sure that we do what really truly helps the American public, which is to make sure that we're safe and secure and not forcing them to accept something that's going to be very expensive and cause us to rely on foreign countries more than we ever have in our American history of entrepreneurship and exceptionalism. I yield back.
Gentleman from New Jersey yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Recorded vote on this.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey will be postponed. What purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. According, the committee rises.
Take this, go down to where Ella's going to be standing, and you report back up. So you're going to read this from down where Ella is.
Okay.
Good job. All right, sir. All right, so you're just going to look that way, and you're going to say, Mr. Chair. Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Where are we?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 8997, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair on the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration Resolution 8997 and has come to no resolution thereon. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 8997. Will the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Ferguson, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 8997, for which the clerk will report the title.
A bill making appropriations for energy and water development and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, a request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 64, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602, offered by the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew, had been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part A of House Report 118-602, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 36 by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee. Amendments number 42 through 51 by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Amendments number 53 by Mr. Rosendale of Montana. Amendments number 54 and 56 by Mr. Roy of Texas, and amendments number 62 through 64 by Mr. Van Drew of New Jersey. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic votes after the first vote series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment number 36, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602 by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 36, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the requested recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 199, the nays are 197. The amendment is adopted. On the unfinished business is on the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 42, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which the further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevail by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 42, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the requested vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic vote. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 195, the nays are 210. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is on the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 43, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which the further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevail by voice. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 43, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic vote. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 147, the nays are 267. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is on the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 44, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevail by voice. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 44, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request of a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 145, nays are 274. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 45, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevail by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 45, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen and been counted, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 115, the nays are 305. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business on the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 46, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevail by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 46, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. The yeas are 121, the nays are 298. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 47, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which the further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevail by voice. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 47, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 134, the nays are 283. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 48, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 48, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will cast their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 128, the nays are 291. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is on a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 49, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 49, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 133, the nays are 286. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is on a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 50, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which the further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 50, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the requested vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 125, the nays are 295. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 51, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which the further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 51, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the requested vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will cast their ballots by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 136 and nays are 285. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 53, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602 by the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, on which the further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 53, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Rosendale of Montana.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 218, the noes are 204. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request on recorded vote on amendment number 54, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602 by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes will prevail by voice vote. The clerk shall redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 54, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will cast their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 209, the nays are 213. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is on a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 56, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602 by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevail by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 56, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the requested vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen. A recorded vote is orders. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 144, the nays are 277. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 62, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602 by the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevail by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 62, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Van Drew of New Jersey.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 145, the nays are 273. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 63, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602 by the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevail by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 63, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Van Drew of New Jersey.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 158, the nays are 257. One person voted present. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendments number 64, printed in Part A of House Report 118-602 by the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevail by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 64, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Van Drew of New Jersey.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 214, the nays are 203. The amendment is adopted. There being no further amendment under the rule, the committee rises.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 8997 and pursuant to House Resolution 1370. I report the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 8997 and pursuant to House Resolution 1370, reports the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under House Resolution 1370, the previous question is ordered. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 8997 is postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7887 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. Clerk will report the time.
H.R. 7887, a bill to amend Title 41 United States Code to prohibit minimum experience or educational requirements for proposed contractor personnel and certain contract solicitations and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amendment? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 178, the nays are 234. The two-thirds not being in the affirmative, the rules are not suspended and the bill is not passed. Purposes, the gentleman from Wisconsin seat recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on House Administration be discharged from further consideration of H-Con Res 120 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 120, concurrent resolution authorizing the use of Emancipation Hall in the Capitol Visitor Center for a ceremony as part of the unveiling of the statue of Johnny Cash, provided by the state of Arkansas.
Is there objection to the consideration of the concurrent resolution? Without objection, the concurrent resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Idaho seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 8998, and that I may include tabular material on the same.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 1370 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 8998. The Chair appoints from the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 8998, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for the Department of the Interior, Environment, and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. The gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Simpson, and the gentlewoman from Maine, Ms. Pingree, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Idaho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I am pleased to begin consideration of H.R. 8998, fiscal year 2025, Department of Interior, Environment.
The committee will be in order. Please take your conversations off the floor. Gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm pleased to begin consideration of H.R. 8998, the fiscal year 2025 Department of Interior, Environment, and Related Agencies Appropriation Act. First, I want to commend Chairman Cole for his leadership of the Appropriations Committee and for his continued support of the Interior bill. I'd also like to thank Ranking Member Pingree for her partnership, as well as Ranking Member DeLauro of the full committee and the subcommittee members for their work on this bill. H.R. 8998 provides $38.48 billion in new non-defense discretionary spending, which is $72 million below fiscal year 2024 level and a $4.4 billion below the President's budget request. The bill also rescinds $55 million provided to the Presidio Trust through the Inflation Reduction Act. Cutting funding is never easy, but with the national debt nearly $35 trillion and inflation at an unacceptable level, we had to make tough choices in this bill to rein in unnecessary discretionary spending. This legislation prioritizes critical needs and addresses specific interests and concerns brought to our attention through more than 8,800 member requests. H.R. 8998 fully funds the Payment in lieu of taxes program, estimated at $600 million, which includes over $330 million to permanently address federal wildland firefighter pay and capacity. The permanent pay fix included in this bill would improve firefighter recruitment and retention and provide financial certainty to the men and women our communities protecting our communities from catastrophic wildfires. And I will say that last Wednesday, I was up at what's called a bench fire in Idaho. And I talked to the firefighters and the fire incident commanders up there and spent a day with them. And I can tell you they do tremendous work at great risk to themselves. This is something that has to be done. It also signals our commitment to upholding federal government's trust and treaty responsibilities, providing $2.81 billion for the Bureau of Indian Affairs, a 14.5% increase, and $1.47 billion for the Bureau of Indian Education, a 7.5% increase. This includes robust funding for the law enforcement programs, including an additional $13.5 million for the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women Initiative. The bill also provides over $8.5 billion for the Indian Health Service and fully funds current services for key health care programs and covers the increased contract support cost estimated resulting from the recent Supreme Court decision. To address these priorities while right-sizing the agencies under our jurisdiction, the bill reduces funding for most other accounts in the bill. For example, the EPA is cut by 20% below the enacted level, with reductions targeted at operating programs and regulatory activities. The bill still includes community funding projects for clean and drinking water infrastructure projects in 285 members' districts. The requested amount greatly exceeded the funds available for projects, but we did our best to provide some funding for all eligible projects, given the impact these dollars will have on communities across the country. In terms of policy, the bill takes critical steps to reduce regulatory burdens imposed by the EPA and promote domestic energy production. Such efforts include halting heavy-handed, job-killing EPA regulations, limiting the abuse of the Endangered Species Act and ensuring continued access to our public lands, expanding access to hard rock and critical minerals, and requiring oil and gas lease sales and limiting fees on producers. These policies will help boost our national security, reduce energy costs, and create American jobs. Madam Chairman, this bill permanently fixes wildland firefighter pay, helps manage our public lands wisely, upholds our commitments to Indian country, and restores the fiscal responsibility necessary to get our country back on track. I urge its adoption, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserved. The gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
And I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you. First, I want to start by thanking the chair of this committee. I appreciate the chance to work with him. We have a good working relationship and always enjoyed the time that we spend together in the committee. I also want to thank Ranking Member Rosa DeLauro for her tireless efforts on this committee, to the chair of the committee, and the staff on both sides of the aisle for the work that they put into this bill. As ranking member of the Interior and Environment Appropriations Subcommittee, I'm deeply concerned that the majority has once again put forward an interior bill that debilitates America's ability to address the climate crisis, and it hobbles the agencies within its jurisdiction. Climate change is a clear and present danger, and experts agree that we must take bold action to avoid major, irreversible catastrophe. So I'm greatly disappointed and frustrated by the bill before us that completely disregards the reality of a warming planet and ignores the need for us to do more, not less. As the 5th National Climate Assessment confirms, the effects of human-caused climate change are already far-reaching and worsening across every region of the United States. With that understanding, cutting funding for the Environmental Protection Agency by $1.8 billion, or 20%, is irresponsible and severely impacts needed investments in environmental justice, enforcement, and climate change. If we are going to preserve the health of our environment and our economic well-being, we need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and increase our efforts to respond to and mitigate against harmful climate impacts. This bill also curtails the progress that has been made to ensure that all people are equally protected from environmental and health hazards. The bill abandons our most vulnerable groups that currently bear a disproportionate share of negative environmental impacts, which includes large swaths of rural communities that I and many of my colleagues across the aisle represent. The bill also slashes funding for land management agencies. The National Park Service alone is cut by $210 million. This cut will mean fewer park rangers to protect and preserve the park's natural and cultural resources and will negatively impact on the visitor experience. Funding for cultural institutions such as the Smithsonian and the National Gallery of Art are also significantly reduced, and the Smithsonian may be forced to consider reducing the number of hours or days each week that the museums are open to the public. When our constituents bring their families to see our nation's capital, I think all members in this room expect that they should have access to these museums. But this bill could take that away. The arts have an incredible value as a positive tool for economic development, education, and community building, and I will strenuously oppose these cuts in the final spending agreement. There are areas of bipartisanship, though, and I want to commend Chairman Simpson's work on wildland fire. The bill includes authorizing language and funding necessary for the administration to carry out its permanent pay reforms for federal wildland firefighters. This is something we agree on, and I am pleased the bill addresses this important issue. I'm also proud of our work to address treaty and trust obligations on a bipartisan basis. Unfortunately, though, once again, House Republicans have loaded up the bill with widely unpopular policy riders. This year, they've included a whopping 92 poison pill riders that cripple environmental protection, undermine climate change policies, and add to the national deficit. A majority of Americans support the United States taking steps to become carbon neutral by 2050, and they support taking responsibility for future generations. The austere and irresponsible cuts in this bill do not align with America's values. We need to rise to this challenge and not squander the opportunity to make the planet better for our children and grandchildren. I oppose the bill, I urge my colleagues to oppose the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Maine reserves the balance of her time. The gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
Madam Chairwoman, I yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Duarte, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Simpson, for yielding to me. Under the Clean Water Act, the EPA, or states with delegated authority, regulate point sources of pollution into the waters of the United States. Point source pollution is pollution from any discernible, confined, and discrete conveyance, such as pollution from sewage treatment facilities, but not agricultural stormwater runoff. This type of discharge pollution is regulated by federal law to protect water quality and human health. Certain types of wastewater discharges, which are considered point source pollution into bodies of water, can adversely impact water quality and the environment. In California, the Sacramento-San Joaquin River Delta is surrounded by communities with wastewater treatment plants. It is critical to ensure that these facilities are not unintentionally or deliberately discharging wastewater into the delta, which can result in harmful algal blooms. This can adversely impact endangered and threatened species in the delta, which has a ripple effect that can ultimately result in less water going to the Central Valley for families, farms, and affordable housing. Instead, more water is needed to flush these pollutants out of the delta. My amendment, which I'm grateful is included in the en bloc package of amendments, is very simple, Mr. Chairman. It prioritizes funds for the Environmental Protection Agency to 1. Study whether any wastewater treatment plants are making point source pollution discharges into bodies of water or rivers or deltas without the necessary Clean Water Act permits, and reports to Congress on its findings so that this body can better exercise its oversight responsibilities. This amendment will help keep vital fresh water on farms and in people's homes where it belongs, rather than being used to flush wastewater out of the delta that should not have even been there in the first place. I want to thank Chairman Simpson for supporting my amendment and including it in the en bloc package of amendments. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California yields back. The gentleman from Idaho reserves. The gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
Madam Chair, I'm very pleased to yield 6 minutes to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, the distinguished ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. DeLauro.
The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My appreciation goes to Chairman Simpson and Ranking Member Pingree, and to the Interior and Environment Subcommittee staff for their work on this bill, their hard work on this bill, especially Rita Culp and Jocelyn Hunn. The departments and agencies funded in the Interior and Environment bill ensure that our air is safe to breathe, that our water is safe to drink, that our national parks and other public lands are protected, and that they are accessible to the American people, and that our nation's unique and iconic flora, fauna, landscapes, and ecosystems are preserved for our health, safety, and enjoyment for generations to come. But rather than making sound investments to protect our air and water, preserve our national parks, and ensure the environment we all share and live in remains clean and protected, the majority's bill benefits the most egregious polluters and climate science deniers, jeopardizes public health and safety, hinders our responses to the climate crisis, and endangers rural and low-income communities. But this disastrous proposal did not come out of nowhere. This is explicitly where the majority wants to take the country. Project 2025 is the Trump MAGA Republican agenda to take over the government and destroy our rights and freedoms. But it is not just a document on a website. We can see the fingerprints of Project 2025 across each of the majority's appropriations bills. Project 2025 commands the environmental oversight and regulations be rolled back or entirely eliminated, preventing the Department of Interior and the Environmental Protection Agency from safeguarding the atmosphere, our waterways and public lands, and preventing Interior and EPA from tracking emissions and pollutants. It reverses critical protections for endangered species, including for the grizzly bear and gray wolf. And of course, Project 2025 steps on the gas, so to speak, when it comes to fossil fuel extraction, and it pumps the brakes on any green energy investments. In short, Project 2025 advocates for climate and environmental arson. And we can see exactly where the majority has taken its cues from the Climate Catastrophe Manifesto in this bill. The majority's cuts the EPA's Clean Water and Drinking Water State Revolving Funds by $678 million. This is funding for water that we drink, bathe, and cook with, a basic necessity that we have a clear obligation to protect for the American people. And the bill zeroes out funds for environmental justice, worsening the impacts of environmental discrimination for poor and rural communities. Every American deserves to live in a healthy, clean, and safe environment. But this bill abandons those who are most affected by environmental destruction and climate change. by cutting efforts to reduce carbon emissions, slashing community resiliency programs, and requiring fossil fuels lease sales on public lands while prohibiting clean energy projects. The bill unwinds our response to climate change and promotes dirty energy, taking the side of fossil fuel companies and those who deny the scientific reality rather than address the escalating risks to our economy and our national security presented by the changing climate and growing number of extreme weather events. The impacts of climate change are deadly, costly. They can be felt in communities around the world, including in our own districts. We cannot put our heads in the sand and act like climate change will disappear. I have proudly worked across the aisle to protect our environment and public lands for Americans, past, present, and future. And I am immensely disappointed to see the majority abandon their obligation to conserve America's lands and natural resources. I believe the national parks are America's best ideas. But sharp cuts to the National Park Service mean fewer seasonal employees and furloughing existing permanent employees, making it more difficult and cumbersome for our constituents to visit and enjoy our nation's crown jewels. Cuts to the Smithsonian Institution will likewise curb America's access to the world's greatest museum, education, and research complex. To top it all off, the majority has included some 83 new policy riders that put endangered species at risk, damage the environment, and obstruct clean energy development, hinder the work of the Environmental Protection Agency, and discriminate against millions of Americans. I'd like to read a portion of a letter that we received from 69 environmental organizations led by the League of Conservation Voters and Trust for Public Land. They say, and this is a quote, "This bill is riddled with so many outrageous policy attacks on our environment that it is impractical to list them individually. Similarly, extreme riders were removed from the final fiscal year 2024 Interior Appropriations bill just a few months ago. By going down this path again, we fear Congress is wasting valuable time that could be better spent producing bipartisan legislation that has a realistic chance of becoming law. We urge you to reject this proposal, which is equal parts damaging and unrealistic," end quote. The ramifications of this bill will reach into every corner of this country. This bill damages our public lands. It promotes dirty energy, it jeopardizes biodiversity, and obstructs our response to the climate crisis. Thus, I cannot support this bill. I encourage my colleagues to vote against it. Democrats are ready to pass legislation that protects our environment, our public lands, and the health and the safety of American people. I implore the majority to join us. It is time to govern, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Maine reserves. The gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Idaho reserves. The gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
Madam Chair, I'm very happy to yield 4 minutes to my good friend, the gentlewoman from Minnesota, the distinguished ranking member of the Defense Subcommittee, Ms. McCollum.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to Ranking Member Pingree for the time, and thank you to Chairman Simpson and the staff on both sides of the aisle for your work on this subcommittee, especially the work you did on wildland fires, and when it comes to our shared responsibilities to our Native American brothers and sisters for the great work you did on the bill there. But as of today, I still have to strongly oppose the bill because it does not meet the needs of the American people. This summer, our nation has experienced dangerous levels of heat with records shattered across the West. We are seeing the impacts of a warming planet, increased severe weather events that cause devastating wildland fires, and extreme cycles of drought and floods, which I personally have witnessed in my district, both on the Mississippi and St. Croix River. This bill ignores the reality. It fails to confront climate change, and in doing so, it fails our communities and our constituents. The Republican majority has made unacceptable cuts in this bill in the arts and humanities, our national parks, public lands, and Environmental Protection Agency, in part because of the allocation. And I do think that the allocation was raised a little bit when we went to our full markup. The 20% cut to the EPA will increase the risk to all of our constituents who rely on the agency to safeguard their air, their water, to clean up harmful pollution, to test chemicals in consumer products, and to respond to emergencies like last year's train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio, or when the EPA had to come out with their emergency team to clean up a disaster waiting to happen at a closed facility in my district. The MPCA and the St. Paul Fire Department were happy to have them there. This also underscores harmful partisan riders in this bill. Most of these have nothing to do with the appropriations or even the jurisdiction of the committee. The Republican majority continues to use appropriation bills to advance discriminatory and harmful language and scores points with their extreme right political base, as we see in much of Project 2025. These riders promote the interest of corporate polluters. They target the rights of our fellow citizens, and they have no place in funding legislation. Two of these poison pills are attempts to overturn protections put in place for the watershed that flows through the Boundary Waters Wilderness Canoe Area and Voyageurs National Park. I submitted 2 amendments to strike these harmful provisions from this legislation, but the Republican majority in the Rules Committee did not make them in order, denying a vote on protecting the most pristine, priceless watershed in the United States, in North America, I would say. My hope is that we can work together in conference to improve this bill. But as of this moment, the deep cuts and the poison pill policy riders it currently contains makes my vote a no on this bill. I thank the ranking member, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from Maine reserves. The gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just have to respond a little bit. Cutting spending is never easy. And I did not hear from any of the people who spoke on the other side of the aisle that we had a $35 trillion deficit. That's what's endangering this country. If we could just spend more money, I would love to be able to address some of the problems that they seem to exist, and they do exist. But you have to make choices, and that's what we've done here. We've made choices to make sure that we fully fund PILT payments, to make sure that we fully fund our treaty responsibilities with our Native Americans, and that we take care of the wildfire pay issue that had to be done. Those were boosts in this bill. That means cuts had to come someplace else. But if you want to go find me another $20 billion to spend, hey, we can do a lot of things. One thing we can't do by spending $20 billion more dollars is address the $35 trillion debt that exists in this country today. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Idaho reserved. The gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I oppose this bill because it contains 92 poison pill riders that cripple environmental protection, undermine climate change policies, add to the national debt, and include discriminatory riders targeting millions of American citizens that have already proven so divisive in earlier markups. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would strike these 92 poison pill riders. The riders in this bill give an open invitation to exploitive oil, gas, and mineral leasing, and block rules that protect our public lands and resources for our children and grandchildren. It is our job as legislators to preserve pristine water and undisturbed Arctic landscapes and save iconic species and apex predators, which maintain healthy ecosystems that benefit us all. I'm strongly opposed to any effort to discriminate against the LGBTQ+ community or prevent flying a flag that is chosen to reflect the full history, culture, and people of this great country. This bill is the latest in a string of appropriations bills that create divisions in our society, instead of fostering collaboration to address challenges like climate change that impact all of us. If my Republican colleagues hope to have a bill that is not dead on arrival in the Senate, they would strike these egregious riders. At the end of the debate, I will insert into the record the text of this amendment. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Maine reserves. The gentleman from, the gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
Madam Chair, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields back. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. An amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-41 shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of House Rule Report 118-602. Amendments en bloc described in Section 8 of House Resolution 1370 and pro forma amendments described in Section 9 of that resolution. Each further amendment printed in Part B of the report shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 9 of House Resolution 1370, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part B of House Report 118-602, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to Section 8 of House Resolution 1370 shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as described in Section 9 of House Resolution 1370, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. During consideration of the bill for amendment, the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments, each at any point for the purpose of debate. For what purpose did the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Madam Chair, pursuant to House Resolution 1370, I offer an amendments en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc consisting of amendments numbered 1, 5, 12, 26, 27, 28, 29, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 74, 86, 87, 94, 95, 96, and 97. Printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-602. Offered by Mr. Simpson of Idaho.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Simpson, and the gentlewoman from Maine, Ms. Pingree, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Idaho.
Madam Chairwoman, this bipartisan en bloc amendment was developed in coordination with our colleagues across the aisle. It contains non-controversial amendments addressing important issues in this bill that have been agreed to by both sides. For example, amendments in the en bloc highlight the importance of the Rural Water Technical Assistance Grants as well as the Clean Water and Drinking Water State Revolving Funds. It emphasizes the support for Indian health services and national heritage areas and support for research to harmful algal blooms and provides assistance for the Holocaust Memorial Museum. I support its adoption and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Idaho reserved. The gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
Madam Chair, I support the en bloc amendment and urge its adoption. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
We have no more speakers on this.
The gentleman from Maine
I reserve.
is recognized.
I'm happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Titus.
The gentlewoman from Nevada is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for yielding at this amount of time. I rise in support of Amendment 94, which would direct BLM to use additional resources on reversible fertility control methods in its wild horse and burro management program. There are as many as 73,000 wild horses and burros roaming across the West, many of which are put in unnecessary danger due to BLM's use of helicopters to control these populations. In FY24 alone, BLM has planned to round up a staggering 21,000 wild horses. This is a costly and unsustainable plan. But just in the last 3 weeks, 47 horses have been killed during BLM helicopter roundups in Nevada and Wyoming. There are, however, more humane ways to achieve BLM's goal of managing these herds. The use of reversible, fertility control is a safe and inexpensive way to manage wild horse and burro populations. Although it's scientifically proven to decrease the number of animals living on the range, BLM spends less than 1% of its management budget on such methods. So I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment to implore BLM to increase their spending on fertility control methods and save these icons of the American West. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Nevada yields back. The gentlewoman from Maine
I reserve.
reserves.
Yep.
The gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
Again, we don't have any further speakers. If the gentlelady's ready to yield back, or
The gentleman
reserve.
from Idaho reserves. The gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very pleased to yield 2 minutes from the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, clean water is a human right. For decades in this country, we have allowed our water infrastructure to fall into disrepair, putting public health and the health of our environments into jeopardy. Fortunately, the State and Tribal Assistance Grant, or STAG, program is empowering communities to tackle their toughest challenges and make game-changing drinking and clean water investments. These include projects that protect beaches, including coastlines along the Great Lakes in my district, to make it swim safe and recreation safe. Projects to prevent runoff that pollutes our waters, can cause harmful algae blooms that damage public health and marine life. Projects to remove lead pipes, improving health incomes, especially in children. The STAG program also works to address past inequities by providing Indian and tribal communities with the support they need to address drinking water and wastewater issues that disproportionately impact reservations. The STAG program is a step in the right direction. It helps state and tribal governments across the country upgrade aging infrastructure, build resiliency in the face of climate change, and meet the needs of historically underserved communities. For these reasons, it's critical to ensure this program is adequately funded. My amendment would increase funding for the STAG program by $745 million. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment to protect our nature's most precious natural resource and ensure communities' access to clean water across our great country. Thank you. I yield back.
New York yields back. The gentlewoman from Maine reserves.
I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Maine yields back. The gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Idaho. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 2, printed in Part B of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Arrington of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
I thank the Speaker. Let me start by saying the critical habitat that I'm concerned most about is rural America, the backbone of this country, the breadbasket, and the energy basin that's feeding, clothing, and fueling America. And what I'm concerned about with respect to endangered species, after almost 4 years of this administration, are farmers and oil and gas producers that turn the cranks on the greatest economy in the world, that keep the consumer's cost of energy down, that basically produce through hydrocarbons 90% of everything we use. But they're being attacked with a whole of government assault, and this, I think, is just one more example. So I rise to offer an amendment to prohibit the funding of the Biden-Harris administration's attempt to regulate these cowboys, plowboys, and roughnecks in rural America that make America great, truly. Because this administration has decided to list, in this case, 6 freshwater mussel species that, in their own report and own words, is moderately healthy, and in doing so jeopardize the livelihoods and the way of life and the tremendous contributions of our ag and energy producers, locking up 15,000 miles of rivers, causing our farmers and ranchers to be in jeopardy of criminalization, essentially, for the things they do to make an efficient production, ag production, for an affordable and abundant supply of food for every American. So I propose this amendment. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, to defend what I believe is blatant overreach, stand up for the God-fearing, hardworking, freedom-loving farmers and ranchers and energy producers in the heartland. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nature is declining globally at rates unprecedented in human history. More than 1 million species are currently threatened with extinction, many within decades. This amendment seeks to legislate species status rather than providing species with the protections they are afforded under the Endangered Species Act, our principal conservation law. And it would potentially increase litigation regarding the government's responsibility to implement the statutory requirements of the Endangered Species Act. Once again, my Republican colleagues are disregarding the law. The best available science, scientific and commercial information, not politics, should determine whether a species is listed as threatened or endangered. This amendment circumvents the rigorous process that is in place to make these determinations, as well as the role of public input. Human activities that threaten and diminish animal habitats, pollute nature, and accelerate global warming are driving species extinction and creating unhealthy ecosystems. When we lose a species, impacts reverberate throughout ecosystems, and we all suffer because our economy, our health, livelihoods, food security, and quality of life all depend on healthy ecosystems. Defunding the service's ability to list species would work against the clear intent of the Endangered Species Act and would further litigation by outside groups on both sides. It would also undercut the service's ability to work collaboratively with tribes or other federal agencies, states, local communities, and landowners to conserve this species. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment and protect vulnerable species so that future generations benefit from a world with healthy ecosystems and robust biodiversity. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Maine yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized. The gentleman
How much time do I have?
has 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, if the Endangered Species Act were so important to my colleagues, we wouldn't go 30 years without reauthorizing it. I mean, if it's a national priority, we ought to look at it, do our congressional oversight jobs that we were sent here to do, and determine if it's working or not. And I can't imagine, to my colleague from Maine, that your fishermen would appreciate being locked out of their livelihoods and what they contribute to the Maine economy any more than my producers of agriculture that put food on the table for folks in Maine and all over the country. I really believe we've gotten this thing so out of whack when we talk about critical habitat for these freshwater mussels that are healthy. There is nothing healthy about the ag economy. There's an ecosystem that we ought to all be concerned about, because if we can't feed ourselves, if we don't have food security in this country, then we don't have a strong nation. And we're blessed with tremendous resources. The greatest of those resources are hardworking farmers and ranchers and fishermen and others who help feed Americans and take tremendous risk, weather risk, market risks. I mean, these guys live with tremendous debt. They borrow and they pray to the good Lord that the weather will work out, and they've been experiencing record drought in my home state of Texas. And now they got to contend with healthy freshwater mussels in 1,500 miles of river. It seems to me we got this thing upside down. Yes, we want to steward our environment. Yes, we care about wildlife and habitat of all kinds. But we seem to have moved the human flourishing objective somewhere down below where it ought to be, which is at the top, along with these farmers, ranchers, and energy producers. God bless them. They got so much to contend with all the overreach coming out of EPA's waters of the U.S. I could go through a litany of things that they are suffering, one blow after another, one regulation, one overreach after another. Now these freshwater mussels that are apparently, according to their own reports, healthy. We ought to care more about the critical habitat of farming and farmers than we do freshwater mussels that are healthy. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 3, printed in Part B of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Arrington of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I rise to offer an amendment to defund the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services plan to expand the Muleshoe Wildlife Refuge by an unprecedented 1,000%. Ladies and gentlemen, think about that. We're out in the breadbasket of America, in the panhandle of Texas, Muleshoe, America, and they take a 6,400-acre wildlife refuge, and they want to expand it to 700,000 acres. And as my chairman over here from Idaho, the only one that recognizes that we have the highest level of indebtedness in the history of our nation, surpassing World War II, and we're in relative peace and prosperity, and it's only going to get worse. The wheels are coming off. Chairman Simpson, we spend almost $1 trillion to service the debt, just to pay interest. And that's going to more than double over the next decade. We are in trouble. $35 trillion. We're borrowing almost $8 billion a day to support this huge and ever-growing government. The last thing we need, like a hole in our head, the last thing we need to do is spend money to buy up more land, to somehow either appease an environmental group or maybe just to achieve what seems to be an odd objective of having the federal government own and operate a third of our land. They can't manage the land they've got. I just got back from Glacier National Park. It's beautiful. I want those parks to be managed well for wildfire management, recreation use. I mean, they're beautiful and we're blessed. The gentleman there who runs that facility on behalf of the American people said he can't get to 10% of the land. And we're trying to go 1,000% expansion in muleshoe. The sandhill crane and the pronghorns, they're not on the endangered species list. They're stable. I don't understand why here we are. Let's think about the critical habitat versus the human flourishing and the human habitat and the American people habitat. We have Social Security, Medicare that are insolvent in the next 10 to 15 years. Their unfunded liability combined is about $135 trillion. We've got a farm bill that needs to be resourced. We've got infrastructure that's crumbling. We have a defense department, the common defense, which is the first and most important job of the federal government. But because our debt and interest is squeezing our ability to fund our national priorities, we are now below 10%, or now below 3% investing in military and the defense of our country per GDP for the first time since prior to World War II. And this is what my colleagues, my Democrat colleagues think is a national priority. I mean, that's the problem with this place, is we don't prioritize. Our system of resourcing the people's government is completely irrational. We don't have to pay for jack. We don't take it out of their pockets so they don't revolt. They would. If we took the $2 trillion that we borrow every year, they'd revolt. But we ought to be able to find some waste and some unnecessary spending, maybe spending that maybe we ought to prioritize like every other American that's suffering with the worst tax of all, which is inflation. They have to prioritize or they don't eat or they can't take care of their families. This is a bad deal. It's overreach. It's crazy. I know, am I out of time, Madam Speaker?
The gentleman has 45 seconds.
Okay, I got to say this because here's one. People don't trust the federal government anymore, and I don't like that because it's going to make it very difficult for us to govern and keep the peace, the domestic tranquility, and to have us love each other as fellow Americans. They don't trust the federal government even more over the last few years because they've seen it be weaponized against them in the name of clean air or clean water in terms of ponds, puddles, and ditches on farmers' lands that have nothing to do with navigable waters. And this administration knows it. And by the way, so do the courts because they threw it out. But it's just one after another. Look, Texas tried to do what the federal government abdicated under this current administration and under the border czar Harris's leadership. They tried to defend our sovereign border, protect our citizens, and you know what? They, with the stroke of a pen, this administration declared the Mexican mussel critical habitat, and they obstructed our ability to defend ourselves.
The gentleman's time has expired. Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I claim time in opposition to this
amendment. The
amendment.
gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, the Interior bill we are considering today includes 92 poison pill riders in the base bill, and I object to the inclusion of any more. We are here to protect the welfare of the American public, and we cannot close our eyes to the impacts of climate change, such as the drought, flooding, severe storm, and wildfire events we're experiencing. As of July 9th, the United States has experienced 15 confirmed weather or climate disaster events with losses exceeding $1 billion each. That's 15, over $1 billion this year alone by July. As we all know, Hurricane Beryl made landfall in Texas on July 8th, and we know more storms will follow this year. This amendment seeks to block the Fish and Wildlife Service from working with willing sellers to expand conservation of the Muleshoe National Wildlife Refuge through fee title and easement acquisitions. Investment in and expansion of the National Wildlife Refuge System follows on to the service's work with partners to identify a conservation strategy and limited acquisition boundary that will support sandhill crane, pronghorn, and the lesser prairie chicken, as well as a full suite of other wildlife that relies on grassland and wetland habitat types. This plan is a critical step in protecting the future of the southern High Plains region in New Mexico and Texas for iconic species. This area is also important to conserve for related benefits like clean water filtration and carbon sequestration that are essential to environmental and human well-being. Our economy, health, livelihoods, food security, and quality of life all depend on healthy ecosystems. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment and focus instead on addressing climate change and, making our nation stronger. I yield back.
The gentleman from Maine yields back. All time on the amendment has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 4, printed in Part B of House Report 118-602. For what purpose did the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Bentz of Oregon.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oregon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would prohibit the Department of the Interior from using appropriated funds for any purpose having to do with establishing, under the Antiquities Act, a national monument in Malheur County, Oregon. Malheur County is a part of my congressional district, and it's huge, almost 10,000 square miles in size. As you can see from the picture to my right, this county is 145 times the size of Washington, D.C. It is sparsely populated, but the people who live and work in Malheur County understand the value and importance of protecting the land. Why? Because many are second, third, and fourth generations who spent their lives earning a living in the most challenging of arid locations, knowing from hard experience that the only way to survive is to live in harmony with the land. Back in 2015, a small group of mostly urban activists funded by recreational sportswear companies tried to convince the Obama administration that it should use the Antiquities Act to abruptly impose a national monument designation on 2.5 million acres of the 6.3 million acres making up Malheur County. That's about 40% of the county's entire area. This picture beside me shows the typical type of land that makes up much of this 2.5 million acres. The almost 200 miles of canyon seen cutting through the sagebrush flats in this picture are already protected with scenic river designations. We don't need a monument stacked on top of those previous designations. Much of the proposed monument area is covered by sagebrush and extremely dry. The wildly separated springs and ephemeral trickles of water trying to pass as streams in this vast environmentally fragile area are generally the site of ranch headquarters operated for generations by families of ranchers. These ranchers, in addition to being an important part of the economy, provide first responder protection for recreationalists, hikers, hunters, and when wildfires break out, as they are right now, they do their best to protect the land itself. Their presence also protects against abuse of the land by those who have little regard for its fragility. Back in 2015, when those activists began to lobby the Obama administration for a monument designation, local residents gathered together in opposition. They formed a group of ranchers, hunters, environmental NGOs, and others. For the past 7 years, this group has been meeting, studying, arguing, discussing, and working with landowners, state legislators, county commissioners, the local Paiute tribe of Indians, Congressman Senator Ron Wyden, and others to develop a legislative initiative addressing many of the concerns of interested parties. Their work culminated in Senate Bill 1890, the Malheur Community Empowerment for the Owyhee Act, passed by the Senate. Thus, there's no reason for a national monument designation. The pending Senate bill, when finalized, because it needs to be changed in significant part, plus the federal protections already in place, as shown in the chart beside me, are all designed to protect this important area. A top-down monument designation will not protect the land, and in fact, such a designation will attract tens of thousands of people to this fragile area, resulting in destruction of the very thing a monument designation would purport to protect. It's a sad commentary on those that preach cooperation and nonpartisanship that one of the very environmental NGOs that was at the negotiating table and participated in the structure found in Senate Bill 1890 has now begun to advertise, fundraise, and lobby, advocating that the President use the Antiquities Act to designate much of that same 2.5 million acres as a national monument, ignoring the years of work and time invested by those who actually live in and around this land to do something more protective. Madam Chair, my amendment is designed to stop the use of federal monies for what would be a totally unnecessary monument designation, thus allowing the locally driven public land process, protective process to continue. Madam Chair, I ask for support of this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would prohibit funding for the establishment of any national monument in Malheur County. The Antiquities Act provides the President with the authority to designate national monuments in order to protect objects of historic or scientific interest. Both Republican and Democratic presidents have used this authority to increase the protection of special federal lands. This amendment inappropriately restricts the President's ability to declare a national monument in specific parts of the country. It goes against 100 years of American tradition to protect the nation's cultural and natural resources. The Antiquities Act represents an important achievement in the progress of conservation and preservation efforts in the United States. Congress should not stand in the way of these achievements. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Maine reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Madam Chair, I just want to point out that there are layer upon layer, or there is layer upon layer of federal protective designations already in place, but more importantly, the local community has worked together for almost 7 years to put together the bill that actually, a bill similar to the one that has been passed by the Senate. Why in the world would we want to allow a designation of a monument to usurp the local work done by people living in that area? This bill says, no, let's not allow that to happen, this amendment, excuse me. And we need this kind of protection so that local people recognize they're not powerless and that they can step up and protect their land. I strongly urge my colleagues to join me in defending our community's rights and upholding our constitutional rights. We must not allow executive overreach, but protect our rural communities and promote balanced approaches to federal land management. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Oregon. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 6, printed in Part B of House Report 118-602. For what purpose did the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mrs. Bice of Oklahoma.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentlewoman from Oklahoma, Ms. Bice, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of my amendment, which would prohibit the use of any federal funds or resources from being used to host drag shows at the Smithsonian. I have had several interactions with Smithsonian Secretary Lonnie Bunch on this very issue. In a House Administration Committee hearing in December of last year, I questioned Secretary Bunch on whether or not taxpayer funds were used for drag shows and if the Smithsonian had plans to continue to promote drag shows for children. During the hearing, Secretary Bunch said, and I quote, "I think it is not appropriate to expose children to drag shows. I'm surprised, and I will look into that." I was pleased to hear this answer, as I also believe it is inappropriate to expose children to these types of events. Only a few weeks later, I was shocked to see that Secretary Bunch had begun pulling back on his answers to me. I believe this is in large part due to the blowback from staff who worked at the Smithsonian. A few months later, the Secretary followed up with answers to additional questions I had. While a response from the Smithsonian taxpayer funds were not used for drag shows directly, official time and Smithsonian resources, such as websites and staff, as well as building space, were being used. To me, this is completely unacceptable. The Smithsonian then hosted an event titled Neurodiverse Drag Story Hour, utilizing a taxpayer-funded Smithsonian building, advertised on taxpayer-funded websites, and using taxpayer-funded staff. Madam Speaker, the Smithsonian should focus on education and research, not inappropriate entertainment. Instead of diffusing knowledge, which is the mission statement of the Smithsonian, we are diffusing the intent and the mission of the institution. And with that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman Maine. For what purpose did the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
I seek time in opposition.
The gentlewoman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in strong opposition to the amendment, and I'm sorry to tell my good friend from Oklahoma that I oppose her on this misguided amendment. One of our greatest strengths as a nation is our diversity. The American experience is not a singular experience, and diversity programs exist to recognize this. We should not defund or block the Smithsonian from holding LGBTQIA+ events and restricting program and content development when we know the Smithsonian is committed to broadly sharing information so parents can make decisions about what is appropriate content for their children. I oppose this amendment. I encourage my colleagues to do the same, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Maine reserves. The gentlewoman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hear the words from my colleague from Maine, but I'd like to note a few instances of what we're seeing at the Smithsonian, because I believe that to be incorrect. Drag events at Smithsonian Institution museums include June 22nd, the Neurodiverse Drag Story Hour, June 23rd of 23, Native Pride Extravaganza, American Indian Museum, June 3rd of 23, Drag Story Hour, June 4th of 22, Pride Family Day with 2 lip-syncing drag shows, June of 21, Virtual Drag Queen Art Bingo, June of 21, Virtual Drag Queen Story Time, and June of 20, Drag Queen Story Time. These are not appropriate things to be hosting in taxpayer-funded buildings using taxpayer resources targeted at children. These are adult events, and they should be kept away from children, and I strongly support the amendment. Children should not be exposed to adult cabaret performances. In what world, Madam Speaker, is that okay? They receive federal funding to ensure their buildings are maintained and the staff are paid. I do not believe it is appropriate for staff to be paid to expose children to inappropriate material. I do not believe it is appropriate for federal buildings to be used. I do not believe it is appropriate for federal agencies, such as the Smithsonian Institution, to promote drag shows on their official channels. Government funding should be not used to expose children to inappropriate material. And Madam Speaker, with that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Oklahoma reserved. The gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Maine reserves. The gentlewoman from Oklahoma is recognized, and the gentlewoman from Maine has the right to close.
I'm happy to yield to my colleague from Maine for closing. I'm ready to close.
The woman from Oklahoma yield.
I'm ready to close, Madam Speaker.
I reserve.
Yeah. The gentlewoman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage support of this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
I'll just remind the body again that I strongly oppose this amendment. One of our greatest strengths as a nation is our diversity, that the events that my colleague on the other side of the aisle were all held during Pride Month. It's an extremely important activity during that month to talk about the importance of our diversity and that America is not a singular experience and that we represent a whole variety of people. I think that any kind of restriction of the content or programming of the art that goes on in the Smithsonian is a terrible slippery slope. We've seen this happen at other times in our country. Some of us are either old enough or have a memory of Edwin Meese when he was the, I think, Attorney General and decided to drape the statues surrounding the Capitol and spent thousands of dollars because he was deciding what was culturally appropriate or what should be going on. The fact is, these are all widely advertised programs that parents can make decisions about. I don't think we should do anything to restrict the content, the art, or the programming at the Smithsonian. And I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Yield back my time.
The gentlewoman from Maine yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Oklahoma. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 7, printed in Part B of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 7, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-602, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to offer my amendment that utilizes the Holman Rule to reduce the salary of EPA Administrator Michael Reagan to $1. On his watch, Administrator Reagan has used the EPA to impose Green New Deal policies such as electric appliance and EV mandates, power plant closures, strict regulations on American energy production, and environmental justice initiatives. On Michael Reagan's watch, the EPA has prioritized DEI over domestic energy, climate change over consumers, and EVs over our great economy. In a hearing with the Oversight and Accountability Committee, he was unaware that the EPA has never formally been authorized by Congress, something that someone who oversees an agency should know. If the body of government who is directed to create such agencies has never authorized them, well, then we kind of have a problem. But however, this hasn't stopped him from jeopardizing American energy security, overloading America's power grid, and raising costs for all American consumers and businesses. In fact, in March of last year, the EPA Twitter account posted, quote, as a bicultural, bilingual, and bisexual woman, Iris deeply empathizes with communities at the intersection of overlapping crisis of injustice, hashtag climate change, and environmental racism, end quote. We cannot have the head of the Environmental Protection Agency claiming that even the environment is racist. This is, another season of all the questions are made up and none of the points matter. The American people want their government to work for them, not against them. This administration's Green New Deal regulations are increasing regulatory costs at a rate of $617 billion per year of rulemaking. Is that clear? $617 billion in just rulemaking alone. This isn't a bill that Congress is passing. It's just rulemaking by the agency itself. And if they continue at the Obama administration's regulatory pace, this will cost American families $60,000. It's time to put an end to governing by the Green New Deal, which is very much a scam. And the first step is to get rid of Administrator Reagan. I urge the passage of this important amendment. And with that, Madam Chair, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Colorado reserves. Any member wish?
Madam Chairman.
What purpose did the gentleman from
claim
Idaho
time in opposition to the amendment?
One's recognized for 5 minutes.
I see that we're going to have several Holman rules coming up. When the Holman rule was originally put in place years ago, it was meant to identify people who had committed crimes, and we've had some of those that have been fired. It wasn't meant to identify people who had policy differences. Those are what elections are about. Anybody who suggested that on this side of the aisle that we were going to elect the Biden administration, the Biden-Harris administration, that the policies that they enacted were going to be things we supported, I think we're living in a different world. They're enacting their policy. Instead of doing these types of amendments, and I've opposed every one of them except one, instead of doing these types of amendments, what we need to do is, if we oppose them, get out and elect another president to get the job done. This doesn't do anything. If you could tell me that they had committed some crime, something that they didn't have the authority to do, then maybe we'd consider it. But I noticed on all of these things, there's an awful lot of Holman amendments that are going to be, and I'm only going to speak on one of them. Same message goes out for all of them. You don't do this because, frankly, I don't think we have the authority to do it, even though the rule of the House says we do. But they are appointed and they are confirmed by the United States Senate. I don't think we have, and this is essentially firing. When you reduce the salary to $1, you're firing the individual. I don't think we have that authority. So unless you can show me that they have done something illegal, high crimes or misdemeanors, something like that, I think this is silly. But we're going to have more of them. That's okay. I just wanted to speak on one of them because I don't want to repeat myself over and over and over again. But it gives the sponsors of these amendments sometimes to complain about what the administration is doing, and that's okay. But I oppose the amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Idaho yields back. The gentlewoman from Colorado has 2 minutes remaining and she's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate my colleague, Mr. Simpson here, who is chair of a subcommittee and Approps, the Interior Appropriations Subcommittee. I believe that we absolutely have the authority to exercise the Holman Rule. Congress, the House of Representatives, we are a majority rule self-governing body. We have rules that we vote on to put in place that allows us to govern and governs ourselves as members of Congress. We have the Holman Rule to have a check on unelected bureaucrats. I agree with my colleague that elections do matter, that we do need to get out and vote for the best candidate. However, my constituents in Colorado do not have the opportunity to vote for these unelected bureaucrats who are happy to stay in their position and wait out a majority of their disliking, and it is very difficult to remove them. And my colleague is also correct in saying this is essentially a way of firing these unelected bureaucrats who are abusing their position, who are using their power, their job and their position to hurt American citizens when they are creating rulemaking that is $17 billion per year and increasing the household costs of families by $60,000. I don't care if that's technically illegal or legal. It is immoral and it is unjust and it is unsustainable. So I stand by my amendment to reduce the salary of the EPA director, Mr. Reagan, to $1, to exercise our House rule that we have voted on, that Mr. Simpson even voted on in the rules package of January of 2023, and hold this unelected bureaucrat accountable. I am here to represent my constituents and save the American taxpayer money. Madam Chair, I yield.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Madam Chair, I would like to request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 8, printed in Part B of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 8, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-602, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to exercise the rule of the House to offer the Holman Rule amendment here in this appropriations bill. And I rise to offer my amendment that reduces the salary of Melissa Schwartz, Director of Communications of the Department of Interior, to $1. Melissa Schwartz is yet another horrendous and miserable use of taxpayer dollars. Look at this. She is a mask-wearing, quadruple-vaxxed, Green New Deal extremist, and unfortunately, a liberal troll who has harassed me even in committee hearing rooms. She shouldn't be employed at the Department of Interior. Melissa Schwartz belongs under a bridge. Melissa had the nerve and lack of respect to confront me in the halls of Congress following a Department of Interior meeting. In this hearing, she had the audacity to come and personally attack a member of Congress. This DEI hire made clear she doesn't work for the American people, and she is simply another misguided mouthpiece for liberal extremists that hates conservatives and people that disagree with her eccentric views. Rather than focus on agency priorities or the American people's priorities, facts, and seeking to do what's best for America, Schwartz spends most of her taxpayer time tweeting nonsense and trying to promote the Biden regime's radical New Deal scam. Melissa and her colleagues believe that climate change is the ultimate threat to humanity. They are willing to kill American jobs and sacrifice the health of our economy at all costs as they pursue their extremist ideology. I'm committed to taking a stand against the Biden regime's attempt to cripple American energy and cater to radical extremists. I urge my colleagues to exercise our voted on House rule and implement the Holman rule and support my amendment that reduces the salary of Melissa Schwartz to $1. And with that, Madam Chair, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Colorado reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is petty, punitive. Rather than pursuing grudges against public servants, my colleagues across the aisle should focus their energy on negotiating with the Senate on a bill to fund the government. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Maine reserves. The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield.
The gentlewoman from Colorado yields. The gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed.
Madam Chair.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maine seek recognition?
I request to record a vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 9, printed in Part B of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 9, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-602, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today to offer my amendment that utilizes the Holman Rule to reduce the salary of Director of Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, Elizabeth Klein, to $1. Ms. Klein is a radical environmentalist and a partisan hack comprised of special interests and mirrored in ethical conflicts. Her conflicts of interest were so severe that even Senator Manchin voted to block her nomination as Deputy Secretary of the Interior. As Deputy Director of the New York University School of Law's State Energy and Environmental Impact Center, Klein placed and paid the salaries of legal fellows and state attorneys general's offices to advance Michael Bloomberg's radical environmental agenda. The use of private money to conduct public business is ethically flawed, and Indiana's Attorney General categorized Ms. Klein's program as a, quote, arrangement through which a private organization or individual can promote an overtly political agenda by paying the salaries of government employees, end quote. In just the first year of the program, SEEIC fellows participated in filing at least 130 regulatory, legal, and other challenges to President Trump's policies. Successful policies, I might add. Now, Ms. Klein is working for the federal government and on the other side of lawsuits that she helped file. Under President Biden's own ethics rules, she should be prohibited from participating in matters involving her former employer. During her testimony in the House Committee on Natural Resources, I questioned Ms. Klein about her failed nomination to become Deputy Secretary of the Interior. I asked if she had been provided with a recusal list and formally requested that she provide that list to the committee. Ms. Klein told the committee that she was, quote, happy to provide that list, end quote. Shamefully, it took a letter from the committee and this aggressive committee questioning for Klein to send the committee a very delayed recusal list that should have been in place almost immediately after her hiring. Ms. Klein spent several years funneling money from Michael Bloomberg to sue the Trump administration and pay for the Green New Deal scam. Lawyers she had placed in attorneys general's offices across the country. Given her myriad of federal lawsuits and conflicts, there should be little to nothing that Ms. Klein is allowed to work on at any sub-agency within the Department of Interior. Senior federal employees are required to be transparent in their ethical obligations and act impartially, placing their sole loyalty to the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America. Ms. Klein's history of infiltrating state governments with Michael Bloomberg's minions and supporting lawsuits against the federal government makes it impossible for her to meet the ethical obligations that her position of public trust requires. Ms. Klein continued employment as the director of Bureau of Ocean Energy Management and has been ridiculed with controversial and extensive history of ethical conflicts. And this is a stain on the Department of Interior and the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. Radical partisan extremists have no place in the federal government, especially those in charge of our energy security. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to restore integrity to the Department of Interior and the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. Madam Chair, with that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment, once again, is petty and punitive. I don't think this is the appropriate place to pursue grudges against public servants, hardworking public servants who we ask to do an extremely important job in Washington. Let me just say this. This is a use of the Holman Amendment in a way to just talk about my colleague on the other side of the aisle's objection to the work that's going on related to climate change. This bill is going to be full of amendments from people who either don't believe in climate change, don't think we should invest in it, aren't willing to think about the future. This is our job, is to make sure that we are protecting the future of this planet, of this country, of our economy, of the people who live in the United States, the future for our children and grandchildren. We are going to hear a litany of opposition through amendments like these, from people who don't believe that we're having the hottest summer on record, who aren't paying attention to the extreme floods, to the storms that are impacting us, to the damage it's already done to the economy, to the billions of dollars we're already spending, who are going to use any means possible to block the work we're doing to fight climate change. I oppose this amendment. I'm going to continue to oppose these amendments that are really just another way to deny that climate change exists and that we have a responsibility to work on it. I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Maine reserves. The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized. And she has 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to say that I care deeply about our environment. I want clean air. I want clean water. I want to be able to be good stewards of the land that we have been gifted here in the United States of America. And I don't believe that pursuing these extremist Green New Deal scam policies is advancing that agenda that we have. I don't want to spend tax dollars on these initiatives and this purpose. I want to do the work of the people, and I believe that my amendment gets us one step closer to that by reducing the salary of Ms. Klein to $1. Madam Chair, I yield.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
Once again, I will say that we're going to have a litany of amendments from people who don't believe in climate change, no matter what they say, no matter how many times people on the other side of the aisle say, oh, no, I really want clean air and clean water, but I don't want to do the hard work that has to be done. And to call these policies extremist, Green New Deal policies is just a way to dismiss that we have a serious problem before us. We have serious work to do. It is our responsibility to protect the planet for future generations, to make sure that we can continue to live and exist on this planet. I reject this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Maine yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
I would like to request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 10, printed in Part B of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 10, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-602, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Rise to offer my amendment that redirects $2 million to hazardous fuels reduction activities within the Bureau of Land Management to prevent catastrophic wildfires and save lives. The year I was elected, Colorado suffered the worst fire season in Colorado history with the 3 largest recorded wildfires we have ever had. Hundreds of homes were destroyed and evacuated, and Coloradans endured more than 100 days of fire. The Cameron Peak fire burned more than 208,000 acres and more than 460 structures to the tune of $6 million in property losses. The East Troublesome fire on the border of my district killed 2 people. Coloradans also suffered severe health issues resulting from significant smoke from these fires. Wildfire smoke causes serious disorders, including eye and respiratory tract infections, reduced lung function, bronchitis, exacerbation of asthma, and even premature death. Catastrophic wildfires also cause significant damage to the environment. A few years ago, NASA concluded that one catastrophic wildfire can emit more carbon emissions in just a few days than all of the vehicle emissions in an entire state over the course of an entire year. Decades of mismanagement has left our nation's federal lands vulnerable to insects and disease and ripe for catastrophic wildfires. The good news is there is finally significant bipartisan support throughout the country to prevent wildfires, and the Forest Service is seeking to treat 20 million acres of national forests and grasslands and 30 million acres of state, local, and tribal and private lands over the next 10 years. However, we need to do more, as federal agencies have stated that more than 1 billion acres throughout the country are currently at risk of catastrophic wildfires. Our federal lands are overgrown and poorly managed, making them more susceptible to wildfire, disease, and even bark beetle attacks. There are federal lands in Colorado and the West where we once had 50 to 100 trees per acre, but now we see 500 to 1,000 trees per acre, proving the overgrowth of our forests. There are also 6 billion standing dead trees in the western United States. Some people call that a problem. I call it a tinderbox waiting to ignite and burn. Fuels treatments are effective, and federal agencies have made clear, and I quote, over 90% of the fuel treatments are effective in changing the fire behavior and or helping with control of the wildfire, end quote. Let's put the lives of the American people first, take significant action to benefit our environment by passing my hazardous fuels reduction amendment and redirecting $2 million to these hazardous fuels reductions activities within the Bureau of Land Management. And I encourage the adoption of my amendment. Madam Chair, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Colorado reserve. Purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I'm very, very supportive of increasing funding in this important program. And I want to thank the chairman for his work over the years, hard work and bipartisan work in combating wildland fires. But I simply cannot support the offset proposed for this amendment. Funding for the EPA in the base bill is already cut $1.8 billion below the enacted level, and this reduction makes it impossible for the EPA to carry out its mission. We need the worker bees of the EPA to keep the EPA moving forward for the American public. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back my time.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota yields back her time. The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Madam Chair, I am proud of my party's work in reducing taxpayer spending by $1.8 billion in this bill. And I also am encouraged to find even more offsets where we can redirect funding and put them to a more appropriate use for the taxpayer, showing that their best interest is what we are all here serving in Washington, D.C. on their behalf for. Madam Chair, again, I support the adoption of my amendment that redirects $2 million for the fuels hazardous management in the Bureau of Land Management. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Colorado yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 11, printed in Part B of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 11, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-602, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to offer my common sense amendment that redirects $2 million of the Inspector General to combat waste, fraud, and abuse within the EPA. As a proud member of the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability, I am a firm believer in increasing transparency of federal programs and actions within the executive branch. Honest, hardworking Americans should be able to trust that their tax dollars are being spent responsibly and for their intended purposes. The EPA Office of Inspector General is charged with providing critical oversight over tens of billions of dollars that are spent by the EPA, U.S. Chemical Safety and Hazard Investigation Board, as well as more than $100 billion that is being doled out through the so-called Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and the so-called Inflation Reduction Act that we all know did nothing to reduce inflation. Ask anyone you meet in a grocery store. Unlike other Inspector General offices, the EPA IG did not receive additional funding from the Inflation Reduction Act, Expansion Act, to carry out the additional oversight mandates associated with this law. Oversight by the IG is critical to ensure that the EPA, as well as its grantees and contractors, are responsible stewards of scarce American tax dollars. The IG also seeks to root out fraud, waste, and abuse, mismanagement, and misconduct within the agencies it provides oversight to. Recently, the IG identified significant taxpayer risks and vulnerabilities that are associated with the administration's Clean School Bus program. Sounds great, right? The Inspector General pointed out, and I quote, "There is a high potential for, among other things, falsely substituting or duplicating requests from multiple federal agencies for the same or very similar materials and associated labor," end quote. Ever since the passage of the Inspector General Act in 1978, Inspectors General has uncovered billions of dollars of fraud and exposed numerous instances of criminal wrongdoing. The EPA IG is no exception. During the first half of the fiscal year of 2023, the EPA IG identified $135 million in wasted spending, fraud avoidance, and other monetary benefits to American taxpayers. However, vigilance by the EPA Inspector General is needed now more than ever for the more than $100 billion of Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act and the Inflation Reduction Act that have been distributed and are still going out the door. Funding currently allocated in this bill for the EPA IG is significantly below the budget estimate, yet they are being asked to do significantly more. My common sense amendment will help ensure that the Inspector General has the funding and resources they need to provide strict oversight of the EPA. I have found a pay for, so this is not deficit spending. We are not wasting taxpayer dollars. We are redirecting these $2 million, and I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to redirect important resources to the Inspector General. Madam Chair, without a reserve.
A gentleman from Colorado reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, to be clear, I fully support the oversight efforts and believe in the mission of the Inspector General's office across this government. It's vital. When I was former chair of this committee, I supported their work. I supported their work as the former chair of the Defense Subcommittee and as ranking member. But I have to strongly disagree with the offset and the treatment of the EPA in this bill in general. In base bill, the EPA is cut by nearly 20%. Almost every single account is cut except for the Office of the Inspector General. So quite frankly, the Inspector General's office does pretty well under this bill being protected. Cutting every single program at the EPA and seeking to increase funding for only one office, which happens to be the Oversight Office, is clearly an attempt by the majority to politicize the Inspector General, and that to me is just unacceptable, Madam Chair. So I oppose the amendment, and before I reserve the balance of my time, I require how much time is left, if I could ask that of you.
The gentlewoman has 4 minutes remaining.
And the gentlewoman offering the amendment?
Gentlewoman from Colorado has 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Yes, Madam Chair, I would like to yield the remainder of my time to my colleague, Mr. Simpson.
The gentleman from Idaho is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you for yielding. I rise in support of this amendment to provide additional funding for the EPA Office of Inspector General to conduct important and necessary oversight agencies. I've spoken with several of the Inspector Generals that have said that with all of the funding that went out last year, funding that went out to the EPA and to other things, they don't have enough money to do the oversight to make sure that the money that was spent in the Inflation Reduction Act, the infrastructure bill, and other things are properly spent. And so that they've asked us, actually, and several of my colleagues on this side of the aisle, Mrs. Beaupart and Mrs. Bice, have also suggested that we need more money in the Inspector General's accounts. So I'm supporting this amendment, and I hope my colleagues will also.
Say that again. The gentlewoman from Colorado yield back.
I yield.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I appreciate Chairman Simpson's remarks, but I would like to correct a point that was made earlier in the debate. The bill already does include a provision to provide the IG, with a percentage of funds from the IRA. And it's on page 216 is section 471. So the gentlewoman might want to double check before making such a broad statement again that it didn't include any funding that could be used from the IRA. So I still oppose the amendment, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 13, printed in Part B of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 13, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-602, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From day one of this regime, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris declared an all-out war on American energy production and exploration. They have made very clear that they care more about appeasing the radical climate change activists than protecting the millions of oil and gas workers and producers in America. I was disappointed but not surprised when the Biden regime finalized the rule entitled Fluid Mineral Lease and Leasing Process, which mandates provisions from the partisan so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which increased the royalty rate for production on federal lands while also increasing and creating new fees for domestic energy producers. This new fluid mineral leasing rule is further proof that the Biden-Harris regime is using every tool in their administration to dismantle American energy production. It increases bonding levels for production on federal lands and proposes ending nationwide bonding and increasing the minimum bond amounts for individual lease bonds and statewide lease bonds from $10,000 to $150,000 and from $25,000 to $500,000, respectively. This significant increase will tie up capital that would otherwise be put back into production and is unjustifiable as there are only 37 orphaned oil and gas wells on BLM-managed lands. These increases will impact smaller producers who can't afford to operate in the market. These additional fees will ultimately harm returns and reduce revenues to state and local governments by disincentivizing development on federal lands. The rule also introduces the idea of using preference criteria to inform the BLM selection of lands for lease sales. BLM's rationale for this change is to avoid conflict in areas, quote, with sensitive cultural, wildlife, and recreation resources, end quote. This means that BLM field offices could avoid leasing in all areas with endangered or threatened species, critical habitat, or nearby recreation areas, a move that would greatly limit leasing on our federal lands. With the wars happening in the Middle East and in Europe, and with OPEC significantly lowering oil production, we cannot rely on other foreign nations to control our energy supply. America makes the cleanest energy in the world. We do it the most responsibly. American innovation, in particular fracking, has allowed America to be the global leader in reducing emissions since the year 2000. We need to stop buying oil and gas from Russia, stop begging OPEC, Venezuela, and Iran to produce energy for us, and start producing more energy responsibly here in America. I am ready to bring back the American roughneck and to drill, baby, drill, because no one does it better than we do here in the United States of America. We must restore American energy dominance and produce clean, reliable energy right here in America. Mr. Chair, I urge the adoption of my amendment, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves.
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
And first and foremost, I do not believe that the United States government purchases oil from Russia. We have sanctions against them, and we do not purchase oil from Iran. Mr. Chair, this amendment is one more controversial poison pill writer that sadly shows the extremist Republicans are not interested in bills that can gain bipartisan support and become law. The Fluid Mineral Lease and Leasing Program rules revises outdated. These haven't been updated for years, and it's our responsibility to make sure the taxpayers get a good return on our natural resources when they're put out to lease. So what this tries to do is just update these outdated fiscal terms on offshore leases, oil, gas program, including bonding requirements to protect taxpayers, royalty rates, and minimum bids to make sure that U.S. taxpayers receive a fair amount for their public lands when they're used as lease materials. The rule aims to increase the returns to the American taxpayers. I can't say this enough. It's to make sure that taxpayers are getting a fair shake, that they're assured of a fair return from the extraction of natural resources on public lands, and to discourage speculators and improve responsible stewardship as directed by Congress. Now, we're here to protect the cultural and natural resources of our public lands for future generations. And that means when they go out to bid, that we make sure that the royalty rates and the minimum bids serve the taxpayers well, and bonding requirements to protect taxpayers are put in place. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I would like to yield the remainder of my time to my colleague, Mr. Simpson from Idaho.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the lady for yielding. I rise in support of the amendment. This administration continues to put out rulemakings that seek to attack American energy producers with burdensome costs and regulations. These new costs will ultimately be passed along to consumers, driving up energy costs for American families and further shifting production to countries that are not our friends. We must utilize an all-of-the-above energy approach to energy production and stop hampering domestic energy production. It would be interesting to note that in the year 2020, we were actually energy independent in this country. We are no longer. And yet we have the energy here in this country, but we refuse to use it. Therefore, I support the gentlewoman's amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlelady is recognized.
I would like to reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves.
Mr. Chair, I yield.
Mr. Chair, I want to state another fact for the record. When we extract oil and natural gas out of public lands, it's sold on a global market. So when it's sold to other folks. So if we're running into energy independence challenges, as was pointed out, part of that's because it's sold on the global market. I also want to point out for the record, it's been almost 4 decades, since the taxpayers have had bonding requirements, royalty rates, and minimum bids looked at to make sure that they're protected. Let me close with this. Once again, my Republican colleagues are disregarding the law and trying to circumvent rigorous practices to put the rules up to date and nullify public comments also happens with this amendment. We just can't close our eyes to the impacts of climate change that we're experiencing as our country, our health, our livelihoods, food security, and quality of life all depend upon a healthy ecosystem. And I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment and focus instead on addressing climate change and being good stewards of our public lands and resources for the benefits of future generations. And that means refreshing and updating almost 40-year-old oil, gas, and mineral leasing. With that, I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 14, printed in Part B of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 14, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-602, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to offer my amendment that prohibits funds made available by this act to be used for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion and Accessibility Council at the Department of the Interior. In February of 2022, Secretary Haaland established the first ever Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility Council through Secretary's Order 3406 to incorporate these practices into the department's work across many bureaus. Let's be honest here. The DEI agenda is a destructive ideology that breeds hatred and racial division. It has no place in our federal government or anywhere else in our society. DEI exists to be a jobs program for otherwise unemployable they touch. Since taking office, the Biden-Harris regime has implemented DEI policies across virtually every agency in the federal government. The DEI is focused on coddling unequipped and incompetent employees, and I think we've seen that by all of the resignations from these DEI hires in this administration in just a few short years. As we saw a mere 11 days ago, DEI hires and incompetency at Secret Service were responsible for letting a deranged gunman come centimeters from killing President Trump. And I'm not talking about the folks who were there, boots on the ground. I'm talking about the disgraced director of the Secret Service who resigned today after scrutiny from both Republicans and Democrats, and those all throughout our country. Mr. Chair, we should no longer allow DEI and the federal government to continue to divide America and waste taxpayer money. It's absurd to fund these diverse policies, and it's time for Congress to put an end to them once and for all. The Department of Interior should be focused on restoring American energy dominance, not pandering to radical leftists. This is not about race or gender or anything else included in the DEI agenda of the left. This is about having the best, most equipped, most qualified personnel in their positions, no matter what their race or gender are. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to abolish this demonizing DEI council. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized. For what purpose does the gentlewoman
Still
seek
from
recognition?
Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wrong in the strongest opposition possible to this amendment. One of our greatest strengths as a nation is we learn, we grow, we change. And that means diversity is a great strength in this country. There was a time, Mr. Chair, when women couldn't vote. There was a time when juries were only men. There was a time when it was unthinkable for a woman to join a police department or a woman to be a doctor. The place was to be a nurse. There was a time in our military in which women could be test pilots here at home during the war. And after the war, they were no longer allowed to be pilots in the sky flying commercially. Diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI. The American experience is not a singular experience, and diversity programs exist to recognize this. I'm going to give another example, Mr. Chair. When I was in the state legislature in Minnesota, we had a vibrant Hmong community that came here after the Lao war in Vietnam. It was a secret war in Laos. And the Hmong community came here, and they were very outdoors people. And, understanding and making sure that they understood our natural resource laws, we decided we wanted to reach out and include that diversity. And so we went out, and I was part of the legislation that was written, that we asked our Natural Resources Department to hire, to look for qualified people, hires Vietnamese, Lao, Cambodian people to work with our wonderful diverse community in the Twin Cities and have them feel included and wanted because we wanted them to experience the great outdoors in Minnesota. Well, we did that. They were well qualified, well respected, and in fact, just this year, I was surprised. One of the fathers came up to me when I was doing my recruitment and acceptance for going into the military academy, and he said, "You don't remember me, but because of you, I felt like I could do this job, and I did it well." And he retired from the state of Minnesota working for the Department of Natural Resources, and I appointed his son to go to one of our military academies. And that's the beauty of our country. And the fact is also that business leaders agree that having a diverse and inclusive workforce in the place is critical to their overall performance, because I was in sales for years. If you're selling to somebody, you better understand their culture, you better understand their needs and their wants. So the business community embraces this. So the attempt to defund or to block the implementation of these efforts only takes us back to a time when our nation's diversity, when women were not seen as an asset. So I oppose this amendment, and Mr. Chair, I'm not going to speak on this any longer. This has been replayed over and over and over again, and for me, it is hateful, it is hurtful, it is harmful. We amended our Constitution numerous times to include diversity and inclusion, and with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, may I inquire as to how much time I have remaining?
The gentlewoman has 2 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. America is great, and we're going to make America even greater in the upcoming months and years. America is diverse. America is the great melting pot of the world. We have some of the world's best, the world's finest. And you know, it's amazing. All it took were people coming together to adopt the 19th Amendment, to allow women to vote. It took people coming together and collaborating to hire women as police officers or firefighters or pilots. Heck, I've flown a plane. Little Husky 180. Great time. Enjoying the sights of Colorado and all of the mountainsides. You know, we have an economy right now that is failing because we have a party and an administration that is prioritizing DEI, something we didn't need to have women as police officers or firefighters or pilots or service members, those who would offer up their own lives to serve in the honor of our great country, who would stand for our flag. And because of DEI and this administration's woke agenda and their radical views, we have now been regulated into poverty. I remember a time also where women could, if they chose, stay home and raise their children. And now women are forced to work and have homes with two incomes because they cannot afford their groceries or their gasoline to get their children to school. And it's all because of the policies of this radical agenda. I'm fine with diversity. America is known for being a welcoming country. But this DEI program isn't what makes America great, and we never needed it to be great. And I'm calling for it to come to an end. I yield.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment number 15, printed in Part B of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 15, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-602, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to offer my amendment to prohibit funding for the, ready, bicycle subsidy benefit program at the Department of the Interior. The DOI Bicycle Subsidy Benefit Program provides taxpayer dollars to DOI employees and paid student interns and/or unpaid student volunteers for the purchase, improvements, repair, storage, and/or maintenance of a non-motorized bicycle that is used as a primary means of commuting to and from work, as well as a monthly stipend. Welcome to the federal government. American taxpayers' hard-earned money is being wasted on covering bicycle commuting expenses such as bicycles, bicycle locks, bicycle parking, storage, bicycle safety equipment, bicycle improvements, or accessories including reflective lights, racks, bicycle repairs, and general maintenance, personal safety and protective equipment, including high-visible safety apparel, headwear, and bicycle gloves, and bicycle share memberships, as well as getting paid to bike to work. Praise the Lord. Coloradans across my district are struggling right now. They're hurting. The economy is bad, inflation is high, the policies are ruining their lives that are brought by the Biden-Harris administration. They are struggling right now as they deal with the disastrous effects of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's destructive economic policies. We must redirect our attention and their money to much more important things than subsidizing employees for riding bicycles. The Biden administration has unleashed record inflation on Americans that has decimated our bank and retirement accounts, increased gas prices to record levels, raised utility bills, drove up grocery costs, and made it harder to live for the American people. The primary root cause of this record-breaking inflation was trillions of dollars of wasteful federal spending. This excessive spending has real-life consequences that the people I represent are experiencing every single day. American families will pay a $8,581 inflation tax over the next year. They didn't vote for that, but unfortunately, too many elected officials did. Currently, 20 million Americans cannot pay their electric bill. We have seen a 4.3% decline in real wages since Joe Biden and Kamala Harris entered the White House. Americans have lost more than $2 trillion in retirement savings they have worked their lives for. America is $35 trillion in debt, and Democrats want us to continue to print money and pay bureaucrats to bike to work when our commander-in-chief himself cannot even ride a bike. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to cut wasteful, silly federal spending by prohibiting funding for the Bicycle Subsidy Benefit Program at the Department of the Interior. Mr. Chair, I sure do hope we can get this one through. I reserve.
Yeah, members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I claim time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
The amendment would block the Department of Interior from its bicycle subsidy benefit program, which encourages federal employees to use bicycles to commute to the office. And we all know what the traffic's going to be like here tomorrow. Bikes would be handy. The department created this program in response to a 1993, this is not a new President Biden, Vice President Harris program, 1993. It's been around since 1993. And Congress authorized it. And Congress allowed each agency head to establish a program to encourage employees to use the means other than single occupancy motor vehicles to commute to and from work. So that could include taking the subway, taking the bus, or riding your bike. This is a government-wide program, and blocking the amendment unfairly targets the Interior Department employees. So I urge my colleagues to treat all employees with fairness. And let's reject this amendment, and let's also make sure that when we're talking about it, we have our facts accurate. 1993, Congress made a law which authorized each agency to establish this program. And with that, I yield back.
Reserves. The yield's back. Gentlewoman from Colorado.
Mr. Chair, I yield.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 16, printed in Part B of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 16, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-602, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to offer my amendment that prohibits the Bureau of Land Management from taking any action to finalize, implement, or enforce a draft resource management plan and draft supplemental environmental impact statement to end new oil leases on 1.6 million acres in Colorado. Colorado's West Slope used to have a booming energy production economy. I remember because the Roughnecks used to come into my restaurant. They would patronize my business and businesses all around us. And I knew we were having a really good day by the amount of mud we had to clean up off of the floor from their boots after working hard all day in the field to earn a living for their family and produce good, clean energy for us, not just in Colorado and America, but throughout the world. There used to be 112 drilling rigs on the West Slope, but now we have 4 rigs. Now, not in my backyard extremists and job-killing federal policies have driven away those good-paying jobs. Those good-paying jobs that also supported local businesses. The Bureau of Land Management's draft resource management plan for the Colorado River Valley Field Office and Grand Junction Field Office is the latest fossil fuels attack. This proposed land grab could remove over 1.6 million acres of public lands in Colorado from future oil and gas leasing and establish 9 different areas of critical environment concern on over 100,000 acres of BLM land. If this proposal is finalized, the United States will lose access to vital energy resources, many more than the 600 fewer wells projected by the agency to be lost by 2043. The consequences will be felt far beyond the state of Colorado, where residents will lose their livelihoods and see increased gas and energy prices. Yes, even more than the increases we are seeing today. BLM is proposing to close all areas with no known low and moderate oil and gas development potential and is basing its analysis off the oil and gas potential on out-of-date information that does not take into consideration modern technology. The Permian Basin was once thought to be low to medium, and now it's the highest producing oil field in the world. As a result, the Permian Basin would be closed if this proposal had been in place in New Mexico and Texas prior to the significant amount of production that is now occurring. This proposed land grab is nothing short of partisan politics meant to further restrict access to the oil and natural gas development that could reinvigorate the economy of the West Slope of Colorado and help ensure energy security for all Americans. There are already stringent standards and requirements in place for oil and gas producers that aim at reducing environmental and cultural impacts. This proposed rule is yet another blatant land grab disguised to dismantle the fossil fuel industry and force a green transition, closing the door to over 1.6 million acres of vital public lands for energy development is not just an issue of economics, it's a threat to our nation's energy independence and security. This proposal goes beyond necessary environmental considerations and instead seeks to restrict access to promising resources, hindering the potential of economic growth and prosperity, particularly in the West Slope of Colorado, where we have been regulated into poverty thanks to the Biden-Harris administration. Rogue bureaucrats at the BLM shouldn't be unilaterally locking up more land in Colorado. It's urgent that we block this overreach and prioritize responsible energy production that will help reduce gas prices during these challenging times. Mr. Chair, I yield. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. Does any member seek time in opposition? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I claim time in opposition to this amendment. This amendment is one more controversial poison pill policy that sadly shows that extremist Republicans are not interested in bills that can gain bipartisan support and become law. in accordance with the National Environmental Policy Act and the Federal Land Policy and Management Act of 1976. The BLM drafted the proposed draft resource management plan and draft supplemental environmental impact statement for the Colorado River Valley Field Office and Grand Junction Field Office. This plan is an updated, comprehensive, and environmentally advocate framework for managing uses of these public lands and resources. Sadly, this amendment seeks to block that plan. We are here to protect the welfare of the American public and preserve our public lands and resources for future generations. Once again, my Republican colleagues are disregarding the law and trying to circumvent the rigorous process that is in place to update resource management plans. The amendment also nullifies the public comments that have been collected by legislating the outcome. We cannot close our eyes to the impacts of climate change we are experiencing as our economy, health, livelihoods, food security, and quality of life all depend on healthy ecosystems. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, focus instead on addressing climate change and being good stewards of our public lands and resources for the benefit of future generations. I reserve my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Chair, on behalf of Coloradans, I'm here to say end the land grabs, bring back the American roughneck, and drill, baby, drill. I urge the adoption of my amendment, and I yield.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say one thing about my colleague's amendment. She's making the case for the fact that we have to continue to drill for oil or natural gas in Colorado. And I understand the concerns that people have when the economy changes. I can imagine how difficult it is when people have to look at new opportunities as opposed to continuing the careers that they've always done. But the reason we're here addressing this, the reason any changes would be made at a federal level are because we're facing catastrophic climate change. The scientists have told us we have no time left to reduce our dependence on fossil fuel, and yet my colleague is talking about how we have to bring more fossil fuels back into our energy stream. We've made incredible strides with solar power, wind power, all of the renewable energy we're investing in today. She talks about her role to protect Colorado. Well, my role is to protect the state of Maine. I invite you to come and visit anytime. The ocean in Maine is warming at a rate 99% faster than the oceans around the world. I talked to a fisherman this weekend when I was home, and I asked him how fishing was going this summer as the weather has warmed up, as the ocean has warmed up. And we're seeing a serious depletion in the fishing stocks. They can't survive in warmer waters. They migrate to colder waters. They devastate the economy of our fishermen. So if you want to preserve the economy in your state, it's important that you think about renewable energy and ways to make sure that we can support an energy future that works for all of us, not just for your own state's needs. I yield back my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes definitely have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 17, printed in Part B of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 17, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-602, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to offer my amendment that prohibits made available by this act from funds made available by this act from being used to declare a national monument with the use of the Antiquities Act in Montrose, Mesa, Montezuma, San Juan, and Dolores counties in western Colorado. Green New Scam extremists in Colorado have been petitioning Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to use the Antiquities Act to designate a roughly 400,000-acre Dolores River Canyon County National Monument. The proposed designation of the Dolores River as a national monument threatens to impose severe economic hardships on the communities in western Colorado. This unilateral land grab will cancel all mining in the uranium-rich area, end hunting and cattle grazing, and curtail motorized travel. These are practices that have been part of the Western way of life for generations. The Biden-Harris regime is no stranger to abusing the Antiquities Act. A little over a year ago, they locked up over 225,000 acres in Colorado with the stroke of a pen and prevented Colorados from using our public lands for activities that we want and need. This is a right of Coloradans and Americans just taken away. Taking even more federal lands off the table for multiple use is attacking American energy production, American jobs, American workers, and leaving American consumers to pay the tab. This amendment ensures Joe Biden and Kamala Harris cannot lock up land by executive fiat and encourages the administration to look for stakeholder-supportive solutions like my bipartisan, bicameral Dolores River National Conservation Area and Special Management Act. This is something I worked with my Colorado senators on. We found a way to compromise without compromising our principles. We came to a place of agreement. The Dolores NCA seeks to designate the Dolores River corridor for the best preservation, benefit, and access of the majority. It is the result of over a decade of community engagement between rafters, agriculture producers, outdoor enthusiasts, water rights stakeholders, conservationists, miners, loggers, business owners, and all the impacted local governments and tribes. Disregarding the agreements achieved and the significant time invested in the Dolores NCA would be an absolute insult to citizens of Southwest Colorado and would contradict DOI's own description of the Antiquities Act, which states, quote, the administration consistently strives to take into account the interests of these wide-range stakeholders, end quote. This proposed national monument designation has the potential to restrict access and land use in ways that threaten and subvert the will of the people in Colorado. I have constituents on the ground daily fighting this proposal, and I am here on their behalf to bring an end to it once and for all through the position that they've elected me to, and I urge adoption of my amendment. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment would prohibit the use of any federal funds to create national monuments under the Antiquities Act of 1906 in Montrose County, Mesa County, Montezuma County, San Juan County, or Dolores County in Colorado. The Antiquities Act provides the President with the authority to designate national monuments in order to protect objects of historic or scientific interest. This amendment inappropriately restricts the President's ability to declare national monuments in specific parts of the country. Both Republican and Democratic presidents have used this authority to increase the protection of special federal lands. It goes against 100 years of American tradition to protect the nation's cultural and national resources. The Antiquities Act represents an important achievement in the progress of conservation and preservation efforts in the United States, and Congress should not stand in the way of these achievements. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Chair, the gentlewoman from Maine recently said that it is her priority to focus on Maine and I should focus on Colorado. Well, here we are. with an amendment related to my home state of Colorado, and I'm here to protect my constituents and our land from another land grab from the Biden-Harris administration. The gentlewoman from Maine has complained of concerns that she has with so-called climate changes and warming of the water, and if that is the main concern, then perhaps the gentlewoman from Maine would like to partner with me from ending energy production in China, who has the worst regulations and emits the most emissions of any place in the world, and stop buying solar panels from China, where they're using child and slave labor in mines in the Congo, and work to partner with me for better American energy production. It's more reliable, it's more efficient, it's cleaner, we're creating jobs, and in the meantime, I'll stick right here to Colorado with this amendment, and the gentlewoman from Maine can focus on Maine as she said she would prefer to do. Mr. Chair, I urge the adoption of my amendment, and I yield.
The gentlewoman yields. Gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just reiterate once again, climate change is a serious issue. It's something to debate with facts and actual information, not just sort of speculation or things you hear on the internet. One of the reasons we passed the Inflation Reduction Act is to bring some of the manufacturing for renewable energy back into the United States, and I strongly support that. I support all countries making a serious effort to reduce their investment in fossil fuel, their dependence on fossil fuel. That's what we were debating in the last amendment. This is about national monuments, and again, I will reiterate that national monuments and the designation of them has been an important tool for presidents of both parties, and we should not be doing anything that diminishes that opportunities for an administration. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 18, printed in Part B of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 18, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-602, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to offer my amendment to prohibit funds from being used for the EPA's Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. The Inflation Reduction Act, which should have been more accurately named the Green New Deal in disguise, established a taxpayer-funded $27 billion slush fund that sends taxpayer dollars to far-left political organizations and their favorite, the Chinese Communist Party. This green bank is nearly 3 times more than the EPA's entire FY23 appropriated funds. Eliminating this slush fund will reduce the budget deficit, protect the government against corruption, and stop China from receiving our taxpayer dollars. When asked during a committee hearing if the EPA could guarantee that none of the funds from this green bank slush fund would go to China, the EPA official in charge of overseeing how funds were spent literally stated, quote, "It's a little more complicated," end quote. He didn't say yes or no. It's a little more complicated. Over 20 million Americans are currently behind on their utility bills. The American people are not begging for more electric vehicles or solar panels. They are asking for lower energy costs. In fact, the world is demanding it of us because we could literally export freedom to our allies across the globe if we were to export our liquefied natural gas rather than purchase energy from our enemies. If Democrats wanted to do something about the current energy crisis, rather than pandering to radical environmental extremists, they would unleash American energy instead of forcing us to use inadequate and unreliable green energy. These policies will not only fail to meet our economy's energy needs, but they will also make America reliant on wind turbines and solar panels that are made in China. America is an energy superpower. We should use our vast resources to restore our economy's vitality, ensure our national security, and put hardworking Americans back to work. I urge the passage of my common sense amendment to put an end to the Biden-Harris regime's pandering to the CCP. And Mr. Chair, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment, again, is purely an anti-climate messaging amendment. It prohibits funds for Section 134 of the Clean Air Act, which is better known as the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. The Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund is a $27 billion investment to mobilize financing and private capital to address the climate crisis, ensure our country's economic competitiveness, and promote energy independence. I need to note that all $27 billion of those dollars are mandatory spending. This bill does not contain any funding for the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. So the effort or the effect of this amendment is nothing more than anti-climate rhetoric. We are here to protect the welfare of the American public, and we cannot close our eyes to the impact of climate change. We need to make smart investments that will result in more resilient communities, mitigate the impacts of climate change, and protect our world for future generations. I oppose this amendment, and I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield.
Gentlewoman from Colorado yields.
Yield back.
Gentlewoman from Maine yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Nice. Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Gentlewoman, pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 8, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado will be postponed. Thank you for that. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 19, printed in Part B of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 19, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-602, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to offer my amendment that utilizes the Holman Rule to reduce the salary of Secretary Deb Haaland to $1. Under Haaland's leadership, the Department of the Interior has shut down pipelines, delayed federally mandated onshore and offshore leases, repealed common sense streamlining regulations, shuttered mining projects, failed to comply with numerous laws, and so much more. She also has quite a history of conflicts of interest. Under Haaland's leadership, DOI has cultivated close and potentially improper relationships with extreme environmental activist groups, many of whom who are working overtime to drive the Biden-Harris administration's social and environmental justice agenda. Her daughter is a member of the Pueblo Action Alliance, which opposes all oil and gas production on federal lands, advocates for the dismantling of America's economic and political system, and believes America is irredeemable because there is no, quote, opportunity to reform a system that isn't founded on good morals or values, end quote. Haaland's daughter even engaged in a violent protest with 100 or more protesters breaking through police barriers and trying to get into the Department of the Interior's building. She just want to hug her mom? Or was this a real act of violence with intent? Despite multiple attempts from this institution to do its constitutional duty and provide congressional oversight, The Department of the Interior has failed to respond to 80% of the requests from Congress. I would be remiss to not mention Holland's all-out war on American energy production, from canceling the Keystone XL pipeline on day one, imposing new rules to block pipeline projects, canceling oil and gas leases on millions of acres in Alaska and the Gulf of Mexico, suspending oil drilling leases in a small sliver of ANWR, even though Congress passed a law for this very purpose, imposing a moratorium on new federal oil and gas leases through federal lands, failing to meet the statutory deadlines for quarterly lease sales, and taking countless of other anti-energy measures that have contributed to gas prices and inflation reaching record levels. We need to make America energy dominant once and for all. It's time for us to have energy security, and it's clear that it won't happen with Holland leading the Department of Interior. Mr. Chair, I urge the adoption of this important amendment, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Chair, yield.
Gentlewoman yields. The question on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 20, printed in Part B of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
I guess for you. For you? Yeah. Sorry. I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chair.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 20, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-602, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to offer my amendment that utilizes the Holman Rule to reduce the salary of BLM Director Tracy Stone Manning to $1. Mr. Chair, let's call a spade a spade. Tracy Stone Manning is a terrorist, and her terrorist booby traps still threaten lives of foresters and firefighters to this very day. Tree spiking Tracy's abysmal record as BLM director has included radical anti-energy activism, engagement in eco-terrorism, failure to carry out laws, and prioritization of climate initiatives and public land grabs over domestic energy production. Tracy Stone Manning is a radicalized environmental terrorist whose repugnant philosophy includes tenets such as, quote, we must breed fewer consuming humans, end quote. Children are, quote, environmental hazards, end quote. Ranchers are, quote, destroying the West, end quote. And, quote, the solution to houses threatened by wildfires is to let them burn, end quote. Her hateful language spilled over into eco-terrorism when she became involved in a tree-spiking attack threatening the lives of wildland firefighters, foresters, and mill workers in Idaho. Stone Manning's extremist anti-government, pro-population control, anti-law enforcement, pro-wildlife, tree-worshiping, anti-farmer, and anti-responsible energy views should have been more than enough to prevent her from getting to this position. But her involvement in an eco-terrorist tree-spiking attack threatening the lives of wildland firefighters, loggers, and mill workers is beyond the pale. She also perjured herself to Congress when she lied twice to the Senate Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, The first lie was that she denied ever being investigated by U.S. special agents, and the second lie was that she denied participating in tree spiking. She belongs not in the Department of Interior, but in federal prison. Mr. Chair, Tracy Stone Manning, tree spiking Manning, has got to go. And I urge the passage of this amendment as lives are still at risk for her eco-terrorism today. I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I oppose this amendment and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. Gentlewoman from Colorado. The gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 21, printed in Part B of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 21, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Burkeen of Oklahoma.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Burkeen, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. This amendment prohibits the IHS, Indian Health Services, from providing sex change surgeries at their hospitals, clinics, and reimbursing providers who perform those sex change surgeries. IHS is receiving $5.2 billion in appropriations from the bill we are debating. We cannot allow that money to go towards mutilation of individuals, turning them forever into patients of a pharmaceutical industry. If you don't believe this is happening, look no further than the main website for IHS. It is a host of resources for individuals seeking surgery and guidance for so-called care providers. Their website tells you how to acquire surgery, how to pay for it, where to go on the day of surgery. The IHS has the gall to refer to this as, quote, gender-affirming care, which, according to them, quote, helps transgender and non-binary people live as their true selves, end of quote. Cutting off healthy body parts and furthering mental instability is not care. In 2020, a Portland, Oregon-based affiliate of IHS developed a plan to provide sex change surgeries to its patients. It publicly is available online, and you can read. They stated unequivocally their right to provide sex change surgeries to tribal citizens utilizing Indian Health Services. As of fiscal year 24, that group is on its second cohort of individuals being operated on. I am one of, I believe, 2 Republican members that carry a CDIB card. I'm a member of the Choctaw Nation. I find this practice abhorrent. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As my colleague well knows, the federal government has a special trust responsibility and legal obligation to provide quality health care to American Indians and Alaska Natives. Unfortunately, we have fallen short of providing the funding that is required to overcome the staggering health disparities and address the health crisis in Indian country. Health care is provided to sovereign and independent nations, and we have no right to discriminate against or dictate the health services they choose to provide. I'm disappointed that my colleague would want to prohibit funding for any health care service to American Indians and Alaska Natives because of his own partisan agenda. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just in closing, this is not historical practice as it relates to tribal peoples. This is a recent cultural fad that defies the face of hundreds of years of established norms. A dark cloud of confusion is gripping this country. It's over our federal government. It has led to IHS inflicting this harm on tribal citizens. So it needs to end. With that, I yield.
The gentleman yields.
Back.
The gentlewoman from Maine yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 22, printed in Part B of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. An amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 22, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Burkeen of Oklahoma.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Oklahoma and a member opposed, Mr. Burkeen, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment reduces funding for the National Endowment of the Arts back to 2019 levels. It's a modest cut of $49 million, an overall cut of less than 0.13% of the entire bill. This leaves $155 million for the program on which to operate. There's nothing inherently wrong with artistic programs, but there is something wrong about continuing to increase Washington's deficit spending on unnecessary programs when our national debt is at $35 trillion and climbing. This common sense amendment simply returns us back to pre-COVID spending levels. To help my colleagues understand how bad Washington's spending problem is, the CBO projects a deficit of $1.9